3 years ago, I secretly used my connections and resources to save my wife's family from bankruptcy. Not only did we clear their enormous debts, but we also turned their company into a success. However, as the business grew, my relationship with my wife began to deteriorate. Today, she threw 5 million at me, called me a freeloader, and demanded that I leave. Initially, I just wanted to spend the evening with her, to help her relax after work. When I got home, I approached Mu Wanqing, placed my hands on her shoulders, and offered her a massage. "Dear, you must be tired, let me help you relax," I said. But she immediately shrugged my hands off and coldly stepped away. "Yi Chen, I'm not in the mood, don't touch me, you're sleeping on the couch tonight," she said. "On the couch? We're husband and wife. You won't even let me into the bedroom now?" I asked bitterly. She looked at me with a cold, distant gaze. Without saying a word, she turned and walked to the bedroom. A few moments later, she returned with some documents and a bank card, which she placed in front of me. "We're no longer people from the same world. This is a divorce agreement. Sign it. There's 5 million on the card, it's all yours," she said, in an icy tone. I couldn't believe my ears. I managed to ask, with difficulty, "Divorce? We're no longer people from the same world?" Her words cut through me like a knife. I looked at her. She was stunningly beautiful, her long black hair, elegant business suit, and shapely legs and black stockings, all of it was perfect. But the bright, kind woman I had fallen in love with was gone. In her place stood a cold and arrogant stranger. "Are you serious about this? Is divorce the only way?" I asked. "Yes," she replied confidently. "Yi Chen, you don't do anything, you just play games and sleep all day. I've worked hard to get to where I am. We're too different now." I didn't argue further. Her disdain and coldness left me feeling empty inside. I picked up the pen and signed the documents. Before I left, she tried to convince me. "There's 5 million on the card, for an ordinary person, that's a fortune, be grateful." I looked at her and calmly replied, "5 million, that's far too little to buy my pride. Keep it for yourself." Her face twisted with anger. She yelled that I was nothing without her, but I didn't listen. I walked away without looking back. Outside, the cold wind howled. But it couldn't compare to the icy chill in my heart. 3 years of marriage. 3 years of love and effort. All gone. After wandering for a while, I made my way to the Hoyun residential complex. Climbing the stairs, I knocked on one of the doors. The door opened, and standing before me was a young woman with features that resembled Mu Wanqing's. It was Mu Qingqiu, her younger sister. Seeing me, she froze in surprise for a moment, but then a warm smile spread across her face. "Brother-in-law," she said softly. Standing before him was Yi Chen's sister-in-law, Mu Qingqiu. She had long, flowing hair like a waterfall, wore an elegant dress, and had delicate features, skin as smooth as cream and bright, pearly teeth. Her clear eyes exuded innocence and cuteness. Her beauty was in no way inferior to Mu Wanqing's. Yi Chen gave an awkward smile and said, "Qingqiu, I have nowhere to stay. Can I stay here for a few days?" Mu Qingqiu gave him a sweet smile. While others might not know, she was fully aware that it was Yi Chen who secretly helped the Mu family out of their financial troubles when they were buried in debt. It was also Yi Chen who helped her sister Mu Wanqing become Yun City's top entrepreneur. Yet this brother-in-law remained low-key. After doing so much, he never sought credit. No matter how much the family mocked him, Yi Chen always brushed it off with a smile. Mu Qingqiu naturally welcomed such an outstanding brother-in-law. Teasing him, she said, "Brother-in-law, did you have a fight with my sister? Honestly, my sister is really something. Even now that she's a company president, she's still so willful." As she tidied up the room, Mu Qingqiu invited Yi Chen inside. Yi Chen sat on the sofa, sighed lightly, and said, "We didn't fight. She wants a divorce. I've already signed the divorce papers. Starting today, I guess I'm no longer your brother-in-law." Ugh. A fight at the head of the bed should end at the foot. Mu Qingqiu instinctively started to say, but then she froze, turned around abruptly, and exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, did I hear you right? My sister wants a divorce? Is she crazy? Why would she do that?" Yi Chen gave a bitter smile and said, "Your sister's different now. She's Yun City's rising business star, and I, someone who just sponges off her, am no longer worthy in her eyes." Mu Qingqiu immediately became agitated and shouted, "Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? She might not know, but I do. Without your secret support, how could the Mu family have achieved what it has today? Without you, my sister would still be drowning in debt. And all those big companies that collaborate with her now, aren't they doing it because of you? As she spoke, Qingqiu prepared to rush to her sister to demand an explanation. The Mu family had only just risen from its troubles. How could Mu Wangqing suddenly act so arrogantly? Divorcing Yi Chen at this time would be like pushing the entire Mu family back into the abyss. Did Mu Wangqing really think the Mu family's current success was all due to her own efforts? Ridiculous. No way. Qingqiu couldn't let Mu Wangqing divorce Yi Chen. If they divorced, the companies working with Mu Wangqing because of Yi Chen's influence would likely abandon the Mu family entirely. Qingqiu grabbed Yi Chen's hand and said, "Brother-in-law, come with me." Yi Chen asked doubtfully, "Where are we going?" Qingqiu replied angrily, "To demand an explanation from my sister. Why should she divorce you? Someone must have influenced her." Yi Chen sighed and said, "Forget it. She's no longer the Mu Wangqing she used to be." Qingqiu insisted, "I don't care. I need an explanation." Unable to refuse her, Yi Chen was dragged by Qingqiu to Mu Wangqing's villa. Knock, knock, knock. Qingqiu knocked on the door with anger. "Who is it?" A male voice quickly responded. The door was opened by Mu Fei, a younger brother in the Mu family. "Second sister? Why are you here?" Qingqiu ignored Mu Fei and dragged Yi Chen inside. At that moment, Mu Wangqing, Mu Fei, their father Mu Bo, and their mother Zhao Lan were all sitting together enjoying a hot pot. The atmosphere seemed particularly cheerful, with no sign of the recent divorce. Qingqiu felt her anger surge and stormed over to Mu Wangqing, shouting, "Sister, why are you divorcing brother-in-law?" Zhao Lan frowned, stood up, and blocked Mu Wangqing, saying, "Qingqiu, what are you doing? We're having a family gathering. Why did you bring this good-for-nothing Yi Chen here?" Qingqiu shouted, "Mom, my sister wants a divorce. Aren't you going to try to stop her?" Zhao Lan pursed her lips, as if she had long known about it, and wasn't surprised at all. She said, "A divorce? Isn't that a good thing? Do you think someone like Yi Chen is worthy of your sister?" "I think this divorce is for the best." Mu Fei laughed as well. "Exactly. Second sister, why are you always siding with outsiders? Our Mu family is considered one of the big families in Yun City now. We're not running a charity. We've supported Yi Chen for 3 years. Do we have to keep supporting him?" Mu Bo waved dismissively and said, "Get him out of here. Don't disturb our family gathering. Qingqiu, if you still consider US family, stop siding with outsiders." Faced with the family's overwhelming hostility, Qingqiu was in disbelief. Although she knew Yi Chen wasn't treated well in the family, she never expected him to be bullied to this extent. Did they forget that everything the Mu family had today was all thanks to Yi Chen? What was this? Burning bridges? Were they insane? Qingqiu shook her head in disbelief and said, "Are you serious? Don't you know who brother-in-law really is?" Hearing this, Zhao Lan and the others burst into laughter. "Of course we know. Yi Chen, the infamous freeloader, living off a woman. What other identity could he have? He's just a parasite in the Mu family." "Qingqiu, you're just too naive. Yi Chen only clings to you because he's afraid he won't be able to leech off us anymore. That's why he's using you. Don't you get it?" The group took turns mocking Yi Chen. Qingqiu was so angry she almost cried. How could she have such foolish family members? Turning to her sister Mu Wangqing, she asked seriously, "Sister, are you really going to divorce brother-in-law? Can't you reconsider?" Mu Wangqing sighed but said firmly, "Second sister, there's no room for negotiation. Marriage will only hinder my progress. And my business is none of your concern." "You!" Qingqiu yelled in anger. "Mu Wangqing, have you lost your mind? Without brother-in-law, would you be where you are today?" Mu Wangqing frowned. Slap. A hard slap landed on Qingqiu's face, instantly leaving it red and swollen. Mu Wangqing coldly said, "Everything I have, I earned through my own efforts. If you still care about this family, stay out of this. If you don't, then get out." Qingqiu looked at her sister in disbelief. She suddenly realized that her sister had become a complete stranger. Holding her face, Qingqiu said coldly, "Mu Wangqing, you'll regret this." Watching Qingqiu run out in tears, Mu Wangqing stared blankly at her hand, feeling an inexplicable frustration. Why did everyone say she would regret this? What did she do wrong? She just wanted to work hard and achieve her dreams. Even if she were to marry, she wanted her husband to be someone who could support her, not someone like Yi Chen, who relied on a woman. Regret? No. She would never regret this. Zhao Lan glared at Yi Chen and stepped forward, pointing at his nose and angrily scolding Yi Chen. You shameless piece of trash. 3 years of freeloading in my house wasn't enough for you. Do you think that by dragging Qingqiu here, we'll take you in again? Dream on. Mu Fei also mocked. Exactly. Freeloading off our eldest sister before, and now that you're divorced, trying to cling to our second sister? Come on, you're a grown man. How can you love freeloading so much? Zhao Lan shouted, You'd better get lost. If I see you again, you won't walk away unscathed. Yi Chen took a deep breath, ignoring Zhao Lan's hysterics, and instead looked at Mu Wanqing. Is that how you see me too? Mu Wanqing turned her head away and said coldly, I offered you 5 million before, but you refused. I thought you had some backbone, but now you're resorting to cheap tricks. You've really disappointed me. Hey! Yi Chen let out a bitter laugh as he looked at the ridiculous faces of Mu Wanqing's family. Knowing that words were useless, he said coldly, Remember your disgusting faces today. I hope you can always be this proud. Just don't come begging me later. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhao Lan burst into laughter, the sound harsh and grating. Ha ha ha, did I hear that right? US, the Mu family, needing to beg you? You really think too highly of yourself. Exactly. Aside from freeloading, what else have you done for my sister? Young Master Li merely had dinner with my sister, and is already planning to help her secure a 10 billion yuan deal with Yunhai Group. A 10 billion yuan deal. You've probably never seen that much money in your life. As long as she closes this deal, my sister will instantly become the most sought-after business star in Yun City. And you think we'd beg you? Ridiculous. Hearing this, Yi Chen turned to look at Mu Wanqing, only to see her averting her gaze. Yi Chen sneered and said, So that's why you suddenly wanted a divorce? Turns out you've hooked up with some rich heir. Mu Wanqing angrily snapped, Yi Chen, watch your words. Yi Chen replied coldly, Am I wrong? Your brother said it himself. Feeling irritated, Mu Wanqing let out a light snort and said, Think whatever you want. Besides, we're already divorced. What I do is none of your business. Mom, get him out of here. I don't want to see him. Zhao Lan immediately stepped forward and gave Yi Chen a hard shove. Get out. Get out. Yeah, get lost. Stop being an eyesore. After forcing Yi Chen out, Zhao Lan turned to Mu Wanqing and said, Wanqing, don't let this upset you. It's not worth ruining your health over. Rest early. Tomorrow you're meeting young Master Li to discuss the deal with Yunhai Group. You must secure that 10 billion yuan contract. Yi Chen's face was cold. He had given Mu Wanqing plenty of chances, but unfortunately, she never appreciated them. Over the years, he had deliberately hidden his identity to highlight Mu Wanqing's business talent. Yet Mu Wanqing not only failed to appreciate it, but she also despised him as a burden. Fine. If that's the case, let the past be the past. Yi Chen turned decisively and left. As he exited the neighborhood, he saw Mu Qingqiu squatting by the roadside, crying. Yi Chen walked over, gently patted her back and said, Don't cry. You'll ruin your pretty face. Brother-in-law. Sob. Why are they like this? When did they become so snobbish? Mu Qingqiu cried. Without you, the Mu family would probably still be buried in debt. This is so ungrateful. Yi Chen said, Let bygones be bygones. I'm no longer your brother-in-law anyway. Mu Qingqiu wiped her tears and said, Okay, brother-in-law. Let's go back. From now on you can stay with me as long as you like. That night Yi Chen didn't sleep well. Early the next morning his phone suddenly rang, waking him up. Half asleep, Yi Chen picked up the phone and glanced at the screen. It was Yunhai Group's chairman, Zhao Yunhai. He put the phone to his ear and lazily said one word, Hello? Hello, young Master Yi, it's Xiao Hai. A hoarse voice came from the other end of the line. Yi Chen impatiently asked, Oh, it's you. What's up? Zhao Yunhai's tone was incredibly respectful. Young Master Yi, here's the thing. Recently Luo Mingcheng, the head of the Luo family in Yun City, is celebrating his birthday. He'd like to invite you to attend. But he's worried about disturbing you, so he asked me to mention it to you. Oh, I see. I'll think about it, Yi Chen said casually. By the way, how's Yunhai Group doing lately? Zhao Yunhai laughed. Thanks to your blessings we've been doing quite well. If you have time, could you visit our group to take a look? Yi Chen said lightly. Hashim. I'm still sleeping. I'll come over when I wake up. Zhao Yunhai was overjoyed. He knew that since Yi Chen's marriage, he had been living in seclusion and rarely appeared in public. Many people in Yun City had tried to meet Yi Chen, but none had succeeded. Now that Yi Chen agreed to visit Yunhai Group, Zhao Yunhai was ecstatic and repeatedly said, I'll be eagerly awaiting your arrival, young Master Yi. After hanging up, Yi Chen got up from bed, freshened up a bit, and headed out. At the same time, Mu Wanqing also woke up early. Today was a significant day for her because she was preparing to secure the 10 billion yuan contract with Yunhai Group. She was so excited that she hadn't slept all night. Early in the morning she dressed carefully and applied her makeup. Securing the Yunhai Group deal would be a qualitative leap for the Mu family. She had to seize this opportunity. Zhao Lan stood behind her, helping her fix her hair while saying, "Wanqing, you must make the most of this opportunity." Mo Wanqing replied, "Mom, I know what to do." Zhao Lan added, "And about young Master Li, don't be so stubborn. He's clearly interested in you, and you need to play your cards right. Look at him. With just one move, he's helping you secure a 10 billion yuan deal. That's something that useless Yi Chen could never achieve. Opportunities like this shouldn't be missed. Understand?" Hearing this, Mu Wanqing felt a wave of irritation. For some reason, after the divorce, she didn't feel the liberation or freedom she had expected. Instead, her heart felt inexplicably empty. She said hurriedly, "All right, Mom, I know what to do. Stop nagging me." With that, Mu Wanqing quickly walked out of the house. At the entrance, young Master Li leaned against a Ferrari. Seeing Mu Wanqing approach, he quickly opened the car door. Mu Wanqing gave a polite smile and sat in the passenger seat. She asked worriedly, "Young Master Li, do you think I can successfully secure the Yunhai Group contract this time? Do you know Yunhai Group's chairman, Zhao Yunhai?" "Not exactly. Zhao Yunhai is a prominent figure, not someone you can meet casually," young Master Li said confidently. "But don't worry. With me here, everything will be fine. I've already handled the connections. I know Yunhai Group's department manager. This deal is as good as done." Looking at the confident young Master Li, Mu Wanqing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In comparison, Yi Chen seemed dull, taciturn and incredibly lazy, while young Master Li was so sunny and confident. Most importantly, he could help her. Was divorcing Yi Chen the right decision? Mu Wanqing shook her head, brushing away these messy thoughts. She had to focus on securing the 10 billion yuan contract with Yunhai Group first. "Young Master Li, whether we can secure the Yunhai Group contract this time depends on you." Mu Wanqing took a deep breath and said humbly, "Don't worry, sister. Who is young Master Li? With him here, it's definitely in the bag." Mu Fei's voice came from the back seat. Mu Wanqing was stunned and turned around to see him. She said angrily, "Xiao Fei, why are you here?" Mu Fei grinned and said, "Of course, I came with Brother Lai to broaden my horizons." Mu Wanqing said coldly, "Don't mess around. We're here to sign a contract for Qingqiu on industrial and trades development. Why are you tagging along?" Young Master Lai gave a charming smile and said, "It's fine. Xiao Fei is grown up now. It's time for him to see the world." Mu Fei immediately flattered, "Sister, did you hear that? Brother Li is so generous, not only handsome but also broad-minded and capable. He's 100 times better than that freeloader Yi Chen. Sister, you should cherish him." Mu Wanqing's face stiffened. She divorced Yi Chen to focus entirely on her career and never considered remarrying. Hearing Mu Fei's words, her face turned dark as she said, "Xiao Fei, watch your mouth." "It's okay," young Master Li said with a faint smile. "I've always respected Wanqing. As long as she doesn't want to, no one can force her to do anything." Mu Fei immediately gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Brother Li is a real gentleman." Soon, the car stopped in the Yunhai Group's parking lot. The three of them were about to head inside to sign the contract when young Master Li suddenly clutched his stomach in pain. He quickly said, "Wanqing, you two wait for me at the entrance of Yunhai Group. My stomach's upset, I'll be right back." Mu Wanqing was taken aback. Young Master Li said, "Don't worry. I've arranged everything. The contract will definitely go smoothly. Just wait for me." With that, young Master Li rushed off to the restroom. Mu Wanqing and Mu Fei could only wait at the entrance of Yunhai Group. As they walked over, they suddenly saw a middle-aged man in an Armani suit looking in their direction. When he saw Mu Wanqing, his eyes lit up. He quickly walked over and asked excitedly, "Are you President Mu of Qingqiu Company?" Mu Wanqing was surprised and nodded. "I'm Mu Wanqing. And you are?" The middle-aged man said respectfully, "I'm Zhao Yunhai of Yunhai Group. It's a pleasure to meet you." "What? Zhao Yunhai? The president of Yunhai Group? He was personally waiting here for her? Didn't young Master Li say they were only meeting a project manager from Yunhai Group?" She had underestimated young Master Li's status. After all, Yunhai Group was one of the top companies in Yun City, and Zhao Yunhai was a prominent figure. Even though Qingqiu Company now generated profits of over 100 million, with Mu Wangqing's position, it would have been impossible to meet Zhao Yunhai without someone introducing her, let alone have him personally wait for her. Mu Wangqing immediately said excitedly, "Chairman Zhao. It's a pleasure to meet you." Zhao Yunhai smiled respectfully. "You're too kind. I've been waiting here for you since early morning. May I ask if he has arrived?" Zhao Yunhai was a shrewd person. He knew that Mu Wangqing was Yi Chen's wife because Yi Chen's status was far too high for him to address directly. However, Zhao Yunhai's respectful attitude made Mu Wangqing think he was referring to young Master Li. After all, only young Master Li knew about today's business discussions with Yunhai Group. Seeing Zhao Yunhai's humility, Mu Wangqing became even more excited and quickly said, He had an upset stomach and went to the restroom. He'll be back soon." Zhao Yunhai nodded knowingly and smiled. "Then I'll wait here for his esteemed arrival. It's truly an honor for us that you're here to visit our group." Hearing this, Mu Wangqing was utterly stunned. Who was Zhao Yunhai? A man of immense power and influence, the chairman of a billion-yuan group, and one of Yun City's most prominent figures. Not only was he personally waiting at the entrance, but he also repeatedly expressed how honored he was. This level of humility left Mu Wangqing feeling overwhelmed. After waiting for a while, Mu Wangqing awkwardly said, "Chairman Zhao, is the project manager of your group available? I want to sign a contract with him later." "What contract?" Zhao Yunhai asked. "Let me see." Mu Wangqing handed over the prepared documents and said, "It's a 10 billion yuan contract. Here's the project proposal." Zhao Yunhai laughed and said, "No need to look. I'll sign it myself. A 10 billion yuan contract doesn't match your status. How about this, let's start with 20 billion, and we'll consider additional investments later. How does that sound?" "What?" At that moment, Mu Wangqing felt as if a pie had fallen straight from the sky. She was completely stunned. Even though young Master Li had said everything was arranged, she never expected that the contract would not only be signed so smoothly, but that Zhao Yunhai would also offer to double the amount. A 10 billion yuan contract instantly became 20 billion. And it was only the initial contract. If things went well, there would be more opportunities for collaboration. This made Mu Wangqing's blood boil with excitement. So simple? Signing this contract was equivalent to the results of a year's effort by Qingqiu Company. What generosity! What an extraordinary gesture! Seeing Mu Wangqing silent, Zhao Yunhai asked curiously, "Does President Mu feel it's not enough? I can increase it by another 10 billion. No. Mu Wangqing quickly snapped out of it. For a company the size of Qingqiu, 20 billion was already the limit. Any more would risk overburdening the company. She quickly waved her hands and said, "It's enough, really enough." Zhao Yunhai smiled and nodded. Just then his phone rang. After taking the call, a hint of confusion flashed across his eyes. He said, "He's already upstairs. Would you like to come with me?" Mu Wangqing, her mind still reeling, instinctively shook her head and said, "We're waiting for someone else." Zhao Yunhai didn't press further and said, "Then I'll head to my office. See you later." After Zhao Yunhai left, Mu Wangqing and Mu Fei were still in shock. Mu Wangqing swallowed and asked, "Xiao Fei, am I dreaming? Did we really just secure a 20 billion yuan contract?" Mu Fei nodded and exclaimed excitedly, "Sister, we're going to be rich." Mu Wangqing was puzzled and muttered, "I feel like this is unbelievable. It went too smoothly." "Sister, isn't smooth sailing a good thing? This is the benefit of having connections. Without young Master Li, do you think this contract would have been signed? Without young Master Li, we probably wouldn't have even met Zhao Yunhai. Compared to someone like Yi Chen, young Master Li is miles ahead. Yi Chen's just a freeloader, while young Master Li can secure a 20 billion yuan contract with a single word. That's the difference." Zhao Yunhai didn't hear their conversation. At this moment he was still puzzled. Mu Wangqing was Yi Chen's wife. Why didn't she come upstairs with him, and instead waited for someone else? When he opened the door, he saw a young man sitting in the office. Zhao Yunhai immediately walked over respectfully and said, "Greetings, young Master Yi." The young man was none other than Yi Chen. Yi Chen responded indifferently. "Young Master Yi, are you feeling better?" Zhao Yunhai asked with concern. "You must take good care of your health." Yi Chen frowned, feeling a bit confused. He was always in good health and rarely got sick. He asked, "I'm not sick. Why would I feel unwell? Aren't you feeling stomach discomfort?" Zhao Yunhai asked, surprised. "Just now I happened to meet your wife downstairs at the group's building. She said you were feeling unwell and went to the restroom." Hearing this, Yi Chen thought for a moment and immediately understood. It was probably a misunderstanding. He laughed at himself and said, "You didn't directly mention my name, did you?" Zhao Yunhai replied in surprise. "How could I dare to casually mention young Master Yi's name? But President Mu is your wife, she should know I was referring to you." Yi Chen chuckled bitterly and said, "Not wife, ex-wife. She and I are divorced." "What? Divorced? Are you kidding?" Zhao Yunhai was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe that Mu Wangqing would divorce Yi Chen. He asked incredulously, "Why? Why is that?" Yi Chen gave a bitter smile. "She thought I wasn't ambitious, had no power, and was just freeloading. Forget it, talking about it only makes it more painful." At this moment, Zhao Yunhai felt like he was going crazy. Not ambitious? No power? Freeloading? Were these really words used to describe Yi Chen? Zhao Yunhai felt his brain couldn't keep up. With Yi Chen's status, did he even need to be ambitious? If he were any more ambitious, he might as well tear the heavens apart. Yi Chen had no power. In Yun City, anyone who knew Yi Chen's identity would bow respectfully and address him as young Master Yi. Freeloading? That was even more ridiculous. If Yi Chen so much as said a word, Zhao Yunhai could hand over the entire Yunhai group to him without hesitation. And yet, Yi Chen wouldn't even bother looking at such a small asset. This Mu Wangqing was truly blind. There were countless daughters of prestigious families lining up for the chance to marry Yi Chen, yet she had actually divorced him. Zhao Yunhai said angrily, "Young Master Yi, you've been wronged. It's a pity I only just found out. I just signed a 20 billion yuan contract with her. Let me cancel it right away." "No need," Yi Chen said with a faint sigh. "We were once husband and wife. The contract is already signed, so let it be." Hearing this, Zhao Yunhai had no choice but to drop the matter. He said, "All right, as you wish, young Master Yi. Enough about these unpleasant matters. Why did you call me here today?" Yi Chen yawned and asked. "It's about the birthday banquet of Luo Mingcheng, the head of the Luo family. He plans to host a grand event. Although he has heard of you, he has never met you. Knowing that I have a good relationship with you, he asked me to extend an invitation," Zhao Yunhai explained respectfully. "All right, I'll go," Yi Chen nodded. "Wonderful. I'll pass on this great news to Luo Mingcheng. He'll be overjoyed to hear that you'll attend his birthday banquet," Zhao Yunhai said. Yi Chen nodded lightly. Over the years in Yun City, he had received countless invitations to such events but had always declined to let Mu Wangqing showcase her business talent. Now that they were divorced, there was no need to hold back anymore. After chatting with Zhao Yunhai for a while, Yi Chen grew bored and decided to leave. Zhao Yunhai quickly stood up and said, "Young Master Yi, let me see you out." Yi Chen waved his hand and said, "No need. You can carry on with your work. I'll take a stroll." Zhao Yunhai respectfully replied, "As you wish, young Master Yi." As Yi Chen left Zhao Yunhai's office and was about to leave Yunhai Group, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Wasn't that the young Master Li who had been pestering Mu Wangqing recently? What was he doing here? Young Master Li was on the phone and didn't notice Yi Chen. "Hey man, think of something for me. Is the project manager you found at Yunhai Group reliable? I promised Mu Wangqing I'd secure this contract." I know. But there's no other way. Mu Wangqing is divorced now. You don't get it. None of those other girls out there can compare to Mu Wangqing's charm. Anyway, I don't care, this woman is mine." "Marry her? A divorced woman? Of course not. I'm just playing around. I've got it under control. She's not that naive. I've been pursuing her for so long and haven't even held her hand yet. If I land this contract, I might finally get a taste." Hee. Young Master Li was deeply engrossed in his call, while Yi Chen, overhearing everything, grew increasingly furious. Although he was divorced from Mu Wangqing, 3 years of marriage wasn't something that could be easily erased. Young Master Li's words made Yi Chen's anger boil over. He strode forward, grabbed young Master Li by the collar, and growled, "Li Qiang, you shameless scoundrel." Young Master Li was startled. When he saw it was Yi Chen, he let out a sigh of relief and angrily said, "Oh, it's you, Yi Chen, you good for nothing. What are you doing? Trying to hit me?" Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "I heard everything you just said. I'm warning you to stay away from Mu Wangqing. Do you hear me?" Young Master Li smirked and said, "And what makes you think you can tell me what to do? Do you still think you're her husband? You're divorced. Both Mu Wangqing and I are single now. What we do is none of your business." Yi Chen's voice turned icy. "I don't care what schemes you have in mind, but I'm warning you, don't go near Mu Wangqing. If you so much as touch her, I'll end you. Young Master Li pushed Yi Chen's hand away and patted his chest mockingly. Oh, I'm so scared. You're warning me. Yi Chen, who do you think you are? You're just a piece of trash, a worthless loser abandoned by a woman. Compared to me, you're like a maggot easily crushed. Yi Chen's face darkened, his eyes cold as he glared at young Master Li. But young Master Li showed no fear and continued mocking. What's wrong? Feeling upset? Do you know who I am? Compared to me, you're nothing. Not only am I going to play with Mu Wanqing, but if I get the chance I'll also play with her sister, Mu Qingqiu. Are you mad? Come on, hit me if you dare, you cowardly piece of garbage. Hearing young Master Li's words, Yi Chen couldn't suppress his fury any longer. A flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Smack. Yi Chen swung his hand, slapping young Master Li hard across the face. A red handprint instantly appeared on young Master Li's cheek. Young Master Li clutched his face in pain and shouted angrily, You dare to hit me. Yi Chen's eyes were like those of a grim reaper, cold and merciless. He said in an icy tone, Hit you? No, I'm going to kill you. With that, Yi Chen moved like lightning, appearing in front of young Master Li in an instant. Young Master Li felt a suffocating sense of danger, as if death itself was approaching. His heart sank. How could Yi Chen be this fast? That look in his eyes, it was terrifying. Could he actually dare to kill him? At this critical moment, a furious shout filled with anger suddenly rang out. Yi Chen, stop! What are you doing? The people who arrived were none other than Mu Wanqing and Mu Fei. Young Master Li, who had just been terrified, immediately showed a smug smile and whispered, You piece of trash, how dare you hit me? This isn't over. Just wait until I win over Mu Wanqing. I'll make sure to humiliate you properly. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold, and he kicked Li in the stomach. Bang! Li was sent flying by the kick and landed heavily on the ground. Ah! It hurts. Li cried out, clutching his stomach in pain, his body curling up involuntarily. Mu Wanqing and Mu Fei hurried over to help him up. Brother Li, are you okay? Mu Fei asked worriedly. It hurts. It hurts so much. Yi Chen is a complete scoundrel. He actually hit me. Li gritted his teeth and said through the pain, Yi Chen, you're already divorced from Wanqing. She and I are completely innocent. Why did you hit me for no reason? Hearing this, both Mu Wanqing and Mu Fei looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Mu Fei immediately pointed at Yi Chen and started yelling, Yi Chen, you piece of trash. You're really bold, hitting young Master Li. Do you think this will help you win my sister back? Let me tell you, my sister will never reconcile with garbage like you. Mu Wanqing also looked at Yi Chen in disappointment and said, Yi Chen, have you gone mad? Who gave you the right to hit people? Yi Chen said indifferently, he deserved it. Mu Wanqing felt a wave of anger and said, We've already divorced amicably, and your behavior is extremely childish. You've really let me down. Hearing this, Yi Chen replied coldly, disappointed? It seems you've always been disappointed in me. And yes, I know we're divorced, you don't need to keep reminding me. Mu Wanqing snapped angrily, since you know that, you shouldn't be doing such despicable and shameful things. Yi Chen was furious as well. He looked at Mu Wanqing and said, You came here and started accusing me without understanding what happened. Did you even ask why I hit him? We just got divorced and you're already siding with him this quickly? Mu Wanqing was momentarily speechless, but she gritted her teeth and said, Does hitting someone make you right? Yi Chen sneered and said, Why don't you ask him what he just said about wanting to play with you, and how he discussed turning you into his dog with others? Mu Wanqing, when did you become so lowly? Mu Wanqing's face froze, and she looked at young Master Li with suspicion. She knew he liked her, but she had never entertained any thoughts about other men and had always maintained boundaries with him. Seeing Mu Wanqing's gaze, Li quickly put on an aggrieved expression and said, Wanqing, I swear I've never said anything like that. You have to believe me. Mu Wanqing's face darkened, unsure who to trust. At this moment, Mu Fei jumped in to mock Yi Chen. Sis, you absolutely can't believe this trash, Yi Chen. Who is young Master Li? He's a prominent figure among Yun City's elite. His manners and style are on a completely different level from someone like Yi Chen. From the day we met him, young Master Li has always been polite and never overstepped any boundaries. If he had any ill intentions, he would have acted long ago. Why would he go to such lengths to help us secure a cooperation deal with Yunhai Group? Yi Chen looked at his foolish former brother-in-law, realizing he had been completely brainwashed by young Master Li. Besides calling him stupid, Yi Chen couldn't think of any other way to describe Mu Fei's behavior. Young Master Li had regained his composure. He slowly stood up and looked at Yi Chen, saying, "Yi trash? I've always let things slide out of respect for wonking. But now that you've hit me, I can't let this go." "You? Really?" Yi Chen said coldly, showing no fear. Li sneered. "It seems you don't know who I really am. My name is Li Qiong. Li Fuhai, the owner of Yun City's Fuhai Group, is my father. Let me tell you, with my family's power, crushing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Do you believe me?" "Fuhai Group?" Yi Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. He hadn't even heard of this so-called Fuhai Group. At best, it was a second-rate enterprise in Yun City. Compared to Yunhai Group, Fuhai Group was utterly insignificant. Yi Chen's voice turned icy as he said, "A spoiled brat relying on his father dares to brag in front of me?" Li raged. "All right, kid, you're arrogant. Today I'll show you what happens when you cross me, Li Qiong." Yi Chen glanced at Li with disdain and said, "What happens?" "Hey, what happens is that Fuhai Group disappears from Yun City." Everyone was stunned by Yi Chen's words. Make Fuhai Group disappear? What kind of joke was that? Fuhai Group was a publicly listed company worth billions, and Li Qiong's father, Li Fuhai, was a well-known figure in Yun City. How delusional would someone have to be to claim they could make Fuhai Group disappear? Yi Chen was about to say more when Mu Wanqing suddenly snapped, "Yi Chen, shut up." Yi Chen said coldly, "Why should I?" Mu Wanqing yelled, "Are you crazy? Do you know what consequences your words could bring? Do you think you can go against Fuhai Group? Let me tell you, Yun City is a complicated place. Power and influence are everything here. People with power control the lives of most people. What can you do besides vent your anger? Can't you grow up?" Yi Chen looked at Mu Wanqing and took a deep breath before saying, "What I said is the truth. Forget making Fuhai Group disappear. Destroying it would be as easy as snapping my fingers." As Yi Chen spoke more and more outrageously, Mu Wanqing's face grew even more disappointed. She suddenly felt Yi Chen might have gone insane. Perhaps the divorce had hit him too hard, pushing him into a state of madness. This made Mu Wanqing feel a twinge of guilt. She quickly turned to Lai and said, "Young Master Lai, I'm really sorry." Yi Chen just spoke without thinking. "Could you let it go for my sake? He's still my ex-husband, and I don't want things to get ugly." Seeing Mu Wanqing humble herself, Li showed a smug smile and pretended to be magnanimous. "All right, for Wanqing's sake, I'll let it slide." Yi Chen said coldly, "I don't need anyone's pity." Seeing Yi Chen refuse to listen, Mu Fei grew furious and said, "Yi Chen, you're hopeless. My sister pleaded for you, and young Master Lai forgave you. But you're still ungrateful." Yi Chen sneered, "Do you not get it? Why would I need his forgiveness?" Mu Fei took a deep breath and shouted angrily, "Why? You really don't know why? You married my sister for 3 years, and all you did was freeload. What have you brought to the Mu family? Look at young Master Li. His influence is so great that a single word from him made Yunhai Group's chairman, Zhao Yunhai, personally receive us and sign a 20 billion yuan contract. For you, that would be harder than reaching the heavens. But for young Master Lai, it's as simple as speaking a word. That's the difference between you two. He's like a god, and you're just mud." Hearing this, Yi Chen froze. Zhao Yunhai signed the contract with Mu Wanqing because of him. If not for his sentimentality, that contract would have already been voided. What did this have to do with Li Qiong? Expect Zhao Yunhai to look up to Li Qiong? As if. Yi Chen burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. "This is absolutely hilarious." Li Qiong was stunned. He had indeed come to help Mu Wanqing negotiate the contract, but after pulling every possible string, he had only managed to secure a meeting with a Yunhai Group project manager. He wasn't even sure if the deal would go through and had planned to bluff his way out if it didn't. But just now, what did he hear? Not only had Mu Wanqing already signed the contract, but the original 1 billion yuan deal had turned into 2 billion. Even more shocking, Yunhai Group's chairman, Zhao Yunhai, had personally greeted them. How was that possible? Li Qiong was completely dumbfounded. Although his family was wealthy, and he was a second-generation rich kid, with his status, getting a personal reception from Zhao Yunhai was out of the question. Zhao Yunhai wouldn't give him face. Not in a million years. For a moment, Li Qiong couldn't make sense of the situation. Mu Fei scoffed, "Yi Chen, what are you laughing at? Have you lost your mind?" Yi Chen replied coldly, "I'm laughing at your stupidity. You can't even tell who helped you secure this 2 billion yuan contract. Utterly ridiculous. EFFT. Yi Chen, don't tell me you're suggesting we signed the contract because of you?" Mu Fei sneered disdainfully. "You're shameless to the extreme. We all know it's thanks to young Master Lai, not you. What credit could you possibly take? Yi Chen let out a sarcastic laugh and pointed at Li Qiang. Why don't you ask him if he even has that kind of clout? Mu Fei turned to Li Qiang and said, Brother Li, before we came, you said everything was arranged, and we didn't inform anyone else about our visit. If you hadn't made the arrangements, how could Chairman Zhao have been waiting to meet us? Tell this loser it was you who made it happen, right? Li Qiang's expression froze. Clearly this wasn't his doing. His status didn't qualify him to meet Zhao Yunhai, let alone have him extend such courtesy. But since Mu Wangqing and Mu Fei already believed it was his doing, Li Qiang decided to take the credit. After all, no one knew the real story, so he could claim the glory without question. This would not only showcase his strong network but also increase his chances of winning Mu Wangqing over completely. Li Qiang puffed out his chest and said arrogantly, of course. Who else could it be but me? I just asked my father to make a call, and Chairman Zhao graciously gave us face. After all, my father has the status to make that happen. Mu Fei's eyes widened in excitement. Did you hear that, Yi Chen? Brother Li made the connection, and that's why Chairman Zhao personally received us. What else do you have to say now? Yi Chen was stunned by Li Qiang's shamelessness. So, people could be this brazen. Knowing his lack of qualifications, Li Qiang even dragged his father into the story to make it believable. Yi Chen was both angry and amused. Li Qiang, you're truly shameless. Li Qiang sneered. HMP. You're just a piece of trash. What would you know about the circles of US elites? My family has the power, so of course people give us face. You're nothing but a frog in a well. A frog in a well? Yi Chen chuckled. Your Lai family isn't even worthy of shining Zhao Yunhai's shoes. Do you really think you're that important? Mu Wangqing, who had remained silent, felt conflicted. She had initially doubted Li Qiang's claim, because he had only mentioned arranging a meeting with a project manager, never Chairman Zhao. But now, with Li Qiang saying he used his father's connections, it made sense. Only someone of his father's status could possibly earn such courtesy from Zhao Yunhai. In Mu Wangqing's eyes, Yi Chen was just making a scene. She had hoped he would mature, but his behavior was disappointing. Even if Li Qiang wasn't directly responsible for the contract, he had at least tried to help. But what about Yi Chen? He lacked self-awareness and couldn't see the gap between himself and others. Frustrated, Mu Wangqing snapped, Enough, Yi Chen. Stop it. Don't you know how embarrassing you're being? Yi Chen replied coldly. What's there to be embarrassed about? Mu Wangqing said. A real man should work hard and rely on his abilities, not act like a clown and humiliate himself. Yi Chen felt a wave of bitterness. For 3 years he had silently helped Mu Wangqing. Even now, after their divorce, he had asked Zhao Yunhai to give her the contract out of kindness. And yet, the credit was being given to someone else. Feeling disheartened, Yi Chen said, Maybe in your eyes, I've always been a clown. Seeing the look on Yi Chen's face, Mu Wangqing felt a pang of guilt. Had she been too harsh? She hesitated, raising her hand to comfort him but quickly lowered it again. They were divorced now, no longer husband and wife. Mu Wangqing opened her mouth and said, Yi Chen. I didn't mean it that way, I just want you to. Enough. Yi Chen said coldly, his eyes turning indifferent. There's no need to explain. You don't believe me anyway, so do whatever you want. Yi Chen waved his hand and turned to leave. 3 years ago, Mu Wangqing had nothing, and they had shared happy times. But when someone gains wealth beyond their capabilities in a short time, their thoughts often spiral out of control. Perhaps no matter what Yi Chen said now, Mu Wangqing wouldn't listen. As Yi Chen walked away, his figure growing smaller in the distance, Mu Wangqing stood frozen, murmuring, Was I too harsh on him? Mu Fei frowned and said, Sister, you weren't harsh at all. Look at Yi Chen now, completely useless. We're better off staying away from him. Li Qiang smirked and added, Exactly, Wangqing. They say you're influenced by the company you keep. You're a rising star in Yun City's business world. Don't let someone like Yi Chen hold you back. Mu Fei chimed in. That's right, sis. Let's celebrate. We signed a 2 billion yuan contract thanks to Brother Li. We should throw a banquet to thank him. Mu Wangqing sighed deeply. Since the divorce she had felt unsettled and couldn't feel truly happy. She waved her hand and said, Let's go home first. Yi Chen walked out of Yunhai Group, intending to head home and rest. Just a few steps later, a Maybach suddenly pulled up in front of him. It was the most luxurious model, with an expensive license plate consisting of 5/8, drawing everyone's attention. Owning a Maybach wasn't unusual, but obtaining such a plate signified extraordinary status. Yi Chen frowned slightly, stepping aside to make way. At that moment, a stunning woman stepped out of the car. She smiled gracefully, her beauty like a celestial being. She walked directly to Yi Chen, bowed respectfully, and asked softly, "Are you Mr. Yi Chen?" "Who are you?" Yi Chen frowned slightly and asked. The woman in front of him was stunningly beautiful, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication. Her delicate features and graceful figure made her beauty almost suffocating. However, Yi Chen didn't recognize her. How did she know him? "Hello, Mr. Yi. My name is Luo Qingqiu, and Luo Mingqing is my grandfather," Luo Qingqiu said politely. Yi Chen responded indifferently, "How do you know about me? Did Zhao Yunhai tell you?" Luo Qingqiu quickly waved her hands and explained, "No, Mr. Yi, please don't misunderstand. I once heard Uncle Zhao mention that you're an incredible doctor. But no matter how much I asked, Uncle Zhao wouldn't reveal your identity. This time I saw him hosting you, so I took the liberty of coming to disturb you." Yi Chen didn't care much. He wasn't in a good mood and simply waved his hand, saying, "I see. What do you want?" A trace of sadness appeared on Luo Qingqiu's face as she said, "In a few days, it will be my grandfather's 80th birthday. We plan to hold a banquet and invite some prominent figures to celebrate. But just yesterday, my grandfather suddenly fell ill. Mr. Yi, could you please help treat my grandfather?" Yi Chen replied coldly, "Life and death are determined by fate. With your Luo family's resources, what kind of doctor can't you hire? If they can't treat him, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do either." Hearing Yi Chen's refusal, Luo Qingqiu lowered her head in disappointment. She had heard from Zhao Yunhai that Yi Chen's medical skills were extraordinary and that his identity was extremely mysterious. Zhao Yunhai refused to reveal any information because of Yi Chen's eccentric personality. Without special circumstances, Yi Chen wouldn't take action. As Luo Qingqiu was about to try again, a mocking voice interrupted them. "Yo, Yi Chen, you shameless trash. It's only been a few days since you divorced my sister, and you're already hooking up with another woman?" Yi Chen frowned and said coldly, "What I do has nothing to do with you." Mu Fei quickly said, "Sister, listen to him. I've said it before, Yi Chen is an ungrateful leech. He spawned off our family for 3 years, and now he's latching onto someone else. Was he a gigolo in his past life?" Mu Wangqing looked at Luo Qingqiu, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. For a moment, she didn't know how to handle the situation. Mu Wangqing was beautiful, but Luo Qingqiu's elegance made even her feel envious. With a bitter smile, Mu Wangqing said, "Yi Chen, even if I hadn't brought up the divorce, you would have soon, wouldn't you?" Yi Chen chuckled and said, "Mu Wangqing, you're really something. Didn't you bring up the divorce?" Mu Wangqing grew angry and said, "Yes, I brought it up. But are you completely faultless? Sure, with such a beautiful girl by your side, divorce must feel like freedom for you." Yi Chen laughed in disbelief. For 3 years he had willingly stood behind Mu Wangqing, helping her in the shadows. When Mu Wangqing asked for a divorce, he left without taking a cent, essentially walking away with nothing. And now, Mu Wangqing wanted to pin the blame for the divorce on him? Yi Chen said coldly, "Mu Wangqing, stop pretending to be the victim. Who are you putting on this act for? Besides, I don't even know this woman." Mu Wangqing said angrily, "Hey, you're being intimate with her in public and claim you don't know her. Who would believe that?" Yi Chen replied, "Then what about you? Hanging around with someone like Li Qiang, doesn't that make you feel ashamed?" Mu Wangqing shouted, "Li Qiang and I are completely innocent. I have a clear conscience. Can you say the same about you and this woman?" Just as Yi Chen was about to respond, Luo Qingqiu suddenly linked her arm with Yi Chen's and gave a sweet smile. "Oh, so you're his ex-wife? You guessed right. I'm Yi Chen's girlfriend. I love Yi Chen very much. What's the matter? Are you upset seeing us so close?" Critical hit. Mu Wangqing felt like her head had been struck by lightning, leaving her in a daze. A surge of anger welled up in her heart, as if something that belonged to her had been snatched away. Mu Wangqing glared at Luo Qingqiu and said angrily, "Upset? Why would I be? The man you like is nothing but the trash I threw away. Picking up garbage, is that something to be proud of?" Luo Qingqiu giggled and said, "He may be trash to you, but to me, Yi Chen is the best man in the world." "Oh, I should thank you. If you hadn't been so blind as to divorce him, I wouldn't have had the chance to find such an amazing man." "You." Mu Wangqing was so furious her face turned red, and she stammered, You, shameless." Luo Qingqiu laughed and said, "How am I shameless? You two are already divorced. I'm single, and so is Yi Chen. We're in love. How is that shameless?" Oh, don't tell me you're jealous. Mu Wangking gritted her teeth and said angrily, jealous? Don't make me laugh. Why would I be jealous of you? You're not worthy. Luo Qingqiu smiled triumphantly and stopped paying attention to Mu Wangking. Instead, she shyly said, honey, let's go. There's no point arguing with them. Let's go home and cuddle. With that, Luo Qingqiu pulled Yi Chen into the car. He didn't resist, and the driver started the car, speeding away. Mu Wangking and her group were left behind, furious. Truthfully, Mu Wangking didn't understand why seeing Yi Chen with another woman made her so angry. She had divorced Yi Chen. So why was she upset? Why did it feel like her favorite toy had been snatched away? Seeing Mu Wangking's sour expression, Mu Fei quickly said, sis, don't be mad. Only blind women would fall for trash like Yi Chen. I think that woman must be someone he hired to act. If you believe them, you're falling into their trap. Li Qiang, who had been silent, also chimed in, exactly, Wangking. There's no need to get upset over that pair of clowns. Mu Wangking's thoughts were jumbled, and she said irritably, enough. Don't say any more. I'm tired. I'm going home to rest. Inside the luxury car, Luo Qingqiu was still holding Yi Chen's arm, her hand not letting go. The atmosphere felt a bit awkward. Breaking the silence, Yi Chen said, ah, your hand. Luo Qingqiu quickly retracted her hand, as if she had been shocked, her face turning red. Mr. Yi, you're not angry, are you? Yi Chen said, why would I be angry? Luo Qingqiu replied awkwardly, it's just that. I couldn't stand how they were talking about you, Mr. Yi, so I couldn't help but pretend to be your girlfriend. Yi Chen gave a faint smile and said, don't worry, I'm not angry. Luo Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest and said, that's good to hear. Yi Chen nodded and smiled, all right then, let's go. Mr. Yi, where are you going? Luo Qingqiu asked expectantly. You wanted me to treat your grandfather's illness earlier, didn't you? Since I'm already in your car, let's go take a look, Yi Chen said with a light smile. Hearing his words, Luo Qingqiu was overjoyed. She had given up hope earlier after Yi Chen refused, but unexpectedly, Mu Wangking and the others' presence seemed to change his mind. Luo Qingqiu exclaimed excitedly, that's great. Thank you so much. Soon Yi Chen and Luo Qingqiu arrived at the Luo family estate. The Luo family was one of the top aristocratic families in Yun City, with their villa located in the lush hills on the outskirts of the city. The estate had its own wide, specially constructed road, and security guards patrolled every few steps. But upon entering, the grand and luxurious hall came into view. The vintage lighting reflected off the walls, exuding a sense of romance and solemnity. Following Luo Qingqiu through an antique, narrow corridor lined with black marble floors polished to a mirror finish, they arrived at a bedroom. Inside, an elderly man lay unconscious on the bed, surrounded by 7 or 8 doctors in white coats who were busy working. It was clear that the Luo family status allowed them to summon doctors to their home instead of going to a hospital. These doctors were unfamiliar to Yi Chen, but anyone familiar with Yun City's medical community would have been shocked. Among these doctors were some of the most renowned specialists in the city, whose appointments were almost impossible to book. Especially notable was the leading doctor, a man in his 50s or 60s named Zhou Runyuan. Zhou Runyuan was no ordinary figure. As one of Yun City's top physicians, he was considered a legend at the first hospital of Yun City. With decades of experience, he had successfully treated countless patients. Moreover, he was a rare dual expert in both traditional Chinese and Western medicine. Whenever members of Yun City's wealthy families fell ill, they would go to great lengths to invite Zhou Runyuan. Luo Qingqiu led Yi Chen into the room. Dr. Zhou, how is my grandfather? Luo Qingqiu asked worriedly. Ah, the illness came on very suddenly. The current situation is not good. Although it has been temporarily stabilized, further treatment is urgently needed. Additionally, Mr. Luo remains in a coma and has a high likelihood of becoming a vegetative state, Zhou Runyuan said with a sigh. Luo Qingqiu panicked and said, how could this be? My grandfather was fine before, and his 80th birthday celebration is coming up. How could he become a vegetative state? Zhou Runyuan replied, Ms. Luo, forget attending the birthday banquet. Given his condition, it's hard to say if he will wake up within a year. What? Hearing this, Luo Qingqiu was utterly stunned. Her grandfather had always been in good health. The news that he might become a vegetative state completely shocked her. She said anxiously, that's impossible. My grandfather has always been healthy. Dr. Zhou, could you have made a mistake? At these words, Zhou Ruanyuan's expression darkened with a hint of anger. He was a highly respected physician in Yun City, sought after by dozens of wealthy families. His confidence in his medical skills was unwavering. Hearing Luo Qingqiu's doubt, Zhou Ruanyun snorted and said, "Miss Luo, are you questioning my medical expertise? Do you think I would deliberately exaggerate your grandfather's condition?" Realizing she had been overly anxious, Luo Qingqiu quickly apologized, saying, "Dr. Zhou, that's not what I meant. I was just HMPF. There's no need to explain." Zhou Ruanyun said with a displeased expression, "If you don't trust my skills, you're welcome to consult other doctors." His remark carried the weight of his reputation. In Yun City, Zhou Ruanyun's skills were considered unparalleled. If even he couldn't treat a condition, other doctors would refuse to even attempt it upon hearing his name. However, upon hearing his words, Luo Qingqiu remembered Yi Chen. She had been so flustered earlier that she had almost forgotten about him. She immediately turned around and walked toward Yi Chen. Zhou Ruanyun didn't take Yi Chen seriously at all, assuming he was a junior member of the Luo family. But when Luo Qingqiu approached Yi Chen, she respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, could you take a look at my grandfather? I can't lose him. Please, I beg you to save him." The scene immediately fell silent. Even the busy doctors stopped in astonishment. What was going on? Had Luo Qingqiu gone mad? Zhou Ruanyun, Yun City's top physician, was right there, yet she was turning to a young man for help? Was she deliberately undermining Zhou Ruanyun's authority? Just moments ago, Zhou Ruanyun had declared that Mr. Luo would likely become a vegetative state. Now, she was asking a young man to treat him. Could he even manage such a case? Zhou Ruanyun's face darkened further, his anger growing. Feeling humiliated, he coldly snorted and said, "Miss Luo, what is the meaning of this? If you don't respect my skills, you could have said so outright. There's no need to insult me like this." Luo Qingqiu was taken aback and said, "Dr. Zhou, didn't you just suggest I consult other doctors for their opinions?" Zhou Ruanyun angrily retorted, "Yes, I did say that, but I meant consulting established experts in the medical field. Asking this young man to treat your grandfather, isn't that implying that my skills are inferior to his?" Luo Qingqiu hadn't considered this perspective. She only knew from Zhao Yunhai that Yi Chen's medical skills were exceptional, so she had gone to great lengths to invite him. Frowning, Luo Qingqiu replied, "Knowledge has no boundaries, and those who excel are teachers. Mr. Yi is highly skilled in medicine. Why can't he treat my grandfather?" Hearing this, Zhou Ruanyun let out a mocking laugh. "Him? He looks like a fresh medical school graduate. What skills could he possibly have? I've already diagnosed Mr. Luo's condition. He will become a vegetative state and won't wake up for at least a year. Go ahead and ask him where is my diagnosis wrong." Faced with Zhou Ruanyun's anger, Luo Qingqiu was momentarily speechless. Just as everyone thought Yi Chen would remain silent, he suddenly spoke. "Not only is your diagnosis wrong, but it's completely off the mark. In my opinion, Mr. Luo won't become a vegetative state." The room erupted in gasps of disbelief. What? This young man had the audacity to openly challenge Zhou Ruanyun's diagnosis? Before anyone could react further, Yi Chen added, "Because he won't live long enough to become a vegetative state. If nothing changes, Mr. Luo will die within an hour." What? Everyone was stunned by Yi Chen's words, staring at him in disbelief. Where did this guy come from? His audacity was beyond imagination. Not only did he overturn Zhou Ruanyun's diagnosis, but he also boldly claimed that old Master Luo would die within an hour. This was outright nonsense. Ha ha ha. Zhou Ruanyun laughed angrily and pointed at Yi Chen. "Miss Luo, is this the miracle doctor you invited? You must have been deceived. Such a clown is utterly laughable." Luo Qingqiu, equally shocked, muttered in disbelief, "My grandfather will die? This is simply ridiculous." Zhou Ruanyun sneered. "This kid probably can't even understand medical instruments. Although old Master Luo is in a coma, the instruments show that his vital signs are stable, with no immediate danger. Even if you don't trust my medical skills, can you distrust the machines?" The surrounding doctors also became indignant, voicing their criticism of Yi Chen. "Exactly. Kid, if you're going to cheat people, at least be convincing. Look at the monitors, the vital signs are completely stable. How can there be a life-threatening situation? You probably don't even know the basics of pathology. Miss Luo, this is about old Master Luo's life. Don't trust this charlatan." Zhou Ruanyun glared at Yi Chen and asked, "Kid, which medical school did you graduate from?" Yi Chen remained calm and replied, "I didn't go to medical school." The room erupted into mocking laughter. Zhou Ruanyun snorted. Then where do you work? Do you have a medical license? Shrugging, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, I don't make a living as a doctor, so I don't have a medical license. Smack. Zhou Runyuan slammed the table in anger. Nonsense. This is outrageous. You have no medical license, no formal training, yet you dare to spout such nonsense here? Believe me, I can call the police to have you arrested. Miss Luo, do you still want to trust him? Luo Qingqiu felt conflicted. This was her first time meeting Yi Chen. She only trusted him because of the information she had heard from Zhao Yunhai, but deep down she was uncertain. After all, Yi Chen was too young, lacked formal training, and had no medical license. It was simply too outrageous. Hesitating, she said, I don't know. Zhou Ruanyun coldly declared, Kid, if you don't leave immediately, I'll call the police. Remember, medical skills are for saving lives, not for conning people. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, I don't have certificates, but my skills surpass yours by far. I'll say this, if I don't intervene, Luo Mingcheng will die for sure. Ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. Zhou Runyun was convinced Yi Chen was a fraud. He turned to Luo Qingqiu and said, Miss Luo, make your choice, either let him treat old Master Luo, and I'll leave immediately, or keep me here and kick him out. There's no room for both. On one side was the renowned expert Zhou Ruanyun, and on the other was Yi Chen, who had no qualifications. For a moment, Luo Qingqiu didn't know what to do. Under pressure from Zhou Ruanyun, she chose to believe in Yi Chen, saying, Dr. Zhou, why can't we let Mr. Yi stay and help treat my grandfather? I believe he's not a fraud. Zhou Ruanyun snorted. Let him stay? Does he deserve it? Since you don't trust me, I'll leave at once. At that moment, a middle-aged couple entered the room, having overheard the conversation outside. The man, furious, stormed in. Without a word, he slapped Luo Qingqiu hard across the face. Smack. Dang. The sudden slap startled everyone. Luo Qingqiu clutched her cheek, looking aggrieved, and asked, Dad, why did you hit me? The man was Luo Qingqiu's father, Luo Mingyuan. In recent years, due to old Master Luo's health, the family business had been managed solely by Luo Mingyuan, his only son. When old Master Luo fell ill, Luo Mingyuan immediately returned from abroad, where he had been negotiating contracts. Upon arriving home, he encountered the earlier scene. Luo Mingyuan scolded angrily, Luo Qingqiu, are you insane? Do you want to kill your grandfather? How could I harm Grandpa? Luo Qingqiu protested indignantly. Luo Mingyuan retorted furiously, who is Dr. Zhou? He's the best doctor in Yun City. Yet you trust him less than some random kid who hasn't even been to medical school. Are you out of your mind? If something happens to your grandfather, can you take responsibility? Feeling wronged, Luo Qingqiu said, Dad, I went through great lengths to invite Mr. Yi, his medical skills. Before she could finish, Luo Mingyuan interrupted with a cold snort, enough. He turned to Yi Chen and said icily, Kid, I don't care what your intentions are, but know this, you'll get nothing from the Luo family. Yi Chen smirked and said, the Luo family? Such arrogance. If it weren't for Luo Qingqiu's plea, do you think I would have come here? Seeing Yi Chen's defiance, Luo Mingyuan held back further anger and took out a bank card, handing it to Yi Chen. This card has 100,000 yuan. Take the money and leave immediately. Also, stay away from Qingqiu. Do you understand? 100,000 yuan? Yi Chen chuckled. Originally, Luo Mingcheng's condition had nothing to do with him. Had it not been for Luo Qingqiu's request, the Luo family wouldn't even qualify to seek his help. With a dark expression, Yi Chen said, I don't want your money. But mark my words, soon you'll be kneeling before me, begging for help. With that, Yi Chen turned and walked out. Luo Qingqiu hurried after him, calling Mr. Yi. Seeing her persistence, Luo Mingyuan roared, Luo Qingqiu, if you follow him, don't consider me your father anymore. Luo Qingqiu froze in her tracks, turned back and shouted angrily, Dad, you don't even realize what you've done wrong. You're the one putting Grandpa in danger. I hate you. She then ran after Yi Chen. Luo Mingyuan, fuming, suppressed his anger and turned to Dr. Zhu. Dr. Zhu, I apologize for the scene. My daughter has been spoiled. My father's condition is now entirely in your hands. Zhou Ruanyun smiled faintly. Don't worry, Mr. Luo. I know old Master Luo's condition well. I'll do my best to ensure his recovery. As for that kid's claim that he'll die, it's nothing but a joke. Before Zhou could finish speaking, suddenly, old Master Luo, who had been lying unconscious, abruptly sat up. His face contorted in pain, pale as a sheet. Vomiting violently, he spewed a mouthful of black blood. Blood began to flow from his eyes, nose, and ears. His body convulsed violently, and he let out sharp, ear-piercing screams of agony. What? The sight of blood flowing from all 7 orifices shocked everyone in the room. Zhou Runyun was especially stunned. Hadn't old Master Luo already entered a vegetative state? What was going on? Yi Chen and Luo Qingqiu hadn't gone far, and also witnessed the scene. Both of them immediately stopped in their tracks. Luo Qingqiu rushed back into the room, crying loudly, "Grandpa, how could this happen? What's going on? Why is my father vomiting blood?" Luo Mingyuan asked urgently. Dr. Zhou, quickly check him. Zhou Ruanyun was equally taken aback. Old Master Luo's condition had been stable, so why had it suddenly deteriorated? However, as an experienced doctor, he quickly responded, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." He rushed to old Master Luo's side and began emergency treatment. Soon, the bleeding stopped, and old Master Luo fell back into unconsciousness. Zhou Ruanyun wiped the sweat from his forehead, but he couldn't shake the unease in his heart. Old Master Luo's sudden deterioration was an extremely dangerous sign. This abrupt vomiting of blood essentially overturned his previous diagnosis. After all, a person in a vegetative state wouldn't suddenly wake up and vomit blood. Zhou Runyun was deeply shaken, and he suddenly recalled Yi Chen's earlier words. Could it be that he had been wrong? As old Master Luo's attending physician, if something happened to the old man under his care, his career might be ruined. Realizing this, Zhou Ruanyun hurried to Luo Mingyuan and said, "Mr. Luo, the old man's condition is very serious. It's best to arrange for an airlift to the capital military hospital immediately, or the consequences will be unimaginable." Luo Mingyuan, unsure of what to do, asked, "How much time do we have?" Zhou Ruanyun awkwardly replied, "At most 1 hour." At that moment, everyone in the room gasped. Just moments ago, Zhou Ruanyun had confidently stated that old Master Luo wouldn't face any life-threatening conditions for at least a year. In contrast, Yi Chen had boldly declared that old Master Luo wouldn't survive the hour. Suddenly, Luo Qingqiu erupted in fury, screaming, "Dad, what are you still hesitating for? It's obvious that Dr. Zhou's diagnosis was wrong. Yi Chen was right all along. Let Yi Chen treat Grandpa, or it'll be too late." At that moment, Luo Mingyuan also began to reconsider. Indeed, Zhou Ruanyun, as the attending physician, had misdiagnosed the condition, leaving them without a treatment plan. In contrast, Yi Chen had predicted this outcome from the start. The answer to who was more capable was obvious. Luo Mingyuan quickly turned to Yi Chen and said, "Young man, didn't you say you could treat him? Please help my father." Seeing Luo Mingyuan's change in attitude, Yi Chen gave a faint smile. To be honest, Yi Chen had only come because of Luo Qingqiu. For him, treating someone was about destiny. In this world, countless people hope to have Yi Chen treat them, including the heads of some of the most prominent families worldwide. Yet even these top-tier families had to consider whether they were qualified to seek Yi Chen's help. But Luo Mingyuan, with his arrogant and commanding tone, acted as though Yi Chen was someone who could be summoned at will. Yi Chen remained still and said coldly, "Why should I treat him?" The room fell silent at Yi Chen's words. Wasn't he being too arrogant? This was the Luo family. Luo Mingyuan frowned deeply. As the head of the Luo family, he wielded immense power and controlled vast wealth. He was used to having his orders obeyed without question. In his eyes, Yi Chen might have medical skills, but he was just a doctor, someone who wouldn't dare defy him. Frowning, Luo Mingyuan said, "What do you mean? Do you want money? If you can cure my father, just name your price." At this moment, Zhou Ruanyun spoke up, "Mr. Luo, don't believe him. He's just making wild guesses. He can't possibly have any real skill. I advise you to arrange for a helicopter immediately, or it'll be too late." Hearing this, Luo Qingqiu couldn't hold back her anger anymore. "Zhou Ruanyun, stop trying to sow discord. If something happens to my grandfather, I'll never forgive you." Zhou Ruanyun snorted, "Miss Luo? I'm a doctor, not a miracle worker. Old Master Luo's condition is extremely complicated, and it's normal if I can't cure him. I'm just warning you not to be deceived. If you let that kid treat him and something goes wrong, don't blame me." Ignoring Zhou Ruanyun, Luo Qingqiu turned to her father and said, "Dad, apologize to Yi Chen immediately. If he doesn't act, Grandpa will die. Is that what you want?" Luo Mingyuan frowned. Asking him, the head of the Luo family, to apologize to Yi Chen was too humiliating. "You want me to apologize to him? Luo Qingqiu said, "Dad, let me tell you. He's the Mr. Yi Zhao Yinhai mentioned." "What?" Luo Mingyuan's eyes widened in shock. "The most mysterious figure in Yun City? The man even Zhao Yunhai treated with the utmost reverence?" Luo Mingyuan was utterly shaken. He had planned to invite this enigmatic figure to old Master Luo's birthday banquet. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that this powerful, mysterious Mr. Yi was the seemingly ordinary young man standing before him. Luo Mingyuan's body trembled as he walked over to Yi Chen and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me." Yi Chen's expression remained indifferent, and he didn't respond. Gritting her teeth, Luo Qingqiu knelt before Yi Chen, bowing her head to the ground. "Mr. Yi, please, save my grandfather. If you don't agree, I'll keep kneeling until you do." She slammed her head to the ground so hard that her forehead began to bleed. Luo Mingyuan hesitated for a moment, but then knelt down as well, pleading, "Mr. Yi, please save my father." The sight left everyone in the room stunned. The influential Luo family, kneeling before Yi Chen, all for the chance to have him treat old Master Luo. Zhou Ruanyon's expression turned sour. He was Yun City's most renowned doctor, yet he had never received such treatment. What made Yi Chen so special? He couldn't help but sneer, "You don't need to humble yourselves. That kid knows nothing. Medical skills reveal themselves as soon as one begins. Ask him, does he even dare to try?" Just as everyone thought Yi Chen wouldn't accept, Yi Chen calmly said, "Out of respect for Qingqiu, I'll do it." As soon as Yi Chen spoke, the surrounding doctors couldn't hold back their mocking laughter. Yi Chen was even younger than their assistants at the hospital, yet he had the audacity to claim he could treat this condition. "Wow, kid, you've got some guts. Even Dr. Zhou doesn't have confidence in this case, and you're stepping up. Are you crazy? Do you even know what could happen if you fail?" "Exactly. Who do you think you are? Without a medical license, you're treating this like a common cold that goes away in 7 days without medicine but takes a week with it. If this treatment goes wrong and someone dies, you'll pay for it. This is just ignorance, pure ignorance." Zhou Ruanyon glanced at Yi Chen with disdain. In his opinion, old Master Luo's condition was extremely precarious, and the chance of a cure was slim. Conveniently, Yi Chen had stepped up at the perfect moment, making it easy to shift all responsibility onto him. Turning to Luo Mingyuan, Zhou Ruanyun said, "Mr. Luo, I strongly advise against letting someone without even a medical license treat old Master Luo. If you insist, let me make it clear, if anything happens, it has nothing to do with me." Luo Qingqiu snorted coldly. "The treatment hasn't even started, and you're already shirking responsibility. I trust Mr. Yi, and if anything happens, we'll take full responsibility." Zhou Ruanyon's face stiffened. While this approach might cause the Luo family to marginalize him in the future, it was a small price to pay compared to bearing the blame or ruining his career. He glanced at Yi Chen with disdain, thinking to himself that this boy was only seeking attention. When things went wrong, he would have to face the consequences. In Zhou Ruanyon's eyes, old Master Luo's condition was beyond saving. Yi Chen ignored Zhou Ruanyon's gaze and approached the bed to examine old Master Luo. "Kid," Zhou Ruanyon sneered, "putting on a show, are you? Can you even tell what the problem is?" Yi Chen asked calmly, "Did old Master Luo serve in the military?" Luo Qingqiu immediately nodded. "Yes, my grandfather served in the military and even fought in wars." "Mr. Yi, how did you know?" Zhou Ruanyon laughed mockingly. "Are you diagnosing or fortune-telling?" Yi Chen chuckled lightly. "Old Master Luo, due to his age, has multiple complications that have led to a cerebral infarction, causing his coma. In most cases, this condition would result in a vegetative state." As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, everyone froze. Several doctors couldn't help but mock him. "Didn't you just repeat Dr. Zhou's diagnosis? I thought you had real skills, but you're just parroting." Yi Chen snorted. "Dr. Zhou's diagnosis is incorrect because he only identified part of the issue. The cerebral infarction is merely a trigger. The true cause of old Master Luo's sudden deterioration is an old gunshot wound he sustained in his youth. Although the bullet was removed, the incomplete medical treatment at the time left lingering issues that, over the years, worsened and ultimately triggered this life-threatening cerebral infarction." At those words, Zhou Ruanyon fell silent. He had always looked down on Yi Chen, thinking he was just a show-off. But after hearing Yi Chen's analysis, he realized this young man might not be so simple. As old Master Luo's attending physician, Zhou Ruanyon was aware of the old injury. However, he had never connected a decades-old gunshot wound to the current condition. Was Yi Chen's theory plausible? Yes, it was highly relevant. Shocked, Zhou Ruanyun looked at Yi Chen and frowned. If what you're saying is true, then old Master Luo is beyond saving. Yi Chen smiled faintly as a cold gleam flashed in his hand. He produced a set of silver needles. Seeing this, Zhou Ruanyun was astonished. You know acupuncture? Yi Chen didn't answer. He moved swiftly to old Master Luo's side and began inserting the needles with precision and speed, targeting specific acupuncture points. His movements were fluid, forming a pattern reminiscent of the Taiji 8 trigrams. The surrounding doctors were dumbfounded. Just moments ago they had mocked Yi Chen, but now, seeing his acupuncture skills, they realized that such mastery couldn't be achieved without decades of training. Acupuncture isn't easy. It requires identifying precise acupuncture points, a task that defeats many. But Yi Chen didn't need to double-check. A single glance was enough for him to locate the points accurately. This stunned the entire room. Among them, no one was more shocked than Zhou Ruanyun. As a dual-trained doctor in both Western and traditional Chinese medicine, he had grown up in a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. He had studied acupuncture for decades, yet Yi Chen's technique was on another level, perfect, refined to its very essence. Even more astonishing was that Zhou Ruanyun recognized the method Yi Chen was using. It was an ancient technique he had only read about in old texts. 2. Yi Divine Needle. Zhou Ruanyun stammered in disbelief. Yi Chen glanced at him briefly and said indifferently, "Oh, you've got some knowledge. You actually recognize the Tai Yi Divine Needle." Hearing this confirmation, Zhou Ruanyun's entire body trembled. This legendary lost technique was said to have miraculous abilities, capable of reviving the dead and healing mortal injuries. And now, a young man was performing it before his very eyes. If this were to spread, it would shake the entire traditional Chinese medicine community and cause an uproar across the country. Meanwhile, Yi Chen continued his treatment without pause. Each needle was perfectly aligned with the principles of Taiji and the natural order, striking the precise acupuncture points at lightning speed. Finally, after placing the 9th needle, Yi Chen's eyes flashed sharply. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, waved his hand and said, "It's done." As his words fell, old Master Luo, who had been unconscious, slowly opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. The room fell silent. He had woken up. Old Master Luo was awake. The sight left everyone dumbfounded. Even Zhou Ruanyun felt goosebumps all over. In his eyes, old Master Luo had been one step into the grave. Even with the best facilities at the capital military hospital, a cure seemed impossible. But in less than 10 minutes, Yi Chen had brought old Master Luo back from the brink of death. What kind of skill was this? Could Yi Chen truly be a god? Cough, cough. The frail sound of old Master Luo coughing caught everyone's attention. Luo Mingyuan and Luo Qingqiu immediately rushed to his bedside. Luo Qingqiu asked anxiously, "Grandfather, are you okay?" Old Master Luo glanced at her, seemingly wanting to speak. However, his body was too weak. He struggled but failed to utter a single word. Luo Qingqiu turned to Yi Chen in concern. "Mr. Yi, how is my grandfather?" Yi Chen replied, "Don't worry. I used silver needles to stimulate old Master Luo and wake him temporarily. However, his body is still very weak and needs rest. After following the prescription I'll provide, he should recover in a few days." Hearing this, Luo Qingqiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Yi, thank you so much. I don't know what we would have done without you." Luo Minyuan also expressed his gratitude respectfully. "Indeed, Mr. Ye, you've saved my father. You are the benefactor of the Luo family. I deeply regret my earlier behavior. Please forgive me for any offense I caused." Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not that petty. I won't hold it against you." At this moment, the father and daughter of the Luo family were full of gratitude toward Yi Chen. On the other hand, Zhou Ruanyun, old Master Luo's attending physician, stood awkwardly on the side. He had always taken great pride in his medical skills, believing that no one in Yun City could surpass him. But now, after witnessing Yi Chen's miraculous medical abilities, he felt as if his worldview had been completely shattered. The arrogance he once held had vanished entirely. He felt too ashamed to speak, and the mocking remarks he had made earlier now filled him with a burning embarrassment. He just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Yi Chen glanced at Zhou Ruanyun and said calmly, "Dr. Zhou." Startled, Zhou Ruanyun quickly looked up, forcing a guilty smile. "Ah. Mr. Yi, do you need something?" Yi Chen smiled faintly. "I'll prepare a prescription shortly. Since you're well versed in traditional Chinese medicine, you'll be responsible for sourcing the herbs. Old Master Luo is still very weak, so you must be meticulous in your care. Zhou Ruanyun was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. Moments ago he had mocked Yi Chen, saying all sorts of harsh words. By all accounts Yi Chen could have humiliated him in return. Instead, Yi Chen entrusted him with further treatment for old Master Luo. Feeling utterly humbled, Zhou Ruanyun asked, "Mr. Yi, after everything I said to you, aren't you angry? Why would you still let me stay and assist?" Yi Chen chuckled lightly. Angry? If I got angry over such trivial things, I'd spend my whole life seething. This statement left everyone present in awe. What composure! What magnanimity! The demeanor Yi Chen displayed seemed far beyond what one would expect from someone in their early 20s. Even Luo Mingjuan, who considered himself a man of stature and authority, realized that compared to Yi Chen, he was merely a small fish in a vast ocean. Feeling deeply ashamed, Zhou Ruanyun said, "Mr. Yi, your magnanimity is extraordinary. I'm truly humbled. I've practiced medicine my whole life and thought I was unmatched after curing a few difficult cases. But after witnessing your skills today, I've realized how vast the field of medicine truly is." Yi Chen replied calmly, "Don't belittle yourself. Your skills are good, but there's always room for improvement. Medicine is a boundless field. Only through continuous learning can one truly progress." Bowing deeply, Zhou Ruanyun said, "Thank you for your guidance." As one of the most renowned doctors in Yun City, Zhou Ruanyun was typically the one teaching others. To see him now humbly bowing and receiving instruction like a student was a testament to the profound impact Yi Chen's skills had on him. Yi Chen gestured toward Luo Qingqiu. "Qingqiu, bring me pen and paper. I'll prepare the prescription." Luo Qingqiu quickly retrieved a set of writing tools and laid out a sheet of paper. Yi Chen paused briefly in thought before fluidly writing down the prescription. His strokes were smooth and forceful, and his handwriting exuded a natural elegance. Impressive calligraphy. The spectators were astonished. Not only was Yi Chen a skilled doctor, but his calligraphy, written with a traditional brush, was stunning. In an age dominated by pens and keyboards, his mastery of such a refined skill left everyone in awe. Even more shocking was the content of the prescription. When Yi Chen handed it to Zhou Ruanyun, the latter's brows furrowed in concentration as he examined it. Despite his extensive knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, he couldn't help but be astounded by Yi Chen's formulation. "This is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant," Zhou Ruanyun exclaimed. "Mr. Yi, this prescription is a masterpiece. May I keep a copy of it? I have colleagues at the Traditional Chinese Medicine Academy who would undoubtedly be inspired by it." Yi Chen nodded. "Go ahead." Bowing respectfully, Zhou Ruanyun replied, "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Father and daughter Luo Mingyuan and Luo Qingqiu exchanged glances. They had witnessed firsthand how Zhou Ruanyun, once arrogant, had been humbled to the point of behaving like an obedient student. This only deepened their respect for Yi Chen. After completing his work, Yi Chen said, "Old Master Luo's condition has stabilized. There's no need for me to stay any longer. I'll take my leave." Luo Mingyuan quickly interjected, "Mr. Yi, why not stay for a meal? I can arrange it right away." Yi Chen shook his head. "No need. I'm busy." Reluctantly, Luo Mingyuan said, "Very well. Qingqiu, see Mr. Yi out." Luo Qingqiu escorted Yi Chen to the entrance of a familiar neighborhood where his former sister-in-law, Mu Qingqiu, lived. After bidding her farewell, Yi Chen ascended the stairs and unlocked the door to the apartment. As the door swung open, he was greeted by the sight of his former mother-in-law and Mu Fei. His brows furrowed as he asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" Zhao Lan, Yi Chen's former mother-in-law, glared at him with a furious expression, like a shrew, and shouted, "Why am I here? This is my daughter's home. Can't I come if I want to?" Mu Fei chimed in arrogantly, "Exactly. This is my second sister's house and I can come whenever I want. But you, shameless as ever, got divorced from my eldest sister, and now you're here trying to freeload off my second sister? You really think you're something, don't you?" Yi Chen looked at Mu Fei coldly, his voice icy. "You better watch your mouth. If it weren't for the fact that we have some history, I'd beat you to death." Mu Fei showed no fear and sneered. "Oh, look at you, you useless piece of trash. Now you're even daring to threaten me? If you're so tough, go ahead, hit me. What a joke." Yi Chen's eyes turned frosty, his piercing gaze radiating an aura that sent chills down Mu Fei's spine. For a moment, Mu Fei felt a pang of fear in his heart. Yi Chen's gaze was terrifying, as if he truly intended to kill someone. However, when he remembered that Yi Chen was just a useless loser, Mu Fei felt ashamed of his own momentary fear. He coughed awkwardly and said, "Why are you glaring at me? Do it again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. At that moment, Qingqiu returned from work and walked in just in time to hear Mu Fei's words. She scolded angrily, Mu Fei, what are you doing? Brother-in-law has already moved out of the Mu family. Why can't you leave him alone? Mu Fei turned his head disdainfully and said, second sister, he and eldest sister are already divorced. What brother-in-law? Don't call him that nonsense. Zhao Lan also sneered, exactly. Qingqiu, are you even part of this family? Why do you always go against us? Now you're letting this useless trash live here. If word gets out, what will people think of our family? Qingqiu retorted angrily, Mom, you're all being ridiculous. Do you even know who brother-in-law truly is? Qingqiu tried to reason with her family, but Zhao Lan cut her off impatiently. Enough. Stop talking. He might be a treasure to you, but to us he's nothing but garbage. Today we're here to deal with him, so stay out of it. Qingqiu was furious, questioning how her family could be so blind. Years ago, Qingqiu had left the family to escape their constant interference and competition within the family. She had started her own business and, in doing so, gained access to insights that the rest of the Mu family couldn't see. For instance, Yi Chen. While she didn't know Yi Chen's full background, she understood one thing clearly: the Mu family's rise over the past 3 years was entirely due to Yi Chen. Without him, the family would still be struggling in the mire. She had mentioned this to her parents before, but Zhao Lan and the others refused to listen. They were convinced Yi Chen was just a useless freeloader, a laughable misunderstanding. Ignoring Qingqiu, Zhao Lan stepped up to Yi Chen and demanded, you trash, you hit young master like Qingqiu, didn't you? Yi Chen glanced at Zhao Lan dismissively. Yes, I hit him. So what? He deserved it. Zhao Lan exploded with rage. Of course you can't hit him. Who do you think you are? Do you know that if it weren't for Wang Qing pleading on your behalf, young Master Li could crush you with a flick of his finger? I don't know what you're so smug about. Yi Chen sneered. I don't need anyone to plead for me. If he wants revenge, let him come. I'll be waiting. Zhao Lan huffed furiously. Enough. I know what kind of person you are. Stop pretending to be tough. I'm not here to negotiate with you, I'm here to tell you. Go to the Lai family immediately, kneel before young Master Lai, and apologize. At least 10 kowtows. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh at her audacity. Zhao Lan had truly overestimated herself. Even if he were still married to Mu Wangqing, he wouldn't kneel to Li Qiang, let alone now. Scoffing, Yi Chen said. Why should I kowtow to him? Are you out of your mind? Zhao Lan exploded again. Yi Chen, don't act so ungrateful. Let me tell you, the Luo family patriarch's birthday banquet is coming up in a few days, and young Master Li has secured us an invitation. If you offend him, and he decides not to take us, who will bear the consequences? If you don't go apologize, I won't let this slide. Mu Fei joined in, shouting, exactly. Yi Chen, know your place. Young Master Li has helped us secure a 2 billion yuan contract, and even introduced us to the most powerful Luo family in Yun City. Compared to him, you're nothing but trash. Today you'll kneel whether you like it or not. Qingqiu couldn't hold back any longer. Mom. Mu Fei. You're going too far. Zhao Lan shot back, too far. Do you know what kind of status the Luo family holds in Yun City? Getting close to them is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Compared to that, making Yi Chen kowtow a few times is nothing. Yi Chen chuckled mockingly. Ridiculous. The Luo family may seem important to you, but they're nothing to me. If anyone needs to kneel, it's you. Li Qiang isn't even qualified for me to notice, let alone kowtow to him. Zhao Lan was livid. Yi Chen, don't push your luck. I know you're divorced from Wangqing and probably struggling to survive now. If you kneel and apologize today, and we secure our connection to the Luo family, I'll even give you 500,000 yuan. 500,000 yuan? Yi Chen smirked, finding it laughable. The Mu family truly underestimated him. When Mu Wangqing filed for divorce, she had offered him 5 million yuan as part of the settlement, and he hadn't even blinked at it. Scoffing, Yi Chen replied, 500,000? That's a lot of money, isn't it? Do you know that with just one word from me, every wealthy family in Yun City would line up to hand me money? The Luo family begged me to attend their banquet. And as for your so-called young Master Lei, he's not even worth a second glance. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhao Lan and Mu Fei froze momentarily before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that, Mom? This trash is completely delusional. All the wealthy families in Yun City lining up to give you money. You probably can't even scrape together 1,000 yuan. The Luo family begging you to attend their banquet? Why not say Luo Mingyuan himself is kneeling and kowtowing to you? Their mocking laughter filled the room. Yi Chen frowned slightly and said calmly, "You're right. Luo Mingyuan did kneel before me." Yi Chen was merely stating a fact. Earlier today, the father and daughter of the Luo family had indeed knelt to beg him to treat old Master Luo. To him, this was nothing out of the ordinary. After all, while the Luo family held significant power in Yun City, they were nothing in Yi Chen's eyes. However, his composed response left everyone in the room stunned. After a brief silence, the room erupted with laughter, so loud it seemed to shake the roof. "Are you serious, Yi Chen? I was joking, but you actually believed it. Luo Mingyuan knelt to you? Do you even know who Luo Mingyuan is? You're not even qualified to shine his shoes." Madness. Absolute madness. If the Luo family heard this, you'd be dead 10 times over. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Lan and Yu Fei as if they were fools. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, "Forget it. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you." Mu Fei sneered. "What? Exposed and now you're chickening out? Truly shameless." Zhao Lan ridiculed, "Yi Chen, if you won't go apologize to young Master Lai, I'll tell Wanking not to plead for you anymore. When Li retaliates, don't come crying to us." Standing nearby, Mu Qingqiu couldn't hold back any longer. She stepped in front of Yi Chen and said impatiently, "That's enough, Mom. We need to rest. Please leave. The ones who will regret it may not be who you think." Zhao Lan snorted. "Qingqiu, I'm your mother, and you're a member of the Mu family. Whose side are you on?" Mu Qingqiu replied, "Of course, I'm on brother-in-law's side. He's the one you've wronged." Zhao Lan snorted again. "Fine. If you want to side with outsiders, don't bother coming back to the Mu family. Let me tell you, soon, our family will rise to prominence and enter Yun City's elite circles. If you keep supporting this loser Yi Chen, it's only a matter of time before you regret it." Mu Fei chimed in, "Second sister, we've received an invitation to old Master Luo's birthday banquet. Do you know what that means? Only by relying on young Master Li did we get this chance. Yi Chen? Even if he had 100 years, he couldn't achieve even 1% of young Master Li's influence." Yi Chen chuckled lightly. "Only people like you would think an invitation from the Luo family is worth anything." Mu Fei scoffed. "Oh really? Big talk. Why don't you tell us you have an invitation too?" Yi Chen replied, "Of course I do. And I'll tell you this, I'm attending Luo Mingcheng's banquet as their most honored guest." Zhao Lan was furious at what she saw as Yi Chen's delusion. The Luo family was a top-tier clan in Yun City. While the Mu family had made progress over the past 3 years, even earning significant profits, they were still far from reaching the upper echelons of society. Old Master Luo's birthday banquet was an event reserved for Yun City's most prominent figures. Invitations weren't something money could buy. Many fought tooth and nail just to secure one. The Mu family had pulled every string but failed. Only through Li Qiang's connections did they finally obtain an invitation. To the Mu family, this elevated Li Qiang to the status of a savior. In comparison, Yi Chen seemed utterly useless, nothing but a braggart. Zhao Lan sneered in disdain. "All right, stop bragging. If you really get an invitation, I'll kneel down and clean your shoes." "Enough, Mom. Just go." Mu Qingqiu couldn't stand it anymore. She pushed Zhao Lan and Mu Fei out the door. Even outside, Zhao Lan and Mu Fei continued cursing and shouting. Mu Qingqiu slammed the door shut and turned to Yi Chen with an apologetic smile. "Brother-in-law, don't mind them. My mom and brother are just too much." Yi Chen smiled faintly. "I'm no longer your brother-in-law. My ties with the Mu family are over. I might move out in the next couple of days." Hearing that Yi Chen planned to leave, Mu Qingqiu panicked. She had never supported his divorce from Mu Wanking and hoped that if Yi Chen stayed, she could mend the relationship between him and her sister. Perhaps they might reconcile. But if Yi Chen left, it would be a disaster for the Mu family. Her family was blinded by their newfound prosperity, mistakenly believing that Li Qiang was their savior. Yet Mu Qingqiu knew the truth. Without Yi Chen, the Mu family would have gone bankrupt years ago. Desperately, she said, "Brother-in-law, please don't leave. Stay here as long as you like." Yi Chen smiled faintly. "We'll see. Rest early, Qingqiu." With that, Yi Chen returned to his room. Mu Qingqiu slumped onto the couch in disappointment. She opened a drawer, taking out a photo of Yi Chen, Mu Wanking and herself. Sighing, she murmured, "Sister, you've always been so smart and beautiful. How could you be so foolish now? Divorcing Yi Chen was the dumbest thing you've ever done. When will you wake up? If I had known things would turn out like this back then." Tears rolled down her cheeks. Back then she had feelings for Yi Chen but silently stepped aside when he got together with her sister. Moving out of the Mu family had been her way of avoiding family conflicts. In truth, she had always envied Mu Wangqing. As the eldest, Mu Wangqing was showered with love and privilege. Whatever she wanted, she got. Perhaps that indulgence had shaped her self-centered personality. Mu Qingqiu firmly believed her sister would regret her decision one day. Lost in thought, Mu Qingqiu eventually fell asleep on the couch. In the following days, Yi Chen kept a low profile, only making a trip to the Luo family. Old Master Luo's health had significantly improved. Though still somewhat weak, he was now able to walk and would be able to attend his birthday banquet without issue. The banquet was scheduled for 6 p.m. that evening. As the patriarch of a prominent family, Old Master Luo's birthday was a grand affair, attracting Yun City's most influential figures. The banquet would undoubtedly be a gathering of wealth and power. Anyone fortunate enough to attend would have plenty to boast about. After examining Old Master Luo, Yi Chen prepared to leave when Luo Qingqiu approached him with a smile. "Mr. Yi, my grandfather's banquet is starting soon. Why don't you ride with me to the venue?" Yi Chen nodded and got into Luo Qingqiu's car. The Luo family banquet was being held at Yunlong Villa. Although Yunlong Villa was located on the outskirts of the city, it encompassed the entire mountain scenery within its premises. The facilities inside were complete in every way, and the security measures were classified as S-level. The luxury of its decor was undoubtedly befitting of a top-tier family in Yun City. The car soon stopped in the parking lot. As Yi Chen and Luo Qingqiu stepped out of the car, before Yi Chen could even take a proper look at the villa, an unfriendly voice rang out, "Well, Yi Chen, you shameless piece of trash, you really dared to come to the Luo family banquet, huh?" Zhao Lan glanced at Luo Qingqiu and then at the fiery red Ferrari Yi Chen had stepped out of. Recognizing the car's luxury, she let out a mocking laugh and said, "Now I get it, so that's why you were so confident yesterday. Turns out you've latched onto another rich woman. Looks like you've truly perfected the art of freeloading." Both Yi Chen and Luo Qingqiu frowned simultaneously. Looking over, they saw Mu Wangqing, Li Qiang, Zhao Lan, and Mu Fei. It seemed enemies really did cross paths easily. Mu Wangqing didn't say anything, but her gaze toward Luo Qingqiu was filled with anger and disdain. If seeing Yi Chen with Luo Qingqiu last time had left her indifferent, this time the nature of their relationship was unmistakable. Mu Wangqing took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. Looking at Yi Chen, she said coldly, "Looks like you've truly found a better choice." Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Why? President Mu, we're divorced. Am I not allowed to make better choices?" Mu Wangqing's tone turned icy. "Don't be sarcastic. I'm just saying this for your own good. Try to be more ambitious, or you'll just be abandoned again. That would be embarrassing." Yi Chen retorted, "You think everyone is like you, always abandoning the old for the new?" Mu Wangqing snapped, "When have I ever done that? You're the one who fits that description." Yi Chen pointed at Li Qiang and mocked, "You're no different from me. Haven't you also clung to someone like Li Qiang?" Mu Wangqing was momentarily speechless. Although she had no relationship with Li Qiang, their frequent interactions due to business deals made her proximity to him undeniable. Anger and frustration surged within her. Li Qiang stepped forward, sneering, "Yi Chen, I really underestimated you. Your ability to leech off wealthy women is truly impressive. It's a shame you're not a gigolo." Yi Chen replied coldly, "Shut your mouth, dog. Judging by your sallow complexion, you've been overindulging yourself lately. I'd recommend you get your kidneys checked. At this rate, lasting 3 seconds might be a challenge." Li Qiang's face turned crimson with fury, and his anger boiled over. For a moment he was at a loss for words. Yi Chen's remark had hit a nerve. Lately he had been feeling increasingly fatigued. Previously he could entertain several women at a time, but his endurance had waned drastically. Could there really be an issue with his kidneys? The thought crossed his mind, but there was no way he'd admit it. He shouted furiously, "Bullshit. I'm far better than you freeloading scum." Luo Qingqiu, unable to bear the insults, frowned and said, "Who do you think you are, insulting Mr. Yi? Are you looking for trouble?" Li Qiang instinctively shrank back. While he didn't recognize Luo Qingqiu, he did recognize her car. Anyone who could afford such a vehicle surely had significant backing. He dared not provoke her too much, and simply said, "Miss, let me give you a piece of advice. The man next to you is nothing but trash. Don't let his appearance fool you. Otherwise you might end up losing both your money and your dignity." Luo Qingqiu chuckled. "Oh? If he really wanted to deceive me, I'd be happy to let him. Seeing Luo Qingqiu's smug expression, Mu Wanqing felt a surge of inexplicable anger. She stopped Li Qiang from continuing and said, "That's enough, young Master Li. Let's go." Li Qiang shot a fierce glare at Yi Chen before the group turned and walked into the villa. Luo Qingqiu and Yi Chen also entered. Inside the villa's grand hall, Luo Qingqiu excused herself. "Mr. Yi, please feel free to explore. I have some matters to attend to. I'll join you later." Yi Chen nodded and smiled faintly. "Go ahead." Luo Qingqiu quickly left to handle her hosting duties. As the organizer of the event, she needed to ensure everything was in order. Meanwhile, Yi Chen casually wandered around the hall. Grabbing a glass of red wine, he found a quiet corner to sit in. Everyone present at the banquet was either a wealthy magnate or a powerful figure. In such a gathering, most people mingled in groups, as a single conversation could lead to multi-million or even billion-dollar deals. For those attending, the banquet was both a social event and a chance to expand their influence. However, Yi Chen wasn't interested in such superficial interactions. He preferred to sit alone and enjoy his drink rather than engage in meaningless exchanges. Meanwhile, Zhao Lan and Mu Fei looked around the villa with wide eyes, like country bumpkins visiting a grand estate. Zhao Lan exclaimed enviously, as expected of high society. "Look at that crystal chandelier, probably genuine. Imagine how much that must have cost." Mu Fei swallowed hard and said, "Yeah, and the wine here? Each bottle must cost tens of thousands. And it's unlimited. This is real wealth." Li Qiang smiled faintly and said, "Of course. At gatherings like this, the status has to match. Especially for the Luo family's banquet, you'll get used to it after attending more." Zhao Lan laughed and said, "It's all thanks to you, young Master Li. If not for you, we'd never have the chance to attend such a grand event." Mu Wanqing frowned and said, "Mom, can you and little brother stop acting like you've never seen the world? You're embarrassing us." Zhao Lan quickly covered her mouth, though her eyes couldn't stop darting around. Suddenly, Zhao Lan stopped and pointed. "Hey, look. Isn't that Yi Chen, that piece of trash, sitting there alone?" Mu Fei sneered. "Mom, don't you get it? Yi Chen only got in because of that rich woman. It's such an upscale place, of course, she'd ditch him as soon as they got here." Zhao Lan nodded. "Haha, Yi Chen is so pathetic. Let's go humiliate him." Mu Wanqing took a deep breath and said, "Mom, let it go. Everyone here is either rich or powerful. If you cause a scene, it'll be our family that looks bad." Mu Fei waved her off dismissively. "Sister, what are you afraid of? I just can't stand that freeloader's smug face. If anyone's embarrassed, it'll be him, not us." He grabbed Zhao Lan's arm and strode toward Yi Chen. Mu Wanqing sighed in frustration and reluctantly followed them. Secretly, she was curious to see how things would unfold, and to uncover the nature of Yi Chen's relationship with the woman he had arrived with. Several people deliberately sat down near Yi Chen. Mu Fei glanced at Yi Chen and sneered, "Hey, sitting here all alone? How lonely. Why not go find your little sugar mommy?" Yi Chen rolled his eyes at Mu Fei and replied coldly, "None of your business." Li Qiang furrowed his brow and mocked, "Yi Chen, don't act so smug. Do you think leeching off a rich woman to get in here makes you part of high society? Ha ha ha, as if he could latch onto the elite. He's nothing but a plaything to that sugar mommy. Look, the moment they're in a social gathering, his true colors are exposed." Zhao Lan added with a mocking laugh. The group, who had come happily to the banquet, couldn't stand seeing Yi Chen there. To them, his presence lowered the event's status. They ridiculed him without restraint. Yi Chen chuckled disdainfully and said, "Why would I need to cling to the rich and powerful? It's they who need to cling to me." Ridiculous. Mu Fei burst into laughter. "Yi Chen, do you really think you're someone important? I know you're just trying to impress my sister, but all you're doing is making yourself a joke. Stop pretending. We all know what you're really like. What do you have that anyone would want to cling to?" Zhao Lan scoffed. Yi Chen ignored the two and looked directly at Mu Wanqing. "President Mu, we're divorced. Why do you and your family keep pestering me?" Mu Wanqing sighed. In her eyes, Yi Chen was just trying to show off. Clearly incapable of anything, he had gone to great lengths to attend this banquet, all to win her attention. But to her, his actions were nothing but embarrassing. "Yi Chen," she said, exasperated, "this isn't your circle. Stop forcing yourself in. You won't earn respect through shortcuts. You really should learn from Li Qiang. A man needs strength, ability and status to be taken seriously." Yi Chen gave her a look of disbelief and said mockingly, "You want me to learn from him? That's laughable. Is he even worthy?" Mu Wanqing snapped back, "Can't you stop being so self-centered? I'm saying this for your own good. Don't you get that? Yi Chen chuckled coldly. You make it sound so nice saying it's for my good. When did you become so shameless, Mu Wonking? Her face flushed with anger, and she pointed at Yi Chen, momentarily speechless. Li Qiang stepped forward, looking down at Yi Chen, and said, Yi Chen, everyone at this banquet is someone important in Yun City. I may not be the best, but I know plenty of influential people. And you? Who here would even bother with you? Yi Chen replied indifferently. I'm not interested in knowing any of them. Mu Wonking exploded in frustration. You're just being stubborn. So self-righteous. You're infuriating. Li Qiang quickly interjected, calm down, Wonking. Let him wallow in his own downfall. Let me introduce you to some of the big shots here. These are people you'll want to know if we're talking business deals. Suppressing her anger, Mu Wonking nodded. Li Qiang began pointing out notable figures. See that man over there? Don't be fooled by his size. That's Zhao Feng, the CEO of Xifen Group, specializing in robotics. His net worth is at least 8 billion. And that one, he's Zhou Wangquan, head of the Zhou family, a top-tier family. Over there. As Li Qiang continued his introductions, Mu Wonking mentally noted each name and face, preparing herself for potential conversations later. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked in. Seeing him, Li Qiang prepared to make another introduction. But Mu Fei interrupted, no need to introduce him. We know him, that's Zhao Yunhai, the CEO of Yunhai Group. We met him last time. Mu Wonking added, yes, he even signed a 2 billion yuan contract with us. That was thanks to you, young Master Li. You must know him well, right? Li Qiang's face twitched awkwardly. No, Zhao Yunhai. What a joke. Someone of Zhao Yunhai's status wouldn't even glance at him. But since he had already claimed last time that Zhao Yunhai had signed the deal because of him, denying it now would ruin his image. With a forced smile, Li Qiang said, yes, we're acquainted. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. Li Qiang's shamelessness was truly impressive. The 2 billion yuan contract had nothing to do with him. Zhao Yunhai had signed it solely out of respect for Yi Chen, unaware at the time of his divorce from Mu Wonking. Mu Fei glared at Yi Chen and barked, what are you laughing at? Yi Chen replied calmly, I'm laughing at some people's shamelessness. Do you really think Zhao Yunhai gave you that contract because of him? Without me, you wouldn't have gotten a single cent. Mu Fei burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Who do you think you are? Do you even know who young Master Lai is? Comparing yourself to him is a joke, Yi Chen said calmly. Believe what you want. As they argued, Zhao Yunhai's gaze swept over the crowd and landed on Yi Chen. His eyes lit up, and he waved in Yi Chen's direction before walking over. Seeing this, Mu Wonquan grew excited. Look! Chairman Zhao is coming to greet us. Young Master Lai, it must be because of you. Please thank him for the contract on our behalf. Mu Fei sneered. That's right, young Master Li. Show him what true power looks like, and let certain trash see the difference. The Mu family was overjoyed, but Li Qiang's heart was racing with panic. What could he possibly say to Zhao Yunhai? They didn't even know each other. As Zhao Yunhai approached, Li Qiang's mind raced. Maybe he could mention his father's name? Surely that would earn him some face. Under the eager gazes of Mu Wonking and the others, Zhao Yunhai finally stopped in front of Li Qiang. Mu Fei nudged him forward. Forcing a smile, Li Qiang stepped up, extended his hand, and said ingratiatingly, Chairman Zhao, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Li Qiang, son of the chairman of Fuhai Group. Zhao Yunhai frowned slightly and said indifferently, Fuhai Group? What's that? Do you think you're qualified to shake my hand? The room fell into stunned silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhao Yunhai's words were brutally dismissive. Li Qiang's hand froze midair, his face burning with humiliation. He wished he could disappear into the ground. But before the shock subsided, Zhao Yunhai brushed past Li Qiang and stopped in front of Yi Chen. With a slight bow and a warm smile, he said, Mr. Yi, you're here. Boom! Everyone present was completely stunned by this scene, their mouths agape, seemingly at a loss for words. It felt like a thunderclap in their minds, leaving their bodies numb and frozen in place. Did they see it right? Zhao Yunhai actually took the initiative to speak to Yi Chen and, more shockingly, displayed a humble demeanor with not a hint of arrogance. Compared to the dismissive and disdainful attitude he had shown toward Li Qiang moments earlier, the difference was like night and day. How could this be possible? No matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't figure it out. Yi Chen was supposed to be a good-for-nothing man who relied on women. How could he possibly know someone like Zhao Yunhai? Mu Wangqing looked at Yi Chen in disbelief, her heart overwhelmed by shock. She had lived with Yi Chen for 3 years, during which she only saw his lack of ambition and progress. But in the short time since their divorce, Yi Chen had somehow made the acquaintance of a figure like Zhao Yunhai. Could it be? Could it be that the reason Zhao Yunhai signed the 2 billion yuan contract with her wasn't because of Li Qiang, but because of Yi Chen? But how was that possible? What on earth could Yi Chen have that would make Zhao Yunhai lower himself for him? For a moment, Mu Wangqing's face turned pale, and her body swayed as though she were about to collapse. The huge gap between her perceptions and reality was almost too much for her to bear. Mu Fei couldn't help but jump in, exclaiming, "Chairman Zhao, you must be mistaken. Yi Chen is just some worthless guy who lives off women. Isn't young Master Lai the one you should be talking to?" Zhao Yunhai glanced coldly at Mu Fei and said, "Do you think I'm blind? Mistake Yi Chen? What kind of joke is that?" Yi Chen slowly stood up, chuckled lightly, and said, "Chairman Zhao, don't get upset. It's not worth fussing over." Zhao Yunhai immediately smiled and said, "You're right, Mr. Yi. I won't disturb you further. Please enjoy yourself." Yi Chen waved his hand and said, "All right, go ahead. We'll talk later." Zhao Yunhai gave a slight bow and left. Yi Chen sat back down calmly. Xiao Lan couldn't hold it in anymore. She jumped up angrily and said, "Yi Chen, what have you done? Are you hiding something from us? Did you secretly use our Mu family's money?" Yi Chen frowned and said, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao Lan snapped back, "How else could you know someone like Zhao Yunhai? Did you bribe him? You're penniless, so you must have used our Mu family's money." Yi Chen laughed coldly and said, "Are you insane? Do you think the Mu family's petty money would even catch his attention?" Zhao Lan fumed. "Wangqing, you'd better check the accounts when we get back. Don't let this guy secretly use our family's resources." Mu Fei chimed in, "Exactly. Who knows how he managed to connect with Zhao Yunhai? Young Master Li, didn't you say you knew Chairman Zhao? What's going on?" Li Qiang's face turned red. He quickly replied, I don't know either. Most of the time, it's my father who deals with people like Chairman Zhao. I'm just in a junior position so." As he spoke, his voice grew smaller and smaller, and even he felt embarrassed. Mu Wangqing took a deep breath. Doubts had already crept into her mind. Could it be that the 2 billion yuan contract the Mu family had signed with the Zhao family wasn't thanks to Li Qiang after all? But she didn't focus on that. What mattered more to her now was figuring out how Yi Chen knew Zhao Yunhai. Li Qiang glanced at Mu Wangqing and said, "Wangqing, you have to believe me. I truly wanted to help you." Mu Wangqing waved her hand and said, "Enough, Li Qiang. No matter the circumstances, I appreciate your efforts. Let's not talk about this anymore." Li Qiang let out a sigh of relief. His eyes darted around as he said, "Wangqing, don't worry. If you want to expand Qingqiu Company, Zhao Yunhai isn't the only important person to know." Mu Wangqing's interest was piqued. Li Qiang knew her character well. Mu Wangqing was a natural workaholic. If he had pursued her aggressively with declarations of love, she might not have given him the time of day. But as long as he framed his efforts as being for Qingqiu Company's benefit, she would undoubtedly be interested. "What do you mean?" Mu Wangqing asked. Li Qiang smiled and explained, "This banquet isn't just about Zhao Yunhai. The most important guest tonight is someone extremely prestigious, a person so significant that even the Luo family highly respects them. I suspect they might be from a super elite family. If we can connect with them, Qingqiu Company's development will take off effortlessly." Mu Wangqing nodded. Indeed, if the Luo family held someone in such high regard, their status must be extraordinary. But another issue arose. How would we even approach someone of such stature? Mu Wangqing asked, frowning. Li Qiang grinned. "Don't worry. I have some influence in Yun City. When the time comes, we'll have a chance to compete fairly with others for their attention." Hearing this, Zhao Lan and Mu Fei were full of praise. "See? Young Master Lai always has a plan. We'll definitely connect with that prestigious guest." "Exactly. With young Master Lai's connections and my sister's beauty, we're bound to succeed. Unlike someone else, who thinks knowing one big shot makes them all powerful. Zhao Yunhai only spoke a few words to him, and he's already acting smug. Yeah, a loser will always be a loser." As they spoke, their ridicule naturally turned toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen smirked faintly and said, "Who's the loser?" "That's yet to be seen." Mu Fei sneered, "What do you mean by that, Yi Chen? Feeling inferior? While young Master Li is working hard to elevate us, what can you do?" Yi Chen's smile grew more confident. "To put it bluntly, the distinguished guest you're all trying to meet, you've already met them. What? Everyone froze, confused by Yi Chen's words. Mu Wangqing asked curiously, Yi Chen, do you know who the Luo family's most prestigious guest is? Have we met them? Yi Chen chuckled and said, of course you've met them. In fact, you're very familiar with them. Impossible. Everyone shook their heads. While they knew many wealthy individuals, none of them had the kind of status to be considered the Luo family's most prestigious guest. Li Qiang furrowed his brow and asked, who is it? Yi Chen replied calmly, they're right here in front of you. Everyone stared at Yi Chen with wide eyes, full of disbelief. Li Qiang pointed at him in confusion and stammered, you're not saying that the Luo family's most prestigious guest is you, are you? Yi Chen raised his head proudly, a confident smile playing on his lips, and said, that's right. It's me. Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at him. Was this guy insane? He had no self-awareness at all. The most distinguished guest. What a joke. Yi Chen, are you out of your mind? You're only here because of some woman's connections. Mu Fei said disdainfully. And you dare claim to be the Luo family's most distinguished guest? Dream on. Believe it or not, that's your business. I'm just stating the truth. Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Huh. And you think you're qualified? Zhao Lan sneered at Yi Chen with utter contempt. Keep lying to yourself. Once the banquet begins, your face will be slapped so hard you won't know what hit you. Li Qiang scoffed. Mu Wangqing took a deep breath and shook her head helplessly. She had once hoped that Yi Chen might change for the better, but now she realized he hadn't just remained the same, he had become even more vain. Although Mu Wangqing was surprised by Zhao Yunhai's attitude toward Yi Chen, she knew him too well. With his status, there was no way he could have any connection with the Luo family. In her mind, Yi Chen's vanity would only harm himself in the end. Looking at Yi Chen, Mu Wangqing said, can't you stop being so self-important? Is it that hard to admit you're an ordinary person? Do you know how ridiculous you sound saying things like this? Yi Chen chuckled lightly and said, sorry, but I'm not an ordinary person. Mu Wangqing's eyes widened with anger. She pointed at Yi Chen, so furious that she couldn't even form words. You're driving me mad. Yi Chen said coldly, in your mind, I have to be ordinary for you to feel justified in divorcing me, right? Mu Wangqing replied, that's not what I meant. Yi Chen continued, then what do you mean? I know Zhao Yunhai. I've become the Luo family's most distinguished guest. Does that make me guilty? Does it upset you? In your eyes, I'm only worthy of being the lowest of the low, so you can keep looking down on me, isn't that right? Mu Wangqing averted her gaze and said, you're being ridiculous. Li Qiang quickly interjected, Wangqing, don't bother with him. People like him are bound to suffer sooner or later. It's like an owl spotting a dead mouse, thinking a phoenix flying by might be there to steal it. Mu Fei nodded in agreement. Yeah sis, ignore him. Look, the banquet's starting. At that moment, the spotlight turned to the stage. The head of the Luo family, Luo Mingcheng, was wheeled out onto the stage. Luo Mingcheng scanned the crowd, coughed lightly, and began, thank you all for attending my birthday banquet. I can't believe I've already reached 80 years old. Hosting this event brings me great joy, and I also hope it provides an excellent platform for everyone in Yun City to exchange ideas. As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted in applause. Luo Mingcheng continued, originally, my health wasn't great, and I didn't plan to say much. However, today, our Luo family has invited a most distinguished guest, and I must personally introduce them to everyone. The most distinguished guest. This news had already spread yesterday. Everyone was speculating about the identity of this honored individual. After all, the Luo family wielded significant power in Yun City, with deep roots and extensive connections. To be deemed their most distinguished guest was the highest honor imaginable. Whispers filled the room. The most distinguished guest of the Luo family? Who could it be? I haven't heard of any such remarkable figure in Yun City recently. Could it be a young master from a powerful family outside the province? Who knows? But for the Luo family to hold them in such high regard, they must have an extraordinary background. We'd better get ready. We might need to curry favor with them. Exactly. Mu Wangqing and Li Qiang were equally excited. Li Qiang said enthusiastically, Wangqing, I think the guest is probably a young master from a prestigious family. If we can establish a connection, it'll be a tremendous boon for Qingqiu Group. Mu Wangqing nodded. Yes, I'd love to know who this guest is. I hope they have a good temperament. If there's an opportunity, I'll make sure to introduce myself. Everyone continued their animated discussions. On stage, Luo Mingcheng's gaze swept across the room before locking onto Yi Chen. Amid the eager anticipation of the crowd, Luo Mingcheng said with excitement. Now, let's welcome our most distinguished guest of the Luo family, Mr. Yi Chen. As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone looked around, trying to catch a glimpse of this extraordinary individual. Yi Chen? Nod Shen. The name sounded unfamiliar. No one had heard of him before. The attendees included some of the most prominent figures in Yun City, and even some influential people from outside the province. They were at least familiar with each other by reputation. Yet, the name Yi Chen was completely unknown. Yi Chen stood up slowly, a smile on his face. Instantly, all eyes focused on him. Everyone froze in shock. Yi Chen's attire was extremely casual. At an event of this caliber, he hadn't even bothered to wear formal attire. He looked completely out of place and overly relaxed. This was the most distinguished guest of the Luo family? What made him so distinguished? Yi Chen remained calm and indifferent to the stares. Smiling faintly, he said, "Mr. Luo, it's an honor to attend your birthday banquet. I wish you many happy returns." Luo Mingcheng laughed heartily and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your kind wishes. It's my honor to have you here. I hope you enjoy the banquet." The exchange was brief. For Luo Mingcheng, there was no need to elaborate on Yi Chen's identity. It was too mysterious for even him to fully understand. But he knew one thing: Yi Chen was undoubtedly an extremely distinguished figure. Just having Yi Chen attend his banquet, even without saying much, elevated the entire event to a new level. Everyone's gaze remained fixed on Yi Chen, their hearts filled with shock. For someone to be held in such high regard by the Luo family, their status had to be extraordinary. Many people had noticed Yi Chen sitting alone earlier but had dismissed him because of his unremarkable appearance and casual attire. Now, they regretted their assumptions. If only they had approached him earlier, they might have established a connection. It was too late now. Many in the room resolved to make an impression on Yi Chen later in the evening, perhaps even exchange contact information. While most were strategizing ways to approach Yi Chen, Mu Wangqing and her group were utterly stunned. They were like statues, their minds blank, their bodies rigid. When they heard Yi Chen's name, they were completely dumbfounded. The most distinguished guest invited by the Luo family turned out to be Yi Chen. How was this possible? Mu Wangqing stared blankly at Yi Chen, watching his confident and radiant demeanor. For a moment, she couldn't reconcile this Yi Chen with the dejected man she once knew. Her mind was in turmoil. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make sense of it. The Luo family was the most prominent aristocratic family in Yun City. While Mu Wangqing's company had surpassed $1 billion in value, it was nothing compared to the stature of the Luo family. With her status, not only was it impossible for her to become the Luo family's most esteemed guest, but even attending Luo Mingcheng's birthday banquet had required leveraging Li Liqiang's connections. The gap between them was crystal clear. She had been married to Yi Chen for 3 years. In those 3 years, Yi Chen had always been the ideal stay-at-home husband. Truthfully, Mu Wangqing had loved Yi Chen, but her ambition often clashed with his lifestyle. She couldn't stand how he spent his days cooking and taking care of the house. Although Yi Chen had always cared for her attentively, she believed that a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. To her, a man should be ambitious, a go-getter. She had longed for Yi Chen to be a man who shone brightly. But now, at this moment, Mu Wangqing realized that she might not have truly known Yi Chen at all. Seeing the confident smile on Yi Chen's face, his radiance among the crowd stirred a faint sense of regret within her. Had she made a mistake by divorcing him? Zhao Lan and Mu Fei were equally shocked. Zhao Lan exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? Yi Chen is the Luo family's most esteemed guest. Have they lost their minds? He's just the trash our Mu family discarded. How can he be considered distinguished?" Mu Fei slapped himself in disbelief, muttering, "This must be a mistake. If Yi Chen can be the Luo family's most esteemed guest, I might as well be a god." As the crowd buzzed with astonishment, a stunning and elegant Luo Qingqiu stepped onto the stage. She smiled at everyone and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize on behalf of my grandfather. Due to his health, he won't be able to personally host you. From here on, my father, Luo Mingyuan, will entertain everyone. I hope you enjoy the evening." Upon seeing Luo Qingqiu, Li Qiang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He exclaimed, "Wangqing, isn't that the woman we saw earlier with Yi Chen?" Mu Wangqing froze. "It's her, I couldn't have mistaken." Li Qiang gasped. "Oh my god, I didn't expect her to be the Luo family's eldest daughter. But why was she with Yi Chen? What's their relationship?" Mu Wangqing found herself at a loss for words. She couldn't help but laugh bitterly at herself. She had always thought of herself as exceptional and believed Yi Chen wasn't worthy of her. But now, shortly after their divorce, the woman by Yi Chen's side was far more impressive than her. In terms of family background, Luo Qingqiu, as the Luo family's eldest daughter, was undoubtedly a star among the elite, owning far more wealth than Mu Wanqing could dream of. In terms of beauty, Luo Qingqiu was her equal. Though Mu Wanqing was also beautiful, her charm seemed to pale in comparison to the overwhelming influence and status Luo Qingqiu carried. For a moment, Mu Wanqing felt an inexplicable wave of heartache. She couldn't discern whether it stemmed from Yi Chen being with another woman, or from the fact that this woman was superior to her in every way. She lowered her head, her face filled with sorrow. Mu Fei noticed her dejection and made an excuse to wander off, taking the opportunity to explore the luxurious banquet. This was his first time at such an extravagant event, and he intended to savor every moment. He even took pictures to boast about later. As Mu Fei strolled through a magnificent golden corridor with few people around, he noticed a partially open door. A sound caught his attention, and curiosity got the better of him. He leaned in to listen. Inside, the voices of Luo Qingqiu and Luo Mingcheng could be heard. "Grandpa, are you feeling any better?" Luo Qingqiu asked. "I told you not to come, but you wouldn't listen." "Don't worry, granddaughter. I'm fine," Luo Mingcheng chuckled. "But about that matter I think you should reconsider. You and Yi Chen may not be a good match." Hearing this, Mu Fei's eyes lit up. As he suspected, Yi Chen had only gotten into this banquet and become the most distinguished guest because of Luo Qingqiu. Narrowing his eyes, he listened more intently. "It's true, we're not a good match," Luo Qingqiu sighed. "I never considered being with Yi Chen." "Good. One must recognize their place. I can't stand people who don't know their position, those without ability, who only cling to the powerful. That's the behavior of lesser men." Luo Mingcheng's voice came through clearly. "Grandpa, I understand. I'll keep my distance from Yi Chen. Even if I feel something, I'll nip it in the bud," Luo Qingqiu said firmly. Hearing this, Mu Fei could barely contain his excitement. "Yi Chen. Mi Chen. How much longer can you act so smug? Even the Luo family patriarchs thinks you're just a lowly hanger-on. Luo Qingqiu is only toying with you. Do you really think you can rise to the top just by clinging to others?" In Mu Fei's mind, Yi Chen was nothing more than trash the Luo family would soon discard. He wanted to hear more, but a hand suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Startled, he turned to see a security guard standing behind him. The guard politely said, "Sir, this is not part of the banquet area. Please don't wander around." Embarrassed, Mu Fei nodded quickly. "Sorry, I'll leave right away." Feeling like he had uncovered Yi Chen's facade, Mu Fei rushed back to Mu Wanqing, eager to expose the truth. Little did he know, he had completely misunderstood, because he hadn't heard the rest of Luo Qingqiu and Luo Mingcheng's conversation. Back in the room, tears welled up in Luo Qingqiu's eyes. Seeing his granddaughter's expression, Luo Mingcheng sighed. "My dear, don't blame your grandpa. Yi Chen's status is far too noble for our Luo family to match. Do you understand?" Luo Qingqiu replied, "Of course, grandpa. But who can resist the charm of someone like Yi Chen?" Luo Mingcheng said, "Ah, my dear. I just fear you'll get hurt. A man like Yi Chen, a true prodigy, is not easy to win over. If you truly love him, you must make yourself better continuously. You might even have to prepare for a lifetime of loneliness. I don't want you to endure such hardship." Luo Qingqiu sighed deeply, saying nothing more. If it meant winning Yi Chen's love, she was willing to do anything. A man like Yi Chen being loved by him would be a blessing earned over 10 lifetimes. Her thoughts drifted to Mu Wanqing. She couldn't understand how Mu Wanqing could give up on a man like Yi Chen, only to mingle with a worthless man like Li Qiang. Truly laughable. If anyone in this world had lost their mind, it was surely Mu Wanqing. At that moment, Mu Fei ran up to Mu Wanqing, practically bursting with excitement. "Sister, don't be sad. I just uncovered a huge secret." Mu Fei was brimming with excitement. Seeing this, Mu Wanqing frowned slightly and asked curiously, "What's such big news?" Mu Fei leaned closer to the group, lowering his voice mysteriously. "You'd never guess. I just overheard a conversation between old Master Luo and someone." Zhao Lan asked, "Who?" Mu Fei replied, "Of course it was old Master Luo talking with his granddaughter, Luo Qingqiu." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Mu Wanqing remained composed, but Zhao Lan, intrigued by gossip, eagerly urged, "Quick son, tell us. What did they say?" Mu Fei glanced disdainfully at Yi Chen and said, "Naturally, They were talking about this so-called most esteemed guest Yi Chen. Mu Wanqing glanced at Yi Chen. To be honest, Yi Chen had completely shocked her today. Not only had he somehow connected with the powerful Luo family, but he'd also become their most esteemed guest. If they hadn't divorced, would it mean Mu Wanqing could have used Yi Chen's connections to establish a partnership with the Luo family? Because of this thought, Mu Wanqing felt deeply conflicted. The sense of disparity left her uneasy. She had always seen herself as a capable and ambitious woman, yet she couldn't reach the heights of the Luo family, something Yi Chen, whom she viewed as idle and dependent, managed to achieve. That was the source of her discomfort. Taking a deep breath, Mu Wanqing said, "I already know he's the most esteemed guest. There's no need to remind me over and over again." Sensing Mu Wanqing's irritation, Mu Fei quickly explained, "Sis, hear me out. I wasn't trying to upset you. I'm saying that I overheard Luo Qingqiu herself saying that she could never be with Yi Chen. What does that tell you?" Mu Wanqing froze. "What does it mean?" Mu Fei smirked. "Isn't it obvious? It means that the Luo family's eldest daughter is just playing with Yi Chen. She never intended to give him a legitimate chance. To someone like her, Yi Chen is nothing more than a toy." Mu Wanqing pressed. "What else did you hear?" Mu Fei continued, "Oh, even more shocking things. Don't be fooled by the Luo family calling Yi Chen their most esteemed guest. I think it's just a way to humiliate him. Old Master Luo is a respectable man, he wouldn't outright insult Yi Chen to his face. But I heard with my own ears that, in Old Master Luo's eyes, Yi Chen is just someone trying to climb up the social ladder, a lowly person who doesn't know his place." Zhao Lan let out a relieved sigh and said, "Is that true?" Mu Fei confirmed, "Of course it's true. I heard it myself. How could it be wrong?" Li Qiang chimed in, "I get it now. It's simple, really. Yi Chen wants to climb up through Luo Qingqiu and use the Luo family's reputation to boost his own. Being called the most esteemed guest is probably just the Luo family testing him, hoping he'd know his place and back off. But instead, Yi Chen shamelessly accepted the flattery, not realizing it only proves Old Master Luo's point about him not knowing his place." Hearing Li Qiang's explanation, the group nodded in unison, as if enlightened. Mu Wanqing chuckled bitterly. Earlier, she thought Yi Chen had truly achieved something remarkable. But in reality, it was still just the same pattern of relying on women and mooching off others. Did he not have any desire to strive for his own success? Before, she couldn't understand how Yi Chen, who seemed so unimpressive, could suddenly become the Luo family's most esteemed guest. But after hearing Mu Fei's words and Li Qiang's analysis, she finally understood. The Luo family didn't genuinely regard Yi Chen as their most esteemed guest. This was merely their way of testing him, expecting him to realize his own inadequacy. Yet, it was evident. Yi Chen's thick-skinned arrogance had reached new heights. Mu Fei squinted and sneered, "Sis, Yi Chen is like a dog that can't stop eating filth. He thinks he can latch onto Luo Qingqiu, but he doesn't realize he's just her plaything. A woman like Luo Qingqiu would never genuinely have feelings for someone like Yi Chen." Zhao Lan's disdain was unmistakable. "Exactly. Trash will always be trash. I've always hated how he puts on airs. Does he really think he's worthy of clinging to the powerful?" Mu Wanqing remained silent, but inwardly she was also disappointed by Yi Chen's actions. When she divorced Yi Chen, it was partly because she couldn't stand his lazy and unambitious behavior, and partly because she genuinely hoped the divorce would push him to grow and mature. But now it seemed Yi Chen hadn't grown at all. Instead, he'd sunk even deeper into a life of pandering to the rich and powerful. What was the point of a man's life if all he did was rely on women? Mu Fei had been genuinely scared earlier, thinking Yi Chen had really become the Luo family's most esteemed guest. If that were true, wouldn't Yi Chen end up stepping all over him? Fortunately, it was all a facade. Mu Fei walked up to Yi Chen. Frowning, Yi Chen looked at him indifferently and said, "What? Have you come to flatter me now that you know my status? Let me tell you, it's too late." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Mu Fei burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Did I hear you right? Yi Chen, why would I need to flatter you? Who do you think you are?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and said coolly, "Oh? So your standards are high now? With the Luo family, a top-tier clan in Yun City supporting me, I could crush you all without breaking a sweat. And that's just the tip of the iceberg of my power." EFT. Mu Fei laughed even harder. Wow, wow, wow. I've met shameless people before, but none as shameless as you. Tip of the iceberg. Do you even know what you are? Yi Chen said coldly, "Laugh all you want. In terms of power, you, your sister, and even that so-called Li Qiang are no better than ants before me." Zhao Lan couldn't hold back anymore. putting her hands on her hips and snapping, "Yi Chen, can you stop bragging? Do you think we don't know what you are?" Yi Chen retorted, "Bragging? I, Yi Chen, have no need to brag. Enough." Mu Wangqing, unable to listen any longer, scolded him sharply. "Yi Chen, can't you stop being so full of yourself?" Hearing Mu Wanqing's words, a surge of anger shot through Yi Chen. If their divorce had been due to his hidden abilities, leading Mu Wanqing to believe he was incapable, then now he had already shown his strength. Even if it was just the tip of the iceberg, the Luo family of Yun City was leagues above Li Qiang's Fu Hai group. Why did Mu Wanqing still accuse him of being arrogant? Feeling aggrieved, Yi Chen said, "Mu Wanqing, who's being arrogant? I think you're just jealous, just regretting it now that you see my strength. Admit it, you're regretting it so much you're ready to slap yourself." Mu Wanqing glared coldly at Yi Chen. "Regret? I, Mu Wanqing, will never regret it. This is the best decision I've ever made. Let me tell you the truth, a man without his own abilities will only ever be someone else's plaything. Do you think you've secured a carefree life by clinging to Luo Qingqiu? You're nothing more than her toy. Once she's bored, she'll discard you. Yi Chen, look at yourself, you're pitiful." Yi Chen's face turned cold as he looked at Mu Wanqing. Inwardly, he sighed. Pitiful. It was laughable. Where exactly did Mu Wanqing get such an idea? Let's not even talk about anything else. Just at today's banquet, Zhao Yunhai from Yunhai Group personally came over to greet him with the utmost respect. Yet when it came to Li Qiang, Zhao Yunhai didn't even spare him a glance. The stark contrast was Mu Wanqing blind to it? And then there was the Luo family. The eldest daughter, Luo Qingqiu, personally accompanied him. Even old Master Luo, despite his injury, had made an appearance just to introduce Yi Chen as the most esteemed guest. Everyone present was eyeing Yi Chen, eager to forge a connection with him. And yet Mu Wanqing called him pitiful. There was no need to think too deeply about it. Mu Wanqing had probably been brainwashed again by her mother and brother. Yi Chen truly couldn't understand how such foolish people could exist in this world. Yet Mu Wanqing trusted them unconditionally. Yi Chen was tired of explaining. Pitiful. Then so be it. He sighed inwardly. If not for the 3 years of feelings he still had for Mu Wanqing, he wouldn't even spare her another glance. Yi Chen said coldly, "Fine. Think whatever you want. I can't change your mind." Mu Wanqing was startled by the coldness in Yi Chen's tone. Her voice softened as she said, "Yi Chen, I'm only hoping you'll work hard and stop relying on women to get by. That's not what a respectable man does. You have to understand that." Zhao Lan, full of disdain, glared at Yi Chen and pulled Mu Wanqing aside. "Wanqing, stop wasting your breath on him. If he understood, you wouldn't have divorced him in the first place. A dog will always eat filth that can't change its nature." Zhao Lan knew her daughter very well. Even though Mu Wanqing had listened to her and divorced Yi Chen, her heart still leaned toward him. Even with someone as capable as Li Qiang by her side, Mu Wanqing hadn't fully accepted him. This left Zhao Lan feeling constantly threatened. She wanted to push her daughter and Li Qiang together, so they could leverage the Li family's power to gain more wealth and status. The last thing she wanted was for Mu Wanqing and Yi Chen to reconcile. So, she constantly intervened. Mu Fei chimed in, "Exactly. A man should be like Li Qiang, open and dignified. Trash like Yi Chen doesn't even deserve to be recycled." Yi Chen scoffed, turned his head, and said nothing more. Having reassured themselves that Yi Chen was still the same useless person they thought he was, the group seemed much happier. Zhao Lan smiled and said, "It's my first time at such a luxurious banquet. I feel a bit out of place. Xiao Fei, I'm hungry. Go get some food and bring me a drink too." Mu Fei nodded. "Mom, why just a drink? I saw some 1982 Lafite over there. I'll get you a glass. In a place like this, red wine suits our status better." Zhao Lan chuckled. "All right, let's indulge a bit today. Bring me 2 glasses." Mu Fei walked to the bar with a spring in his step. A waiter carrying a tray of wine approached him and politely asked, "Sir, may I offer you a drink?" Mu Fei glanced at the wine on the tray but couldn't tell what it was. He quickly shook his head and said, "No need. I'll pour it myself. Don't bother." The waiter hesitated, feeling a bit disdainful inside but said nothing. He nodded and left. Mu Fei found 4 glasses and began pouring the 1982 Lafite until each glass was full, as if afraid of not getting his money's worth. After filling the glasses, he found a tray, arranged the wine on it, and carefully carried it back toward Mu Wanqing and the others. However, after taking just 2 steps, Mu Fei stumbled slightly, nearly falling over. The wine, being overfilled, spilled out. Damn it. A man in his 20s named Xing Feng had wine spilled all over him. Already in a foul mood, he erupted in anger. Mistaking Mu Fei for a waiter, he slapped him hard across the face. Are you blind? Spilling wine on me? Do you have a death wish? Mu Fei clutched his face in pain, tears welling up as he retorted, I didn't do it on purpose. Why are you hitting me? Xing Feng sneered, so what if I hit you? You ruin my clothes. Can you even afford to pay for them? Mu Fei, feeling wronged, covered his face and said, why couldn't I afford it? You hit me, and I'll have my sister deal with you. Xing Feng smirked coldly. Deal with me? Ha! You're pretty bold. Let's see if I don't beat you to death. With that, Xing Feng slapped Mu Fei again. Frightened, Mu Fei turned and fled. Xing Feng, not willing to let it go, chased after him. Mu Fei ran to Mu Wanqing and shouted, Sis, help me. Someone's hitting me. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing and Li Qiang both frowned. Who would dare to hit someone at a place like this? At that moment, Xing Feng caught up. Mu Wanqing quickly stepped in front of Mu Fei and glared at Xing Feng. What are you doing? Who gave you the right to hit my brother? Hiding behind Mu Wanqing, Mu Fei pointed at Xing Feng and said, Sis, it's him. He slapped me twice. You have to stand up for me. When Xing Feng saw Mu Wanqing, his eyes lit up. He couldn't deny that she was stunning. With her carefully chosen outfit, she was even more captivating. Xing Feng smirked coldly and said, Why did I hit him? Because he deserved it. Look at my clothes, he spilled wine all over them. How am I supposed to wear this now? Mu Wanqing replied coldly, If your clothes are dirty, we'll compensate you. But there's no need to resort to violence. Compensate? Xing Feng laughed and said, Fine. This suit is Italian handmade and costs about 5 million. Plus my emotional distress, it's worth at least 100 million. Pay up. 100 million? For a suit that cost 5 million? An emotional distress compensation of 100 million? It was absurd. Mu Wanqing's face darkened as she snapped, You're being unreasonable. Are you picking a fight on purpose? Xing Feng sneered shamelessly, That's right. I'm picking a fight. If you can't pay, it's fine. How about this, you spend the night with me, and I'll let it slide. What do you think? Mu Wanqing's anger flared. Shameless. Disgusting. Dream on. Xing Feng, undeterred, looked at Mu Wanqing with arrogance and said, Listen, because you're beautiful, I'm giving you this chance. Here are your two choices, either spend the night with me, and maybe I'll even make you my personal plaything, or I'll break your brother's legs. Remember, my patience is limited. Yi Chen sighed helplessly as he watched the scene unfold. Glancing at the terrified Mu Wanqing, he couldn't help but think back to similar incidents in the past. After Mu Wanqing entered the business world, her striking looks often attracted the attention of unscrupulous individuals. Yet, thanks to Yi Chen secretly handling everything behind the scenes, Mu Wanqing's business ventures always went smoothly. She never stopped to think, why was it that other businesswomen had to grovel and drink excessively to secure deals, with some even forced to compromise their dignity. Yet, for her, every negotiation seemed effortless, and even the instances of drinking were few and far between. Who would dare ask Yi Chen's woman to drink with them? Something so obvious was attributed by Mu Wanqing to her own exceptional talent in business. Now, without Yi Chen's protection, how could she avoid running into trouble? Yi Chen slowly stood up and looked at Mu Wanqing. Do you need my help? Mu Wanqing turned to Yi Chen, their eyes meeting. In that moment of danger, emotions from the past surged within her. For reasons she couldn't explain, the first person she thought of for help was still Yi Chen. But before she could say anything, her mother Zhao Lan interjected with a scornful tone. What help can you provide? Are you going to call on your sugar mama to come solve it for you? Even young Master Li hasn't spoken up yet, and here you are, pretending to be capable. Hearing Zhao Lan's words, Mu Wanqing's expression changed. That's right, what could Yi Chen possibly do to help? Rely on another woman? Mu Wanqing would rather die than let some other woman tied to Yi Chen intervene to help her. She turned her head away and said nothing. Li Qiang, on the other hand, saw this as the perfect opportunity. He had long been pursuing Mu Wanqing but had made little progress. This was his chance to shine hero, saving the damsel in distress. It was the perfect opportunity to win her over. Li Qiang immediately stood up and positioned himself in front of Mu Wanqing. He glared at Xing Feng and shouted, What's wrong with you? Yelling at a woman? Is that all you've got? If you're so capable, come at me instead. Xing Feng frowned and looked coldly at Li Qiang. Who the hell are you? Get lost and stop being an eyesore. Li Qiang was infuriated. Although he wasn't a top-tier heir in Yun City, He was still a second-generation rich kid. Yet Qingfeng showed him no respect at all. Narrowing his eyes, Li Qiang said, "Apologize to her immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." Qingfeng scoffed. "You? Rude? You think you're worthy?" Li Qiang sneered. "Listen up. My name is Li Qiang. My family owns Fu-Hai Group. We have plenty of money, enough to bury you under it. Got it?" Qingfeng gave Li Qiang a meaningful look and said mockingly, "Oh, Fu-Hai Group? I'm so scared, terrifying." Li Qiang smirked. "If you're scared, then scram." Seeing this, Zhao Lan and Mu Fei felt emboldened. "Damn it, you dared to hit me earlier. Now that young Master Li is here, try touching me again. Let's see if I don't crush you." Mu Fei shouted angrily. "Exactly. You hit my son? I'll make sure you regret it. Do you really think we're afraid of you? With young Master Li here, how dare you act tough? Ever heard of Fu-Hai Group? Crushing you is as easy as squashing an ant," Zhao Lan added mockingly. Li Qiang puffed out his chest proudly and said, "Kid, scram now, or I'll make sure you regret staying." Qingfeng glanced at the enraged group, took a few steps back, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He sneered and said, "Fine. Fu-Hai Group young Master Li, right? I'll remember you." With that, Qingfeng turned and left. For now, he was at a disadvantage and didn't want a direct confrontation. Seeing him leave, Zhao Lan and Mu Fei became even more smug. "Hey! Look at him scurrying away like a beaten dog. I told you, young Master Li is reliable." Just a few words, and that brat ran off with his tail between his legs. Yeah, if he hadn't run, he might have gotten a good beating. "Young Master Li, you're the best. You've got the power in Yun City." The two laughed excitedly. Previously, at such high-profile events, they were always the ones getting picked on. But with Li Qiang by their side, they felt triumphant. Li Qiang chuckled and said, "Of course. I wouldn't just stand by and let anyone bully Wanking. Whoever dares to touch her, I'll crush them. In Yun City, I have the influence to protect her." Zhao Lan nodded repeatedly, clearly impressed. She sneered at Yi Chen and said, "See that, you good for nothing? Do you think Wanking still needs you? Young Master Li solves problems with a single word. And you? What can you do?" Mu Fei chimed in, "That loser can't do anything. All he knows is how to sponge off others." Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "How do you know I couldn't have solved it?" Zhao Lan burst into laughter. "Solve it? You, with your so-called abilities? Compared to young Master Li, you're not even worth mentioning." Yi Chen glanced at Li Xiang and said indifferently, "Him? Worthy?" Mu Wanqing frowned and stopped Zhao Lan. "Mom, can you stop dragging Yi Chen into everything? He has his pride. Could you stop undermining him all the time?" Zhao Lan snorted. "You're too kind-hearted. Even after the divorce, you still think about him. A loser deserves no sympathy. Let me tell you what a real man is. Someone like young Master Li, capable of standing up, solving problems and supporting you, that's a real man." Hearing Zhao Lan's praise, Li Qiang felt a surge of excitement. He smiled and said, "Wanking, Aunt Zhao is absolutely right. This world values power. To put it bluntly, in Yun City, I can help you solve most problems, grow your business, and ensure your safety. As long as I'm here, no one will dare touch you." Just as Li Qiang finished speaking, a furious voice echoed, "Damn it. There they are. The ones who insulted me. How dare they stay here? They must have a death wish." Leading the charge was Zheng Xingfeng, now flanked by several burly men in suits, clearly professional bodyguards. They surrounded Mu Wanqing and her group, exuding an intimidating aura. Seeing this, Mu Wanqing and the others instinctively backed away in fear. Despite his earlier boasting, Li Qiang felt a wave of panic. But he couldn't back down now. He stepped forward and said, "What do you think you're doing? Do you know where you are? Do you think you're the only one with bodyguards?" Li Qiang waved his hand, and immediately several bodyguards rushed over. These were bodyguards Li Qiang had hired for a hefty price from a professional agency. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lan and Mu Fei were even more in awe of him. A man like young Master Li is truly reliable. The two sides faced off. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Li Qiang, not afraid in the slightest, sneered at Xingfeng, determined to showcase his power in front of Mu Wanqing. He said, "Kid, today I'll show you what real power looks like." Xingfeng chuckled lightly and replied, "Oh, then I'm curious to see just how impressive you are." Li Qiang pulled out his phone and said, "I can call a few friends at random, and they'll have you begging for mercy." Hearing this, Zhao Lan's eyes lit up as she asked, "Young Master Li, are you about to use your connections?" Li Qiang nodded arrogantly, dialing a number. Young Master Wang, are you at the Luo family banquet? I've been cornered by someone here, come and help me out. After hanging up, Li Qiang declared smugly, kid, fights aren't pretty, but you can call your people too. Let's see who's better connected. Xing Feng shrugged, sneering, I don't need to call anyone. However, I can give you a chance to die knowing why. Li Qiang sneered in response, keep bluffing. The more you act tough now, the harder you'll be slapped later. Zhao Lan, seeing Li Qiang's confidence, asked, Young Master Li, who did you call to be so confident? Casting a glance at Mu Wanqing, who was also curious, Li Qiang said proudly, in Cloud City, who doesn't have a few friends? The one coming is my good buddy, Wang Yelin, heir to a billion-dollar corporation. Hearing this name, even Mu Wanqing gasped. Wang Yilin was a famous young master in Cloud City. His family's billion-dollar corporation was not just a name, it truly had a market value of billions. It was a real, powerful company. Unexpectedly, Li Qiang had such connections. For a moment, Zhao Lan and Nu Fei's admiration for Li Qiang grew even stronger. At that moment, a casual voice came from behind. Young Master Li, someone dares to bully you in Cloud City? Who is it? Let me see. A young man approached. It was none other than Wang Yilin. His appearance made everyone, including Zhao Lan, breathe a sigh of relief. With Wang Yilin here, the young man across from them was surely doomed. Li Qiang chuckled, pointing at Xing Feng. Young Master Wang, it's that kid. Xing Feng, utterly unafraid, smiled disdainfully and said, Yes, it's me, Wang Yilin. So you think you're strong enough to take me on? The once proud Wang Yilin froze upon seeing Xing Feng, his expression changing to one of fear. Bowing slightly, he stammered, Why, young Master Xing, it's you! Everyone gasped at Wang Yilin's attitude. Li Qiang felt chills run down his spine, goosebumps covering his entire body. He had invited Wang Yilin to help him, yet the man was terrified upon seeing Xing Feng. Instantly, Li Qiang realized Xing Feng's identity must be extraordinary. His face turned pale as a sheet. Xing Feng spoke coldly, Why can't it be me? Are you here to back this fool? Wang Yilin smiled awkwardly. How could I dare interfere with your affairs, young Master Xing? I'll leave immediately. Wang Yilin turned to leave. Panicking, Li Qiang grabbed his arm and said, Young Master Wang, we're brothers. How can you not help me? Wang Yilin snapped angrily, Damn it. I treated you like a brother, and now you're trying to get me killed. Do you know who he is? That's Xing Feng, the big shot of Cloud City's underworld. Do you know who his father is? Hearing his name alone will scare you to death. He's none other than the legendary Xing Yi. What? Li Qiang felt his head spin. Xing Yi? He was a figure like Qiang could only dream of avoiding at all costs. Legend had it that in Cloud City's underworld, 8 major enforcers answered directly to Xing Yi. Each was immensely powerful, holding significant influence in the underworld. And Xing Yi ruled over all of them, making almost the entire underground world of Cloud City his domain. No one dared to offend him. Never in his wildest dreams did Li Qiang imagine he had provoked Xing Yi's son. Watching Wang Yilin flee in terror, Li Qiang felt an overwhelming wave of fear. He was doomed. Zhao Lan and Nu Fei were also dumbfounded. They had heard of Xing Yi's infamous reputation. Normally they'd step aside for a minor thug. Now, they had offended the heir of the underworld kingpin of Cloud City. What to do? They were petrified. Xing Feng shot Li Qiang a cold look, his lips curling into a mocking smile. So, do you still want to call for help? I can wait. Li Qiang gave a forced smile. Call for help? He might as well call for his ancestors, it wouldn't make a difference. In Cloud City, who dared cross the Xing family? Terrified, Li Qiang stammered, Why, young Master Xing, this is all a misunderstanding. Xing Feng raised his hand and slapped Li Qiang across the face, yelling, A misunderstanding? Misunderstand your mother. Get lost. Li Qiang, slapped hard, dared not show any anger. Offending the Xing family would be utter destruction, even his father couldn't save him. Li Qiang could only step back, not daring to utter another word. Xing Feng, his face full of arrogance, looked at Mu Wanqing with an unrestrained gaze. He slowly walked toward her, smiling faintly. So, do you still think I'm despicable and shameless? Mu Wanqing, frightened by his gaze, was overwhelmed with fear. Despite her business acumen, she had never encountered the likes of the underworld, but she had heard plenty of terrifying stories about the Xing family. Fear gripped her, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Xing Feng smiled slightly. Don't be afraid, sweetheart. I don't hit women, especially not pretty ones like you. However, you offended me today. If you spend the night with me, I'll let them go. What do you think? Mu Wanqing frantically shook her head. Zhao Lan and Mu Fei panicked too. Knowing Xingfeng's reputation, they turned to Li Qiang and pleaded, "Young Master Li, aren't you powerful in Cloud City? What should we do? He's going to hurt Wanqing." Li Qiang was helpless. He hadn't even touched Mu Wanqing yet, and now Xingfeng wanted to take her away. It left him extremely frustrated. What could he do? He couldn't risk offending Xingfeng. Sacrificing his entire family for a woman? Impossible. But letting go of Mu Wanqing didn't sit well with him either. At this moment, Xingfeng lost his patience. Waving his hand, he ordered coldly, "Take this woman away. Kill anyone who tries to stop you." The bodyguards immediately charged toward Mu Wanqing. Fear engulfed everyone. Mu Wanqing's eyes filled with terror. Just then, a calm voice interrupted, "Wait. I don't care what you do with the others, but you can't touch this woman." Everyone turned to look. It was Yi Chen. No one expected Yi Chen to step forward at this moment. After all, the opponent was Xingfeng, the eldest young master of the Xing family, an absolutely untouchable figure in Cloud City. To step out and confront Xingfeng now was nothing short of courting death. Li Qiang squinted his eyes. While he had wanted to show off in front of Mu Wanqing, he knew his limits. Against an ordinary person he might hold his own, but in the face of a super young master like Xingfeng, he could only shrink back. What a joke. The Xing family held absolute authority in Cloud City's underground circles. Offending the Xing family would only result in death if you were lucky enough to have a quick one. For Yi Chen to step forward now was sheer arrogance. Li Qiang secretly mocked him. The more impressive Yi Chen appeared now, the worse his fate would be later. This was the perfect opportunity to let Yi Chen draw Xingfeng's fire. Mu Wanqing also looked at Yi Chen in shock. She never imagined that, in the face of such despair and the wrath of Xingfeng, Yi Chen would be the first to step up to help her. This left her feeling deeply conflicted. She was moved by Yi Chen's courage but worried that he was being too reckless, escalating the conflict. After all, Xingfeng's power was immense. Even with the Luo family backing Yi Chen, Xingfeng might not care. Sure enough, Xingfeng's face darkened upon hearing Yi Chen's words. He looked at Yi Chen and naturally recognized him as an honored guest of the Luo family. With a cold tone, Xingfeng said, "Your name is Yi Chen, right? Are you sure you want to meddle in this? Even though you're an honored guest of the Luo family, I, Xingfeng, am not afraid of them." Yi Chen casually waved his hand and said, "I don't care about your petty squabbles, but this woman is off limits. Do as you please with the others." Xingfeng sneered, "And if I insist?" Yi Chen's gaze turned icy. "Then I won't mind killing you," he gasped. Everyone was stunned by Yi Chen's words. This guy was insane. He actually said he would kill Xingfeng. What a joke. Mu Wanqing panicked and said, "Yi Chen, stop fooling around. The Xing family's power is not as simple as you think. Don't be impulsive." Zhao Lan, however, grabbed Mu Wanqing and said, "What are you doing? If he wants to show off, let him. We didn't ask for his help. Doesn't he know his place? How dare he spout such nonsense?" Mu Wanqing rebuked, "Mom, he's helping me. How can you say that?" Zhao Lan froze for a moment, turned her head aside, and muttered, "Help? He should know his limits." Hearing Zhao Lan's words, Yi Chen felt nothing but disdain. To be honest, he hadn't wanted to get involved in this mess. If Xingfeng had simply taught Mu Wanqing a lesson, or even broken the legs of Li Qiang and Zhao Lan, Yi Chen wouldn't have said a word. But Xingfeng wanted to touch Mu Wanqing, and that was unacceptable. After all, Mu Wanqing was Yi Chen's ex-wife. Yi Chen would never allow another man to lay a hand on her. Take Li Qiang, for example. He was nothing more than a sycophant. If Mu Wanqing had truly been interested in him, Li Qiang would already be in hell meeting the king of Hades. Xingfeng snorted coldly. "Yi Chen, you want to interfere? I'm afraid you're not qualified." At that moment, Luo Qingqiu slowly walked forward from behind. Her cold gaze fixed on Xingfeng as she said, "Xingfeng, do you think I'm qualified to step in?" Xingfeng's expression changed. The Luo family held significant power in Cloud City, and his father, Xing Yi, also had a good relationship with them. Xingfeng forced a smile. "Sister Qingqiu, what are you doing? Are you going to back him up?" Luo Qingqiu snorted coldly. "This is the Luo family's banquet. Are you sure you want to cause trouble here?" Xingfeng's expression turned extremely awkward. He glared at Yi Chen and sneered, "Fine, Yi Chen, right? You're safe under the Luo family's protection here. But can the Luo family protect you forever? Once you step outside this door, I'll show you the consequences of meddling. With that, Xing Feng turned and walked away. Luo Qingqiu looked at Yi Chen and smiled. Mr. Yi, I hope I didn't disturb your enjoyment? Yi Chen replied indifferently. No, is there something you need? Luo Qingqiu said, some friends would like to meet you. Would you have the time to join us? After a moment of thought, Yi Chen replied, sure, I'll come by later. Luo Qingqiu nodded. I'll wait for you in the backyard. Before leaving, she cast a haughty and mocking glance at Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing felt the hostility in Luo Qingqiu's gaze, gritted her teeth and turned her head away. After Luo Qingqiu left, Yi Chen turned to Mu Wanqing and said indifferently, I suggest you leave now. While I've temporarily handled Xing Feng, there's no guarantee he won't come after you later. Mu Wanqing had initially been very moved, but seeing Luo Qingqiu stand up for Yi Chen made her inexplicably jealous. She coldly said, hey chimpish. I don't need your help. I can handle my own affairs. Yi Chen sneered. Handle it yourself. If it weren't for me just now, would you still be standing here talking? Mu Wanqing froze, unable to refute him. She was indeed touched by Yi Chen's intervention, but Luo Qingqiu's involvement made her jealous and upset. Zhao Lan sneered, what a joke. Relying on you? If it weren't for Miss Luo just now, you'd already be beaten to death by Xing Feng. Stop pretending. You're just a man living off a woman. How do you even have the nerve to talk like that? Mu Fei added, exactly. We didn't need your help. With young Master Li here, solving this would have been a piece of cake. Li Qiang's face stiffened, but he forced himself to speak up. That's right. Honestly, Yi Chen just made things more complicated. I have an uncle who works in the underground world and knows Xingji well. I could have easily resolved this with a phone call. Yi Chen glanced at the hopeless group, scoffed, and turned to leave. While he didn't want to interact with irrelevant people, Luo Qingqiu had spoken up, so he couldn't refuse her invitation. He headed to the backyard. Meanwhile, Zhao Lan, despite her earlier bravado, was still worried about Xing Feng's potential retaliation. She nervously said, maybe we should leave? If Xing Feng really comes after us, we're done for. Mu Fei turned to Li Qiang. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't young Master Li say his uncle knows Xingyi? Just make a call, and it'll be resolved. Mu Wanqing looked at Li Qiang skeptically. Young Master Li, is that true? Li Qiang cursed himself internally. While it was true he had an uncle in the underground world who had met Xingyi a few times, Xingyi's status was far too high to bother with his uncle. But seeing Mu Wanqing's expression, Li Qiang couldn't admit the truth. Gritting his teeth, he said, well, I'm not entirely sure, but I can try calling him. At the same time, Yi Chen had already arrived in the backyard. Luo Qingqiu was waiting there and said, Mr. Yi, you're really kind to your ex-wife. Even after the divorce, you're still helping her. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, after all, 3 years of marriage, if I talk about it, it'll only bring tears. Luo Qingqiu laughed. Mu Wanqing is really ungrateful. She doesn't even appreciate a man like you. I can't understand what's going on in her head. Yi Chen waved his hand. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Who wants to see me? Luo Qingqiu said, you've definitely heard of this person. His name is Zexing Jinying. On the streets he's known as Zexing Yi. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. This is interesting. Just now his son was threatening to deal with me, and now his father wants to see me. Luo Qingqiu said, that brat Xing Feng has never been taught a lesson. Now that he's provoked you, Mr. Yi, he's going to suffer. Yi Chen smiled nonchalantly. Let's go. Lead the way. Luo Qingqiu led Yi Chen into the hall in the backyard. At this moment, old Master Luo was sitting at the main seat, and beside him sat a burly man with a square face. His natural authority was evident, exuding an imposing aura. This man was Zexing Jingshong Xingyi. Xing Jingshong looked at old Master Luo and asked with a smile, Old Luo, is it true? That divine doctor cured your chronic illness in just one treatment? Old Master Luo chuckled. Old Zings, why would I lie to you? You knew how bad my health was before. Look at me now, I feel like I can live another 20 years easily. A glint flashed in Xingshang's eyes. He had seen old Master Luo before. Back when his health was so frail it seemed like he could pass away at any moment. Yet in just a few days, he now appeared full of vitality. Xing Jingshong took a deep breath and said, Old Luo, you must introduce this divine doctor to me. I've been to countless doctors for my condition, but none of them have been able to help. While it's not life-threatening, the pain and suffering are unbearable. Old Master Luo smiled. Don't worry. I've already asked Qingqiu to invite him. If he agrees, he'll come. As they were speaking, Luo Qingqiu brought Yi Chen inside. Old Master Luo immediately stood up and said respectfully, Young Master Ye, you're here. Please have a seat and some tea. Seeing Yi Chen, Xing Jingxiong was momentarily stunned. This was the divine doctor Old Master Luo spoke of. He looked so young. In Xing Jingxing's mind, the older a doctor, the more skilled they were. But Yi Chen looked like a fresh graduate. Yi Chen remained composed and said, Old Luo, are you feeling better now? Old Master Luo laughed. Thanks to the medicine you prescribed, I feel much better. Let me introduce you. This is Zexing Jingxiang, the head of the Yexing family and an old friend of mine. He's hoping you can take a look at his chronic condition. Although Xing Jingxiang was skeptical of Yi Chen's age, he still smiled and said, Dr. Yi, my condition is. Before he could finish, Yi Chen waved his hand and said, No need to say more. Your condition can be cured, and it's quite simple. What? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Xing Jingxiang was stunned. He hadn't even explained his symptoms, yet Yi Chen already knew. Usually when he went to the hospital, he had to undergo a full-body examination with countless medical tests before they could determine the cause. But Yi Chen had figured it out in just a few minutes. And it was simple? Xing Jingxiang, who had consulted numerous renowned specialists, found this hard to believe. No amount of medicine or treatments had worked for him. How could it possibly be simple? He asked in shock, Dr. Ye, you already know my condition? Don't you need to examine me? Yi Chen said calmly, No need. The pallor of your face and bloodshot eyes indicate a blockage of vital energy. I assume your kidneys were injured in your youth, leading to blood deficiency and current difficulties in your bedroom activities. To put it simply, you're impotent. Gasp. Hearing this, Xing Jingxiang was utterly shocked. This was his secret. Aside from the doctors he had consulted, no one else knew about it. Even old Master Luo had no idea. Yet Yi Chen had pinpointed it with a single sentence. A divine doctor. Truly a divine doctor. Xing Jingxiang was overwhelmed with emotion and quickly said, Dr. Yi, you're absolutely right. That's exactly my condition. I've seen so many doctors but none of them could help. This illness is driving me insane. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Your illness isn't due to overindulgence or exhaustion, but rather a kidney injury from your youth that wasn't properly treated, leaving residual complications. That's why conventional treatments are ineffective. Xing Jingxiang nodded repeatedly and asked, Dr. Yi, please help me cure this. I'm willing to pay any price. Seeing Xing Jingxiang's eagerness, Luo Qingqiu laughed and covered her mouth. Xing Jingxiang, puzzled, asked, Qingqiu? What's so funny? Luo Qingqiu laughed. It's just funny. Earlier your son was threatening to kill Mr. Yi, and now here you are, begging him for treatment. Don't you think that's amusing? What? Hearing this, Xing Jingxiang's expression changed. At this moment, his mind was entirely focused on Yi Chen curing his illness. He was only in his 40s, still a man in his prime. With wealth and power, beautiful women surrounded him, but his condition left him helpless, unable to enjoy life. Furthermore, as the head of the Yixing family, to be a eunuch was humiliating. If word of this got out, the entire Xing family would become a laughingstock. Xing Jingxiang quickly said, That ungrateful brat is out of control. How dare he offend Mr. Ye? Don't worry, I'll deal with this personally and give Mr. Yi a satisfactory explanation. Yi Chen smiled indifferently. It doesn't matter. As long as he doesn't provoke me, it's fine. Now, sit down. Xing Jingxiang immediately sat in the chair. Yi Chen took out a silver needle and said, I'll use acupuncture on you. It will hurt a bit, but don't worry. Don't worry, Mr. Ye. I'm not afraid of pain. Xing Jingxiang said, I'm ready. Just as Yi Chen was about to start, he suddenly paused and asked, By the way, did you bring your wife? Xing Jingxiang was startled. My wife passed away many years ago. Yi Chen asked, Then did you bring a companion? Xing Jingxiang nodded. Yes, I did. Yi Chen said, Qingqiu, prepare a room and bring Xing Jingxing's companion there. Xing Jingxiang was confused. Why? Yi Chen's eyes sharpened. You'll understand soon. With that, Yi Chen inserted the silver needle into specific points. A sharp pain surged through Xing Jingxiang's body, and his eyes turned bloodshot as he gasped for air. Tai needle technique. Fire needle. Xing Jingxiang felt a burning sensation spreading through his body, as if a raging fire had been ignited inside him. A long-lost surge of vitality rose to his head. At this moment, his body felt like a balloon swelling up. Seeing this, Yi Chen patted him on the back and smiled. Go now. Xing Jingxiong, sensing the power within him, wasted no time and dashed toward the room Luo Qingqiu had prepared. Luo Qingqiu had just escorted Xing Jingxiong's companion into the room. Turning around, she saw Xing Jingxiong rushing in like a madman. Luo Qingqiu quickly walked over to Yi Chen, asking in shock, "What's wrong with Uncle Xing? Has he gone mad?" Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "He's indeed mad, but he's been holding it in for too long." Soon, miserable screams echoed from the room. Luo Qingqiu's face turned red as she glared at Yi Chen, then shyly turned and ran out. Over an hour later, hearty laughter burst from the hall. "Hey haha. So satisfying. It's been 8 years, 8 years." Xing Jingxiong walked out briskly, directly approaching Yi Chen. He bowed deeply and said, "Dr. Yi, I owe you a great debt." Yi Chen raised his hand slightly and said with a faint smile, "No need for such a grand gesture, Master Xing." Xing Jingxiong took a deep breath and said, "As a man, you cannot imagine how humiliating these past 8 years have been. Dr. Yi, your treatment is like a second life for me. In the future, if you ever need anything, no matter what it is, I, Xing Jingxiong, will go through fire and water to repay you." Yi Chen smiled. "Your condition has mostly been resolved. Later, I'll write 2 prescriptions for you. If you follow them, you'll fully recover." Xing Jingxiong nodded. "Thank you, Dr. Yi." His excitement was genuine, and understandably so. For a man, apart from his life, nothing is more important than his masculinity. Having wealth and power, but being unable to enjoy them, was even worse than death for him. Suddenly, Xing Jingxiong remembered something. He turned to Yi Chen and asked, "Dr. Yi, just now Miss Luo mentioned that my son was disrespectful to you?" Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "He's just a kid who doesn't know better." Xing Jingxiong's face darkened. He immediately pulled out his phone and called Xing Feng. As soon as the call connected, he began shouting angrily, "You ungrateful brat! Did you offend someone? Let me tell you, you will personally kneel before Dr. Yi and apologize. If you fail to earn his forgiveness, I'll break your legs myself and kick you out of the Xing family." After saying this, Xing Jingxiong hung up the phone and said to Yi Chen, "Dr. Yi, don't worry. If my son dares to disrespect you again, I'll break his damn legs myself." Yi Chen smiled faintly, showing no concern. Xing Jingxiang's actions were essentially saving his own son's life. If he couldn't control Xing Feng, Yi Chen wouldn't hesitate to end him. Old Master Luo laughed heartily and said to Xing Jingxiong, "Little Xing, congratulations on regaining your manhood." Xing Jingxiong blushed and replied with a laugh, "All thanks to Dr. Yi's unparalleled skill." Yi Chen, feeling bored with the conversation, waved his hand and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Old Master Luo nodded. "Young Master Yi, you're free to go." Old Master Luo and Xing Jingxiong likely had other matters to discuss, and Yi Chen wasn't interested in getting involved. He turned and walked into the hall, where he saw Xing Feng leading a group of people toward him in a hurry. Seeing this, Mu Wanqing and the others were shocked. Earlier, Xing Feng had vowed to take revenge on Yi Chen. They didn't expect him to act so quickly. Mu Wanqing panicked. She knew how reckless and lawless these young masters of Cloud City could be. With so many people on Xing Feng's side, Yi Chen's fate was obvious. Mu Wanqing quickly said, "What do we do? Xing Feng is here for revenge. Yi Chen's alone, he's definitely going to suffer." Xiao Lan frowned and said, "Wanqing, you're divorced. Why do you still care whether he lives or dies?" Mu Fei added, "Exactly. Wasn't Yi Chen acting all high and mighty earlier? Anyway, he's just a bootlicker for Miss Luo. Maybe she'll step in and make sure the punishment isn't too severe." Mu Wanqing frowned and said, "Mom, I don't like how Yi Chen relies on women and lacks ambition, but we lived together for 3 years. Feelings don't just disappear. Plus, he stood up for me earlier. We can't just ignore him now." Mu Fei snorted. "Sister, you're too soft-hearted. That's why Yi Chen could take advantage of you for 3 years. Anyway, didn't young Master Li say he called his uncle? His uncle knows Xing Yi, so maybe he can help." Mu Wanqing turned to Li Qiang and asked, "Young Master Li, can you help? For my sake, can you help Yi Chen?" Li Qiang felt annoyed. He had only been bluffing earlier. His uncle did have some involvement in Cloud City's underground world, but he wasn't particularly influential. While he had met Xing Jingxiong a few times, their relationship wasn't close. More importantly, Li Qiang wanted to see Yi Chen suffer at Xing Feng's hands. Why would he help Yi Chen? The truth was, Li Qiang had pursued Mu Wanqing for so long without making any progress. He believed it was because of Yi Chen. This made him hate Yi Chen deeply. If Xingfeng could cripple Yi Chen, it would be perfect. Still, seeing Mu Wanking's pleading expression, Li Qiang couldn't voice his true thoughts. Instead, he said perfunctorily, "Don't worry. I've already called my uncle. He said he'd try to mediate. Don't you trust me?" Although Li Qiang spoke confidently, he was already imagining Yi Chen's miserable fate at Xingfeng's hands. He figured he could make up an excuse later, saying his uncle's efforts didn't work. By then, it would be too late, and no one would care about a cripple. He could already picture Mu Wanqing turning to him for comfort after Yi Chen's downfall. Clenching his fists, Li Qiang felt a surge of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing naively believed Li Qiang's uncle could help. She said gratefully, "Thank you, young Master Lai. If your uncle can help, I'll owe you so much." As they spoke, Xingfeng had already arrived in front of Yi Chen, exuding aggression. Li Qiang thought Xingfeng would immediately start beating Yi Chen. To his shock, Xingfeng stopped in his tracks, then suddenly knelt before Yi Chen and began kowtowing frantically. "Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I didn't know who you were. I'll never dare to offend you again. Please treat me like a fart, and let me go." Behind Xingfeng, everyone who had previously disrespected Yi Chen also knelt and begged for forgiveness. This scene left Li Qiang and the others wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. What was happening? Was there a mistake? Xingfeng was the eldest young master of the Xing family, one of the top figures in Cloud City. Yet here he was, kneeling before Yi Chen and begging for mercy? It was unbelievable. Everyone felt their minds go blank, completely unable to understand what had happened. Why would the always arrogant Xingfeng suddenly kneel and apologize to Yi Chen? Yi Chen glanced at Xingfeng calmly and said indifferently, "For your father's sake, I'll give you a chance. Get lost." Xingfeng kowtowed frantically and said, "Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you, young Master Yi. I'll leave right away." This scene left everyone baffled. Mu Wanqing widened her eyes, swallowed hard, and asked in confusion, "What's going on here? Didn't Xingfeng come for revenge? Why did he kneel to Yi Chen?" Zhao Lan was also stunned and said, "Could it be that Miss Luo interceded on Yi Chen's behalf?" Mu Wanqing shook her head. "That's impossible. Based on Xingfeng's attitude earlier, while he wouldn't dare act rashly in front of Luo Qingqiu, he wouldn't go so far as to kneel to Yi Chen just because of her." Mu Fei suddenly seemed to realize something and said, "I know. It must be that young Master Lai's uncle called Xingfeng's father, which made Xingfeng back down." Mu Wanqing looked at Li Qiang and asked suspiciously, "Really?" Li Qiang felt awkward. He knew better than anyone that his uncle didn't have the power to make the Xing family disregard their pride just to give him face. But in front of Mu Wanqing, he couldn't outright deny it. He vaguely said, "I did call my uncle, so maybe it had some effect?" As they were speaking, the disheveled Xingfeng and his followers walked past hurriedly. The conversation between Xingfeng and his subordinates drifted over. "Boss, why did we have to kneel to that Yi Chen? Weren't we going to take him out?" "Damn it, don't bring it up. My father called me and told me to kneel and apologize to Yi Chen, or he'd break my legs. Damn, who did this Yi Chen call to get my father personally involved? This is so humiliating. Today's a total disgrace. Let's go. From now on, I'm going to be the laughingstock of all of Cloud City." Hearing Xingfeng's conversation, Mu Fei jumped up as if he'd discovered a new continent. "Did you hear that? Someone called Xingfeng's father, and that's why he gave in." Zhao Lan nodded. "That's right. Young Master Lai, you're amazing. I didn't expect your uncle to know even the head of the Xing family. What incredible connections. The Mu family will definitely rely on you in the future." Mu Fei agreed, saying, "Exactly. Brother Lai, I'll follow you from now on. You're so much better than that Yi Chen." The group showered Li Qiang with praise. Li Qiang himself started to believe it might have been his uncle's influence, even though he was initially unsure. The timing was just too coincidental. Puffing out his chest with pride, he said, "It's no big deal, Wanqing. Just a phone call, that's all." Zhao Lan gave him a thumbs up. "Wow, young Master Li, your connections are incredible. Even the Xing family gives you face. That's a big deal. From now on, the Mu family will count on you." Mu Fei also chimed in, "Exactly, Brother Lai. You're way better than Yi Chen." The praise inflated Li Qiang's ego. He decided to ask his uncle later if his influence in the underground world had grown. If his uncle truly had such sway, then Li Qiang could dominate Cloud City in the future. Yi Chen, meanwhile, paid no attention to their delusions. After lingering for a while, he found the banquet boring and decided to leave. Just as he reached the door, Zhao Lan's mocking voice came from behind him. "Oh, leaving already? Has Miss Luo abandoned her little boy toy? Didn't you rely on her to get by?" Mu Fei laughed and added, "What kind of person is Miss Luo? Did you really think she'd be interested in him? Look at him. What part of him is worthy of Miss Luo?" Yi Chen frowned and said coldly, "You people are so annoying. Whether or not I'm worthy of Luo Qingqiu has nothing to do with you." Mu Fei immediately shouted angrily, "Nothing to do with us? Yi Chen, you're so shameless. Don't you know that if it weren't for us you'd already be beaten like a dog?" Yi Chen paused, unsure what Mu Fei meant. He replied icily, "Beaten? You're so full of yourselves." Mu Fei said, "You really don't get it, do you? Do you think Xingfeng knelt to you because he was afraid of you?" Yi Chen sneered. "Of course he was afraid of me. What else?" "Ha ha ha." Mu Fei laughed loudly. "Afraid of you? That's hilarious. Let me tell you, your real savior is Brother Lai. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have made it out of here alive." "Savior? What nonsense is this?" Yi Chen glanced disdainfully at the smug Li Qiang. "What kind of savior? Li Qiang? Him. Not even close. You're insane." Yi Chen scoffed, ready to leave. This enraged Mu Fei and the others. To them, Yi Chen's safe departure was entirely due to Li Qiang's connections. Without them, Yi Chen would have been doomed. His lack of gratitude and his insults were unacceptable. Even Mu Wangqing became angry. She stopped Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, shouldn't you at least thank young Master Lai?" Yi Chen, frustrated, retorted, "What a joke. Why should I thank him?" Mu Wangqing, infuriated by Yi Chen's attitude, said, "Why? Don't you know why Xingfeng, who came to take revenge, suddenly knelt and apologized? It's because young Master Li called his uncle and used his connections to protect you. Isn't that worth a thank you?" Yi Chen was stunned. He stared at Mu Wangqing in disbelief. Xingfeng knelt and apologized because his father, Xing Jingxiong, would bow to Yi Chen himself. What kind of influence could Li Qiang's uncle possibly have? Li Qiang's shamelessness was astounding. To claim credit for something like this? Yi Chen chuckled and said, "Li Qiang? His uncle? What a joke. They're not even worthy to carry my shoes, let alone protect me. This is the funniest thing I've ever heard." Hearing this, Zhao Lan almost jumped up, pointing at Yi Chen and cursing, "Ungrateful. You're so heartless. Young Master Li saved you, and yet you're this ungrateful. If I had known you were such a jerk, I would have let them beat you to death." Mu Fei also sneered, "Exactly. Even a dog knows how to wag its tail when saved. You're worse than a dog. Shameless." Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and coldly mocked, "Who's truly shameless here? Xingfeng knelt to me because his father has to show me respect and even calls me young Master Yi. Do you even realize what kind of person Li Qiang is?" Li Qiang, unwilling to back down, retorted angrily, "What are you trying to say, Yi Chen? This is ridiculous. Respect you. Do you even know who Xingfeng's father is? That's Xing Jingxiong, a powerful figure. Your arrogance is unbelievable. I, at least, am your savior. Instead of gratitude, you're accusing me like this." Yi Chen replied coldly, "Oh? You saved me. What makes you think you have that kind of ability?" Li Qiang hesitated briefly before forcing himself to respond. "I called my uncle, of course. He must have contacted Xing Jingxiong, which is why Xingfeng apologized to you." Yi Chen laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. What a joke. Your uncle must be incredibly influential to make Xing Jingxiong disregard his family's pride and kneel to me. If that's the case, why is your family still in such a sorry state?" Li Qiang's face turned red with anger and embarrassment. Even he had doubts because he knew his uncle didn't have that kind of power. But wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Mu Fei interjected, "Maybe Xing Jingxiong owes young Master Lai's uncle a favor?" Li Qiang immediately seized the opportunity and said, "Exactly. Xingfeng wouldn't even give Miss Luo face, so how could he possibly care about this waste Yi Chen? It must have been my uncle's connections." Yi Chen sneered, "How shameless." Mu Wangqing frowned and said, "Yi Chen, I can confirm that young Master Li did call his uncle for help, and Xingfeng's attitude changed immediately after. It's easy to prove young Master Li. Why don't you call your uncle again and confirm it?" Li Qiang was stunned. "Confirm it? This was no joke." He hesitated. Yi Chen chuckled and mocked, "He probably doesn't dare to make that call. The Lai family isn't even qualified to shine Xing Jingxing's shoes, yet you have the audacity to take credit for this? Laughable." Zhao Lan, Furious, said young Master Li, just make the call. Yi Chen refuses to believe it. Let's show him the truth. Mu Fei added, exactly. Call now. Besides young Master Li, who else could have the power to do this? Absolutely no one. Li Qiang was pushed to the edge. Reluctantly, he took out his phone, gritting his teeth. Fine, I'll prove it to you. He dialed his uncle's number. The phone rang a few times before connecting. 80,000. White Dragon. Pong. Hello? Qiangzi? Why are you calling me? I'm playing mahjong. On the other end, Li Qiang's uncle sounded distracted. Li Qiang hesitated before saying, Uncle, about what I asked you earlier, did it work? What are you talking about? His uncle asked. Li Qiang's heart skipped a beat. You know, the thing about contacting Xing Xiong. Oh, that? I haven't done it yet. What's it about again? His uncle replied. Li Qiang explained. It's about a friend of mine who offended Xing Feng. I wanted you to help mediate. Crash. The sound of objects falling and breaking came from the other end, followed by his uncle's furious voice. What? Your friend offended Xing Feng? Who is this friend? Cut ties with them immediately. Qiangzi. Don't blame me for not warning you. I've met Xing Xiong a few times, but in his eyes, I'm just a lackey. Do you know who Xing Feng is? If your friend offended him, cut ties with them immediately. And if it's you who offended him, go kneel at the Xing family's door, and wait until Xing Feng forgives you. Beep 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 beep. With that, his uncle hung up the call. Li Qiang was left standing there, his face full of shame and embarrassment. Because the call had been on speaker, everyone heard his uncle's words. Zhao Lan and the others turned pale. Earlier they had been so sure it was young Master Li's connections that helped Yi Chen. They had even wanted to force Yi Chen to thank him. But now, it was clear his uncle hadn't even considered the matter. Based on his tone, Li Qiang's uncle was nothing more than a fringe figure in Xing Jingxing's eyes. Yi Chen laughed lightly, looking at Li Qiang with mocking eyes. Did you hear that? You should hurry up and go kneel before Xing Feng. Otherwise you might not even be able to return to the Li family. Li Qiang's face turned ghostly pale. Yi Chen's scathing remarks made him feel deeply humiliated, but he had no retort. Yi Chen glanced coldly at Li Qiang, and then turned to Mu Wanqing. In a chilling tone he said, Do you see now? This is the man you favor? Compared to me, he's nothing but an ant. Crushing him wouldn't even take any effort. Mu Wanqing, when did your judgment become so short-sighted? With that, Yi Chen turned and left the estate, leaving the Mu family members in awkward silence. Mu Wanqing was left speechless by Yi Chen's words. Short-sighted? Her eyes reddened, tears welling up as she felt deeply wronged. For years she had worked hard in Cloud City's business world, taking the Mu family from nothing to where they were today. What right did Yi Chen have to call her short-sighted? She wanted to argue back, but today's events left her with no grounds to refute him. Moreover, she couldn't shake the question in her heart. She had initially believed it was Li Qiang's connections that resolved the matter, but now she realized it was someone else. Who could have such influence to control the Xing family? Could Yi Chen truly have a mysterious identity she didn't know about? Was that even possible? Li Qiang's face was flushed with embarrassment. He looked at Mu Wanqing awkwardly and said, Wanqing, I'm really sorry. My uncle couldn't help. Mu Wanqing gave a bitter smile. She couldn't blame Li Qiang. At least he had tried. She shook her head and said nothing more. Zhao Lan waved dismissively. All right, it doesn't matter. Yi Chen's fine now, isn't he? Mu Fei added, Exactly. He didn't even care about our help. He's probably found another rich woman to rely on. The group could only console themselves. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already returned home. He noticed that Mu Qingqiu wasn't there. Checking the time, it was already 10 p.m., long past when she usually got off work. Wondering why she hadn't come back yet, Yi Chen took out his phone and called her. Hello? Mu Qingqiu's voice came through the phone. Brother-in-law, what's up? Where are you? Why aren't you home yet? Yi Chen asked, puzzled. I'm out with some friends, Mu Qingqiu said with a laugh. What? Do you want to come pick me up? Send me the address. I'll come get you. It's not safe for a girl to be out this late, Yi Chen replied before hanging up. He grabbed a jacket and left the house. Before long, Mu Qingqiu sent over the address Cloud City Supreme Club. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Why would Mu Qingqiu, a young girl, be at a place like this for a gathering? He hailed a cab and headed to the Supreme Club. Meanwhile, inside a private room at the Supreme Club, a group of people was drinking. Mu Qingqiu seemed a bit distracted. She hadn't really wanted to come to this gathering. However, after leaving the Miu family, she had started her own small company in the beauty industry. While her company wasn't as big as her sister Mu Wangqing's Qingqiu group, she knew that socializing was an unavoidable part of growing her business. Truthfully, Mu Qingqiu often envied her sister. Mu Wangqing didn't need to work as hard. Under the protection of her brother-in-law Yi Chen, her company quickly grew from nothing to a billion-dollar enterprise. Mu Wangqing only had to bury herself in work and didn't need to entertain clients. Deals seemed to fall into place effortlessly. It was clear to anyone paying attention. Business doesn't thrive without networking. Mu Wangqing could avoid it because Yi Chen had dealt with anyone with ulterior motives behind the scenes. Yet Mu Wangqing believed it was her own merit. Just then, a man about 25 or 26 approached with a glass of red wine. Smiling, he said, "Qingqiu, here's to your first drink. I hope we can work together in the future." Mu Qingqiu nodded politely. "Thank you, young Master Zhu. I should be the one to toast you first." With that, she downed the wine in one gulp. Afterward, she felt slightly tipsy but forced a smile at the man. Young Master Zhu laughed heartily. "Impressive. Bold and straightforward. A beauty like you, Qingqiu, is truly rare." This man was Zhou Yukun, the eldest son of the Zhou family in Cloud City. The Zhou family was wealthy and well connected in the investment sector. Many in the business world wanted to curry favor with Zhou Yukun. After all, in this day and age, any company looking to grow couldn't do without financing. Zhou Yukun, leveraging his family's network and power, frequently attended gatherings like this to meet women under the guise of business investment. And it worked. With money and power, Zhou Yukun rarely failed. Most women couldn't resist the allure of wealth. To Zhou Yukun, winning over a woman was simple: spend money. If it didn't work, it just meant he hadn't spent enough. This time, Zhou Yukun's target was Mu Qingqiu. She was not only stunningly beautiful but also carried a unique air of grace and purity, vastly different from the typical women he encountered. Zhou Yukun didn't push further. He knew that being too aggressive could backfire. After complimenting her, he walked away, but not before exchanging glances with a few other men in the group. Soon, these men approached Mu Qingqiu one by one. "Miss Mu, I've heard so much about you. I'm the general manager of Omalai. We're in the same industry, so I hope we can collaborate more in the future. Cheers. Miss Mu, here's to you. It's a pleasure to meet someone as beautiful and capable as you, Miss Mu Yu. It's an honor." Faced with toast after toast, Mu Qingqiu felt it would be impolite to refuse. She ended up drinking 3 glasses in quick succession. The men, seemingly courteous and well-mannered, didn't linger or converse much, making it all appear like a normal round of toasts. However, Zhou Yukun watched with a faint smile. This was his tried and true strategy. Gradually get the woman drunk without alarming her, then take her to a hotel. By the time she sobered up the next day, everything would already be done. He could blame it on drunken behavior and, with the Zhou family's backing, offer some investment as compensation. Most women would accept the arrangement, and some even willingly became his secret lovers. To Zhou Yukun, Mu Qingqiu was no exception. At this point, Mu Qingqiu had drunk several glasses. While her alcohol tolerance was decent, she was starting to feel dizzy. The scheme targeting her was far from over. At Zhou Yukun's signal, 2 women approached Mu Qingqiu, smiling. "Miss Mu, we've shared drinks before, but I'd like to toast you again. I've used your company's products, and they're excellent. I plan to visit your office tomorrow to discuss potential collaboration." Mu Qingqiu smiled politely. "Miss Su, I'll personally greet you when you visit tomorrow." Miss Su laughed. "Great. Let's toast to that." Mu Qingqiu hesitated. "Miss Su, I really can't drink anymore. I feel a bit dizzy, and I don't want to embarrass myself if I get drunk," Miss Su replied. "Oh, come on. Drinking should be fun. Isn't that right, everyone?" The room echoed with agreement. "That's right. Miss Mu, you're known for your tolerance. Let's all have fun tonight." "Exactly. If we're going to drink, let's drink to the fullest. Don't worry, Miss Mu Yu. If you get drunk, I'll personally see you home." Under the crowd's encouragement, Mu Qingqiu reluctantly downed 2 more glasses. The alcohol hit her hard, leaving her feeling dizzy and nauseous, though she managed to hold it together. Seeing this, Zhou Yukun stood up and approached Mu Qingqiu, smiling. "Miss Mu, here's to you." Mu Qingqiu waved her hand. "I'm sorry, young Master Zhu. I really can't drink anymore. I feel so dizzy." Zhou Yukun pushed further, smiling. "Oh, come on, how can you not drink? What, are you looking down on me, Zhou Yukun?" Mu Qingqiu shook her head. No, not at all. I just really can't drink anymore. Feigning anger, Zhou Yukun said. You say you're not looking down on me, but you can't even drink a single glass. Clearly I'm not worthy of your respect. The others chimed in. Miss Mew. This is young Master Zhou. Every company in Cloud City depends on him for investment. Not drinking would be disrespectful. Exactly. One glass could mean a few million in investment. How can you refuse? You should at least drink this one glass. Blushing, Qingqiu felt cornered. Under the pressure she reluctantly picked up the glass. Zhou Yukun's eyes gleamed with greed. He knew she was almost at her limit. A few more glasses, and she'd be completely at his mercy. But just as Qingqiu was about to drink, a large hand suddenly grabbed her wrist and took the glass away. It was Yi Chen, his expression cold and stern. Sorry, but she won't be drinking this glass. Yi Chen's sudden appearance silenced the entire private room. Everyone present knew Zhou Yukun's intentions. Zhou Yukun wanted to win over Qingqiu, and they were there to help. After all, in Cloud City they were just small business owners who didn't dare to offend Zhou Yukun. Some even hoped to curry favor with him. If they could get closer to Zhou Yukun, they might secure a significant investment from the Zhou family. One of Zhou Yukun's lackeys immediately jumped out, glaring at Yi Chen and shouting angrily, "Who are you to come here and boss us around?" Yi Chen replied calmly, "I'm her brother-in-law. She's had too much to drink and can't drink anymore." At this moment, Qingqiu raised her head and glanced at Yi Chen, saying, "Brother-in-law, you're here. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is my brother-in-law, Yi Chen." Zhou Yukun, frustrated by Yi Chen ruining his plans, stepped back slightly but maintained a smile. "So you're Qingqiu's brother-in-law? Perfect timing. Have a drink with us." Yi Chen waved his hand. "Sorry, but we're leaving." Zhou Yukun's face darkened. "You're disrespecting me. Everyone here works in Cloud City. Qingqiu, haven't you been looking for investments? Why not discuss it further?" Hearing this, Qingqiu looked at Yi Chen and said, "Brother-in-law, how about we stay a little longer?" Since starting her company, Qingqiu had struggled to gain momentum. She had come to this gathering in the hope of finding opportunities to grow her business. She had no choice. Seeing her hesitation, Yi Chen didn't say much. At least his presence had made Zhou Yukun tone down his behavior. Zhou Yukun picked up a glass of wine, raised an eyebrow at Yi Chen, and said with a smile, "Yi Chen, right? Let me toast you. I've heard a lot about you." Yi Chen frowned slightly. "You've heard of me?" Zhou Yukun chuckled. "Of course. You're famous in Cloud City as the man who lives off a woman. You married into the Mew family, and once they succeeded, they kicked you out. How could I not know? I even heard the Mew family is looking for a new man for Mew Wanking. Honestly, ending up like you is a disgrace to all men." As soon as he said this, the whole room burst into laughter. Ahaha. Yi Chen remained seated calmly, showing no anger. Qingqiu, however, was furious and said, "Zhou Yukun, where did you hear such nonsense?" Feigning regret, Zhou Yukun said, "Oh Yi Chen, I don't mean to target you, but your former mother-in-law has been spreading this everywhere. It's hard not to hear about it. Honestly, you're quite famous in Cloud City's business circles, it's just that your reputation isn't great." Others joined in, laughing and mocking. As a man, if you're not capable, relying on a woman is understandable. But getting dumped afterward is just pathetic. Exactly. Not everyone can be as capable as Zhao Shao. Yi Chen, maybe you should toast Zhou Shao and learn from him how to be a real man. Yeah. Qingqiu, hearing their sarcastic remarks, grew even angrier and wanted to refute them. Before she could, Yi Chen pulled her back, signaling her not to bother with them. Seeing this, Zhou Yukun and the others became even more contemptuous. In their eyes, Yi Chen's lack of response to the mockery confirmed that he was exactly the worthless man the rumors described. While the group continued chatting, the door to the private room suddenly opened, and a young man walked in. Everyone recognized him as a fellow businessman in the beauty industry. Beside him was his girlfriend, both looking upset. Zhou Yukun glanced at the man and smiled. "Liao Yu, why are you late? You'll have to drink as punishment." The man, named Liao Yu, sat down gloomily. His girlfriend, Zhang Yu, angrily said, "Zhou Shao, you don't know how angry we are. Just now, a drunk thug slapped me on the butt. When Liao Yu confronted him, the guy got cocky and beat both of us up. It's infuriating." "What?" Hearing this, everyone crowded around to ask Liao Yu if he was okay, though none of them seemed willing to stand up for him. After all, they were just acquaintances and not particularly close. No one wanted to get involved in such trouble. Zhou Yukun frowned slightly but said nothing. Zhang Yu glanced at Zhou Yukun and said, "Zhou Xiao, I can't swallow this insult. Can you help us?" Liao Yu gave her a look and said, "Zhang Yu, don't mess around. Avoiding trouble is better than causing it. Don't put Zhou Xiao in a tough spot." Zhou Yukun, having had a bit to drink, considered himself highly influential in Cloud City. Moreover, this was his gathering and his guests had been attacked. He couldn't just ignore it. He also wanted to show off his abilities in front of Qingqiu. Zhou Yukun slammed the table and shouted, "Damn it! Who dares to mess with my people? Are they tired of living? Tell me where they are. I'll deal with it right now. This won't end here." The crowd began praising him. As expected of Zhou Xiao, always reliable. With Zhou Xiao stepping in, those thugs will be scared out of their wits. Exactly. Let's go find them. With Zhou Xiao leading us, we'll show them who's boss. Yeah, we've got enough people here. Even if it comes to a fight, we won't lose. Fired up by Zhou Yukun, everyone appeared ready to charge into battle. However, before they could make a move, the door to the private room was kicked open again. 4 or 5 men stormed in, led by a bald man. One of his lackeys immediately pointed at Zhang Yu and said with a grin, "Boss, that's the chick. Look at that attitude and that figure. Perfect." The bald man scanned the room, his gaze lingering on Qingqiu and the other women. His eyes lit up, and he laughed. "Haha, not bad. I didn't expect so many beauties. This is getting interesting." Zhou Yukun frowned and stepped forward, shouting angrily, "Who the hell are you? Do you have a death wish, causing trouble in front of me?" Seeing that there were only 4 or 5 of them, Zhou Yukun wasn't intimidated. There were 7 or 8 men in their group, so they wouldn't be at a disadvantage in a fight. Besides, Zhou Yukun had some influence in Cloud City, and wasn't afraid of a few thugs. Zhang Yu quickly pointed at the bald man and said, "Zhou Xiao, that's the guy who hit me in Liao Yu." Zhou Yukun glared at the thugs in front of him and shouted, "Damn it, was it you who hit my friend?" The group of thugs, clearly drunk, swayed unsteadily and laughed. "Yeah, we hit them. So what? Get out of my way. I want to have drinks with the beauties inside. Move." The bald-headed leader directly pushed Zhou Yukun. Zhou Yukun, unable to tolerate the humiliation, furiously kicked the bald man in the chest, sending him stumbling backward and falling to the ground. The thugs sobered up slightly at this and roared angrily, "Damn, you dared to hit our boss? Brothers, get him!" Zhou Yukun, refusing to back down, waved his hand and shouted, "Guys, don't be afraid of these bastards. Beat them up. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." With Zhou Yukun's assurance, the men in the private room charged forward together, throwing punches and kicks at the thugs. The thugs, although aggressive, were outnumbered and drunk, making it hard for them to stand steadily. Naturally, they ended up at a disadvantage. The group of thugs was thoroughly beaten and fled the room in a sorry state. The bald-headed leader, clutching his bleeding head, glared viciously at Zhou Yukun and snarled, "All right, kid, you've got guts. Stay right here if you dare. Don't leave." Zhou Yukun sneered, "Damn it, do you think I'm scared of you? In Cloud City, I, Zhou Yukun, have never feared anyone." After chasing the thugs away, the group in the room resumed drinking as if nothing had happened. Everyone surrounded Zhou Yukun, showering him with flattery. Zhang Yu raised her glass and smiled. "Zhou Xiao, you're amazing. Thank you for standing up for us. I toast to you, it was so satisfying to put those jerks in their place." Liao Yu also lifted his glass. "From now on, we'll follow Zhou Xiao." Buoyed by the praise, Zhou Yukun laughed smugly and said, "They're just a few petty thugs. It's nothing. In Cloud City you rely on connections to survive. The Zhou family may not be a top-tier family, but we still carry some weight here." Watching the group boast, Yi Chen sighed quietly. The bald-headed thug was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Yi Chen could tell from the scars on his arms and waist that he was no stranger to street fights. If not for the alcohol, Zhou Yukun and his group might not have had the upper hand earlier. Yi Chen spoke up, "Maybe we should leave. If they come back, I'm not sure you'll be able to handle it." As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, he became the target of everyone's ridicule. "Ha, coward. With Zhou Xiao here, what's there to be afraid of?" "Exactly. We all stepped up just now, but you didn't. No wonder you're known as a freeloader. As a man, you don't even have a shred of courage. What kind of man are you? If you're scared, just leave. With Zhou Xiao backing us, we have nothing to fear. If they come back, let them. I haven't had a good fight in a long time. If they dare show up, I'll beat them to death." Zhou Yukun sneered at Yi Chen and said, I have to say, Qingqiu, your brother-in-law is pathetic. No wonder your sister divorced him. I suggest you keep your distance from him. When choosing a man, don't pick someone so spineless. Zhang Yu, clearly close to Mu Qingqiu, chimed in. Qingqiu, Zhou Xiao is right. Don't be impulsive when choosing a man. Yi Chen is already someone your sister didn't want. It's better to keep your distance from him. Look at Zhu Xiao, he's from a good family, loyal, and has money and power. What do you think? Consider him. Mu Qingqiu smiled awkwardly and waved her hand. I'm not thinking about that for now. But I think Yi Chen is right if they come back looking for trouble. Before she could finish, Zhou Yukun interrupted with a wave of his hand. Don't worry. If they come back, I'll deal with them. As a man, you have to show strength when it's needed. Just as Zhou Yukun finished speaking. Bang! The private room door was violently kicked open. In the next moment, the arrogant expressions on Zhou Yukun and the others' faces froze as they saw the bald-headed thug leading dozens of men into the room. Even Zhou Yukun couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He had never expected that a thug like the bald man could gather so many people in such a short time. The bald man, now much soberer, scanned the room with icy eyes and said, "Weren't you all acting tough just now? What happened?" "Afraid now. Whoever hit me earlier, step forward." At that moment, the room fell silent. The earlier bravado evaporated as everyone trembled under the intimidating presence of the thugs. Now, the group's only hope was Zhou Yukun. Liao Yu whispered nervously. "Zhou Xiao, what do we do now?" Zhou Yukun feigned composure, walking forward with forced confidence. He stopped in front of the bald man and said, "It was me who hit you." "What? You brought all these people here to scare me?" The bald man sneered. "Damn, you're pretty arrogant." Zhou Yukun scoffed. "I suggest you watch your tone with me. I'm Zhou Yukun, the eldest son of the Zhou family in Cloud City. My father, Zhou Sihai, is close friends with Nine Master, the owner of this place. Try touching me if you dare." Zhou Yukun invoked his family name, but worried it might not be enough. Remembering that his father had once spoken with Nine Master at a banquet, he decided to use Nine Master's name to intimidate the thugs further. Sure enough, the bald man hesitated, his demeanor changing. He bowed slightly and asked, "Your father knows Nine Master?" Hearing this, Zhou Yukun felt a surge of confidence. Clearly, Nine Master's name had frightened the bald man. Zhou Yukun became even more arrogant. "Of course. My father and Nine Master are good friends. Now, do you still dare touch me?" The bald man narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "If you're friends with Nine Master, I wouldn't dare." Hearing this, everyone in the room looked at Zhou Yukun with admiration. They resolved to strengthen their ties with Zhou Yukun. This was what connections looked like facing a group of thugs. Zhou Xiao's mere words had them retreating in fear. However, before they could celebrate, the group of thugs suddenly parted to create a path. A middle-aged man strolled into the room. The thugs immediately showed utmost respect, bowing one after another. "Nine Master. Nine Master. Nine Master. Master." At that moment, Zhou Yukun and the others were utterly shocked. Zhou Yukun, who had just been bluffing using Nine Master's name, hadn't expected the man himself to appear. This was Nine Master, a legendary figure in Cloud City. Zhou Yukun's heart sank as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. His body trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, Zhou Yukun was overwhelmed with fear. He had mentioned Nine Master's name to scare off the bald man, but who could have expected that Nine Master himself would show up? Who was Nine Master? He was the owner of the Supreme Club and a man with significant influence in all of Cloud City. "Who's causing trouble on my turf?" Nine Master's expression was cold as he approached, exuding the aura of a powerful figure that sent shivers down everyone's spine. For those present, Nine Master was a name they had all heard of. As mere business people, they would never dare cross someone of his stature. The previously arrogant crowd instinctively stepped back, leaving Zhou Yukun to face Nine Master alone. After all, Zhou Yukun was their only hope now. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yukun forced a smile and said, "Nine Master. I didn't expect you to come. It's all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Nine Master's eyes narrowed coldly. "My brother was beaten, and you're calling it a misunderstanding? Brother?" The bald-headed thug was Nine Master's brother? Hearing this, Zhou Yukun felt a chill run down his spine. With a forced smile, he said, "Nine Master, my dispute with your brother was just a small argument. We're all brothers here. Let's not make a mountain out of a molehill. Please give me some face." Before he could finish speaking, Nine Master raised his hand, and delivered a resounding slap across Zhou Yukun's face. You? Who the hell are you? Do I know you? Why should I give you face? Nine Master said furiously. The slap left Zhou Yukun dizzy and disoriented. Yet, he didn't dare show any anger. Instead, he quickly said, Nine Master, I'm Zhou Yukun, son of Zhou Yukun, son of Zhong Xiong of the Zhou family. Zhou Xiong? Nine Master sneered. You're Zhou Xiong's son? Hearing this, Zhou Yukun felt a glimmer of hope. Bowing slightly, he said, Yes, I'm Zhou Yongxiang's son. My father often speaks highly of you, Nine Master, calling you his good friend. Good friend? Nine Master's expression turned to one of disdain. His tone grew icy. Zhou Yong is worthy of being my brother? Tell him to call me himself. Maybe if he's willing to be my dog, he'll have the qualifications. This statement turned Zhou Yukun's face deathly pale. The Zhou family, which had some status in Cloud City, was nothing more than a dog in Nine Master's eyes. Zhou Yukun had clearly overestimated his father's influence. The other businessmen, who had been acting arrogantly earlier, now broke out in cold sweats. They had pinned their hopes on Zhou Yukun, only to see him utterly humiliated. At that moment, the bald man walked up to Zhou Yukun and delivered a powerful kick to his stomach. Bang! Zhou Yukun was sent flying, landing on the ground with a painful thud. The bald man sneered. What happened, kid? Weren't you acting all tough just now? Didn't you dare to hit me? Don't you know Nine Master is my brother-in-law? Damn you. Let's see how I'll deal with you today. Zhou Yukun lay curled up on the ground, groaning in pain, his arrogance completely gone. The bald man turned his attention to the trembling crowd, his tone fierce and commanding. You useless bastards, all of you, kneel in a line. If anyone refuses, I'll break their legs. Immediately, several of the bald man's thugs charged forward. Get down! Didn't you hear what Baldy said? Kneel now. Don't make me use force. Okay, I'll kneel. Nine Master, please spare us. It was all Zhou Yukun's idea. If we'd known you were Nine Master's men, we wouldn't have dared to lift a finger. Ah, don't hit me. I'll kneel. Under the thugs' threats, everyone in the room obediently knelt in a line except for Yi Chen and Mu Qingqiu, who remained seated in a corner without saying a word. Mu Qingqiu, trembling in fear, clung tightly to Yi Chen's hand, not daring to make a sound. The bald man soon noticed them. Pointing at Yi Chen, he roared, Damn it, are you too deaf? I told everyone to kneel, and you're still sitting there. Do you think my words mean nothing? Despite his shouting, Yi Chen remained unmoved. This infuriated the bald man even more. He stormed over to Yi Chen and bellowed, Are you looking for death? Yi Chen replied calmly, You can do whatever you want to them, but don't bother me. Remember, don't mess with me. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the kneeling crowd thought he was just putting on airs. In their eyes, he was only provoking the bald man further, someone who was a subordinate of Nine Master. These selfish individuals couldn't care less about Yi Chen's fate, they only worried about being implicated. Yi Chen, are you crazy? Nine Master is here, and you still dare to talk like that? Get over here and kneel. Exactly. If you want to act tough, don't drag us into it. If we kneel and apologize, they might let us go. Don't be stupid. If you anger Nine Master, none of us will get out of here alive. Mu Qingqiu, tell your brother-in-law to stop this nonsense. Looking at the people kneeling, Mu Qingqiu's face turned pale. Though she was also scared, she refused to kneel. Turning away, she stood firmly by Yi Chen's side. The bald man was now utterly enraged. He couldn't believe someone dared to defy him. All right, kid. You've got guts. Your name's Yi Chen, right? Today I'll make an example out of you. And that pretty woman next to you? After I finish you off, I'll have some fun with her. The bald man waved his hand, signaling his men to move in. Brothers, this kid thinks he's tough. Let's show him. Beat him to death. If he walks out of this room alive, I'll shave my head clean. Nine Master, standing by the door, had initially planned to let the bald man handle the situation. From his position, he hadn't seen Yi Chen's face clearly. But the mention of the name Yi Chen made Nine Master frown. Where had he heard that name before? He thought for a moment, and suddenly, realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Was this Yi Chen the same person that Xingyi had warned them about? The one who must never be provoked? Could it be a coincidence? Nine Master's success in Cloud City was largely due to his long-standing association with Xing Zhengxiang. Over time, he had become one of Xing Zhengxiang's trusted lieutenants. Just today, Xing Zhengxiang had hosted a celebratory banquet, where he had shown everyone a photo of Yi Chen and repeatedly emphasized that this man must never be disrespected. At the time, Nine Master hadn't taken it too seriously. After all, someone like Yi Chen was unlikely to cross paths with him. But now, he clearly heard the name Yi Chen. Seeing the bald man's group about to attack, Nine Master shouted angrily, "Baldy, stop right there." As the room was dimly lit, Nine Master couldn't see Yi Chen's face clearly. Trembling with fear, he walked toward Yi Chen. No one in the room noticed Nine Master's expression. They assumed that Yi Chen's arrogance had prompted Nine Master to personally deal with him. Zhou Yukun and the others, kneeling on the ground with their heads lowered, felt secretly pleased. They thought Yi Chen was doomed now that Nine Master himself was stepping in. To be honest, Zhou Yukun understood the situation. Even though they had beaten Baldy, as long as they didn't directly challenge Nine Master, they could kneel and apologize. At worst, they'd let Baldy hit them back and pay some money to resolve the matter. But going against Nine Master? Kneeling wouldn't be enough. No amount of money could salvage that. Baldy, meanwhile, sneered at Yi Chen, saying, "Hm, kid, keep acting tough. With Nine Master personally stepping in, you're as good as dead. Nobody in Cloud City has ever survived defending Nine Master." At this moment, Nine Master was utterly terrified, his mind blank. He moved cautiously toward Yi Chen's face, trying to get a better look. Just then, a beam of light illuminated Yi Chen's face. The moment Nine Master saw Yi Chen's faint smile, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body froze in place. While everyone thought Nine Master was about to attack Yi Chen personally, he suddenly dropped to his knees. What was going on? The entire room was stunned. Nine Master knelt? What was happening? Nine Master, a prominent figure in Cloud City, knelt before Yi Chen. Who in the world was Yi Chen to warrant such treatment? Baldy thought Nine Master had accidentally fallen and rushed to help him up, saying, "Nine Master, are you okay? Why are you kneeling? That kid isn't worthy of it. Don't worry, I'll take care of him for you." Hearing this, Nine Master broke into a cold sweat. He forcefully shook Baldy's hand away and roared, "Get lost. Kneel at the back, all of you. Without young Master Yi's permission, no one is allowed to stand." What? Young Master Yi? Was he referring to Yi Chen? Baldy was dumbfounded. He stared at Yi Chen in disbelief, unable to comprehend how someone could terrify Nine Master this much. Not daring to question or resist, Baldy quickly knelt at the back. Zhou Yukun and the others were equally shocked. In their eyes, Yi Chen had been nothing more than a useless freeloader, someone they could easily crush. But now it was clear Yi Chen had an identity beyond their imagination. The entire room fell silent. Apart from Yi Chen and Qingqiu, everyone knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. Yi Chen glanced indifferently at Nine Master and asked, "You've seen me before?" Nine Master, panicking, kowtowed and replied, "Young Master Yi, I've never met you personally, but my boss showed me your photo. I never expected to meet you here. My subordinates offended you. I deserve to die for this. Please, punish me however you see fit." Yi Chen asked coldly, "Your boss? Who is that?" Nine Master quickly answered, "My boss is Master Sing." Yi Chen nodded in understanding. So this man worked for Sing Jingxiang. It made sense now. Ever since Sing Feng knelt and apologized to Yi Chen, Sing Jingxiang must have made sure his men memorized Yi Chen's face, warning them to avoid offending him at all costs. Sing Jingxiang certainly had foresight. Though Yi Chen didn't think much of Sing Jingxiang, the name left Zhou Yukun and the others utterly terrified. They had already overestimated Yi Chen's status, but to find out he was connected to Master Sing was beyond their comprehension. For them, Nine Master was already an untouchable figure. Master Sing, the ruler of Cloud City's underworld, was akin to a deity, and even he gave Yi Chen his respect. What kind of person was Yi Chen? Yi Chen's gaze shifted to Baldy. While the night's events didn't matter to him, Baldy's disrespect toward Qingqiu crossed the line. Yi Chen said calmly, "Baldy, do you know what you did wrong?" Terrified, Baldy kowtowed repeatedly, slapping his own face. "I was wrong. Everything I did was wrong. I shouldn't have offended young Master Yi. I deserve to die. I truly deserve to die." Standing up slowly, Yi Chen took Qingqiu's hand and said, "Let's go." Qingqiu nodded, following Yi Chen out of the room. As they passed Baldy, Yi Chen stopped, placed a hand lightly on Baldy's head, and said indifferently, "It seems you still don't understand your mistake. Remember, in your next life, be more cautious." With that, Yi Chen lightly patted Baldy's head and left the room. Once Yi Chen was gone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Yi Chen had a forgiving nature. But what did he mean by next life? The room grew quiet as everyone pondered his words. Then they noticed Baldy. To their horror, they saw blood streaming from Baldy's 7 orifices, his eyes lifeless, and his arms limp. He was undeniably dead. What? Seeing this, Zhou Yukun and the others gasped in terror. Even Nine Master, who had seen much in his life, was stunned. Yi Chen had merely patted Baldy's head, yet it had taken his life so effortlessly. What kind of terrifying ability was this? Nine Master trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed with fear and relief. Thankfully he had recognized Yi Chen in time, otherwise, he would have been the one to die tonight. But Zhou Yukun was even more terrified. His mind went blank, and a foul smell filled the air as he lost control of his bladder. He was utterly petrified. Baldy had been killed simply for making crude remarks about Qingqiu. Zhou Yukun, who had openly pursued her, what fate awaited him? It was over. Everything was over. Overwhelmed by fear, Zhou Yukun fainted on the spot. The entire room was gripped by an eerie silence. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Qingqiu had left the Supreme Club. Seeing Qingqiu still in shock, Yi Chen said calmly, "In the future, avoid gatherings like this. If you must attend, make sure to bring me along." Blushing, Qingqiu nodded. What defined a true man? This was a real man. She couldn't fathom how her sister, Wanqing, could have been so blind as to let Yi Chen go. Losing a man like him was surely a decision she would regret for the rest of her life. Yi Chen laughed and said, "I understand, sister-in-law. All right, let's go home." Yi Chen smiled and replied. However, Qingqiu didn't want to go home. She didn't know why, but she felt very comforted by the sense of security Yi Chen brought her. Unfortunately, in her heart, even though Yi Chen had divorced Wanqing, he was still her brother-in-law. Qingqiu glanced at Yi Chen and said, "Brother-in-law, I don't want to go home." Yi Chen asked, "You don't want to go home? What else can you do at this hour?" Qingqiu smiled and said, "I want to buy some clothes. Can you come with me?" Yi Chen laughed and said, "Sure, I don't have anything else to do, and I'm not sleepy." Hearing this, Qingqiu jumped with joy and said, "Great. For a woman, nothing alleviates tension or anxiety better than shopping, especially for clothes. Many women love browsing for hours. Even if they don't buy anything, it still makes them happy." Instead of going home, the two went to a nearby shopping mall. The mall was nicely decorated and had many high-end brands. Qingqiu took Yi Chen into a boutique store. "Yi Chen, does this outfit look good on me?" Qingqiu asked as she stepped out of the fitting room. There was no denying that Qingqiu was incredibly beautiful, with a curvaceous figure. Though she bore a strong resemblance to her sister, Wanqing, who was also an exceptional beauty, their temperaments were entirely different. Wanqing had a cold and proud aura, whereas Qingqiu exuded the fresh and friendly vibe of a girl next door. Yi Chen looked her up and down and smiled, saying, "With your figure, you're like a clothes rack. Everything looks good on you." Hearing Yi Chen's compliment, Qingqiu beamed with happiness. She quickly turned to the sales assistant and said, "I'll take this one, and the other two I tried earlier as well." After leaving the store, Qingqiu said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, I still need a bag. How about you buy me one?" Yi Chen laughed and said, "Sure, pick whichever one you like." Qingqiu was surprised. "Anything I like? Well, then I'll pick a designer bag." Yi Chen nodded without hesitation. They entered a luxury handbag store. There weren't many people in the store, just a man and a woman browsing. The man, about 40 years old, was overweight and slicked his hair back, while the woman beside him appeared to be in her 20s, dressed provocatively, with an overpowering perfume that was hard to ignore. Qingqiu approached the counter and pointed to a red bag. "How much is this bag?" The sales assistant smiled and said, "Miss, you have great taste. This is a new limited edition bag released this year. There's only one in all of Yun City. It costs 78,000 yuan. Qingqiu froze for a moment. That was a steep price, nearly 80,000 for a bag. For Qingqiu, this price was beyond her budget. Since leaving the Mu family, she had started her own business. While her company was profitable, growing it required significant investment. Thus she lived frugally and rarely splurged on luxury items. Yi Chen noticed her hesitation and smiled. "If you like it, have them wrap it up." Just as Qingqiu was about to respond, the man and woman from earlier approached. The provocative woman saw the bag Qingqiu was holding and said, "Wow, honey, that bag is so pretty. I love it. Can you buy it for me?" The overweight man smiled indulgently. "Of course, honey. I'll get it for you." Then, the man turned to Qingqiu and said, "Miss, my wife likes that bag. If you're not buying it, just put it down. I'll take it. Hey, you there, wrap this bag up for me, I'll pay for it. Qingqiu frowned. What do you mean? I never said I wasn't buying it. The provocative woman snorted and said, You've been looking at it for so long without paying. Clearly you can't afford it. If you don't have money, don't shop at high-end stores. Go buy some knockoffs, they're more suitable for you. Hearing this, Qingqiu was furious. The overweight man ogled Qingqiu with a lecherous gaze. Compared to the woman beside him, who was at most an average beauty, Qingqiu's elegance and allure were worlds apart. The man chuckled and said, Miss, if you can't afford it, just let me know. Come have a drink with me tonight, and I'll buy the bag for you. Hearing this, the provocative woman immediately protested. Honey, how can you say that? Am I not enough for you? The man smiled and said, Don't worry, you won't be neglected. I've always enjoyed a threesome. Instead of being angry, the woman pouted flirtatiously. Fine, but you better not forget about me. Listening to their shameless exchange, Qingqiu felt a wave of disgust. She turned to the sales assistant and said, Please wrap up this bag for me. I'm buying it. The provocative woman whined. Honey, look at her. She won't give it to me. The overweight man snorted and glared at the sales assistant. I said I want this bag. Don't you understand? The sales assistant froze, too intimidated to respond. Qingqiu said angrily, Why should it go to you just because you said so? I saw it first. Don't you understand the concept of first come, first served? The man sneered. In my world, there's no such thing as first come, first served. Only money matters. Then he threatened the sales assistant. Sell this bag to her, and I'll cancel the 7 bags I ordered here today. Hearing this, the sales assistant's eyes lit up. As an experienced saleswoman, she could tell Qingqiu was hesitant earlier, indicating she wasn't a wealthy customer. On the other hand, the man was a regular who frequently splurged on bags for his companions. Weighing her options, the sales assistant turned to Qingqiu and said, I'm sorry, miss. This bag has already been reserved by Mr. Xu. Perhaps you can choose something else? Hearing this, Qingqiu was livid. Her face turned red with anger. What kind of business was this? Did fairness and ethics mean nothing? This bag had clearly been her choice first, yet it was being taken away simply because someone else bought more. Was there no justice? Qingqiu was furious as she stared at the sales assistant and said angrily, What do you mean? Why are you selling the bag to them? I clearly said I wanted to buy it first. Don't you have any principles? The sales assistant avoided her gaze and said nothing, halting her actions. Seeing Qingqiu's anger, the seductive woman laughed mockingly. Haha, how naive. This world doesn't run on principles, it's all about power. Without power, what good are principles? Yixu Zhaiming also sneered. Exactly. Haven't you heard of me, Yixu Zhaiming? I could get you kicked out of here with just one word. Do you believe me? Qingqiu was about to reply when Yi Chen stepped forward and said indifferently, I don't believe you. Yixu Zhaiming furrowed his brows, glared at Yi Chen, and said in a cold tone, Who do you think you are, punk? Do you know who I am? Get lost and stay out of my way, you useless nobody. Yi Chen's gaze turned cold, and he said sharply, You think you're pretty powerful? Yixu Zhaiming, provoked by Yi Chen's tone, instinctively raised his hand, intending to slap him. However, just as his hand rose, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. He swiftly reached out, grabbed Zhu Zhaiming's wrist, and delivered a kick to his large belly. Bang! Yixu Zhaiming flew backward and crashed heavily onto the ground. The room fell silent. The seductive woman looked at Yi Chen in horror and shouted angrily, You're dead. Do you know who you just hit? You're finished. Yi Chen walked over slowly, stepping on Yixu Zhaiming's face with his foot. His tone was icy as he said, I don't care who he is. Get lost now, or I'll break his legs. Yixu Zhaiming lay on the ground, groaning in pain. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to be so bold and couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. After struggling to his feet with the help of the seductive woman, he limped toward the exit. Before leaving, Yixu Zhaiming turned back in rage and shouted at Yi Chen, You're dead, punk. Just wait, I'll make you pay for this. Yi Chen cast a piercing glance his way, and Zhu Zhaiming fled in panic. Without giving Zhu Zhaiming another thought, Yi Chen turned to the sales assistant and said coldly, Apologize to Qingqiu. The sales assistant was startled by Yi Chen's gaze, but was more upset about the lost commission from Zhu Zhaiming. She said angrily, Why should I apologize to her? You've already cost me so much commission. I haven't even started with you. What, you think you're tough? Go ahead, hit me. I'm a woman, try hitting me to death. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said in a chilling tone, I don't hit women. The sales assistant smirked dismissively, feeling emboldened. However, her smile quickly vanished as Yi Chen added, "But now, I declare that you're fired." "What? Fired?" The sales assistant was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Are you my boss? Do you think you can just fire me?" Yi Chen said calmly, "I'm not your boss right now, but I will be soon, because I'm buying this store." The sales assistant was initially confused, then sneered. "Buying this store? Did I hear that right?" "You heard correctly," Yi Chen replied. The sales assistant laughed scornfully. "Haha. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Do you know how much this store is worth? The brand authorization alone costs tens of millions, not to mention the inventory. To buy this store, you'd need at least 100 million. Besides, our owner has hundreds of stores nationwide. Why would they sell to someone like you?" To her, Yi Chen was just a young man trying to show off in front of a woman. Judging by his simple clothes and lack of accessories, he didn't look like someone who could afford such luxury. Yi Chen said indifferently, "Whether they're willing to sell is another matter. Call your boss. I want to negotiate personally." The sales assistant chuckled mockingly. "Stop pretending. Do you know who owns this store? It's part of Yunhai Group. Heck, even this whole mall belongs to them. If you're so capable, why not buy the entire mall?" "Yunhai Group?" Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. Seeing his reaction, the sales assistant sneered. "Yes, Yunhai Group. Scared now? And you wanted to fire me? Look at yourself." Yi Chen said coldly, "You'll regret this soon." He then pulled out his phone and called Zhao Yunhai. The sales assistant scoffed. "Ha, you're even pretending to make a call. What, are you calling the chairman of Yunhai Group? Young man, you'd better focus on finding a real job instead of pretending to be someone you're not. The more you bluff, the harder you'll fall. Don't you know your place?" Ring. Ring. The call quickly connected. Yi Chen ignored her and said calmly, "Zhao Yunhai, does this mall belong to you? Name your price, I want to buy it." Zhao Yunhai, who was in a meeting, was startled by the call. He quickly replied, "Young Master Yi? Yes, the mall is mine. But if you want it, I'll give it to you. There's no need to buy it. Just wait, I'll make arrangements and come to you right away." After hanging up, Yi Chen turned to Qingqiu and said, "Let's sit for a bit. Someone will be here soon to handle this." Qingqiu asked nervously, "Brother-in-law, isn't this getting out of hand? Also, buying this store would cost at least 100 million. Yi Chen smiled. "Don't worry. Not just the store, this whole mall will be mine by the end of the day. And it won't cost a cent, they'll give it to me for free." Hearing this, the sales assistant was convinced Yi Chen was bluffing. "The whole mall? Do you know how much that's worth? Tens of billions. And you think they'll just give it to you? Who do you think you are?" At that moment, a commotion broke out outside the mall. A group of people stormed in. Seeing them, the sales assistant sneered. "Looks like your bluffing's caught up to you. You won't even last until Zhao Yunhai gets here. They'll break your legs first." Before her words had fully settled, Yi Shu Jiming and the seductive woman entered with a gang behind them. The woman pointed at Yi Chen and shouted, "That's him. He's the one who hit Ming Ji." Yi Shu Jiming stormed in with a group of thugs, each holding sticks, their expressions fierce and menacing. The group surrounded Yi Chen and Qingqiu, trapping them. Yi Shu Jiming's gaze was cold and arrogant as he stared at Yi Chen. "Kid, weren't you acting tough earlier? You even dared to hit me. Let's see you try now. Don't you know how many brothers I have?" The seductive woman sneered exactly. "In Yun City, no one dares to disrespect Ming Ji. You must have a death wish." The thugs behind them started shouting. "Damn! He dared to hit Ming Ji. Does he want to die? I'll smash his head in with one strike. Brothers, get him." The sales assistant, seeing this, smirked smugly. With Yi Shu Jiming's connections and the backup he brought, Yi Chen was bound to get a severe beating. The sales assistant mocked, "Ming Ji, this guy was so arrogant just now. Not only did he hit you, but he also claimed he'd buy the entire mall. He even pretended to call the chairman of Yunhai Group." Hearing this, Yi Shu Jiming froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. The seductive woman laughed so hard she clutched her stomach, mocking, "Ha ha. That's the funniest thing I've heard. Calling the chairman of Yunhai Group? Doesn't he know Ming Ji is a supervisor for Yunhai Group?" Yi Shu Jiming looked at Yi Chen with disdain. "Kid, you've got some nerve to lie like that. Our chairman wouldn't even look at a nobody like you." The seductive woman added mockingly, "Ming Ji, we'd better be careful. Next, he might claim to know Luo Mingcheng, the richest man in Yun City. Should we kneel and bow if he does?" Qingqiu Jiming laughed. Everyone can talk big. But today it doesn't matter who he knows. I'll break his legs. Qingqiu was so angry her face turned red. What are you doing? It's broad daylight in a lawful society and you dare gang up to attack someone. Aren't you afraid I'll call the police? Qingqiu Jiming scoffed. Call the police? Go ahead. Let's see if they catch me first, or if you get beaten into a pulp first. Qingqiu fumed. You. Qingqiu Jiming arrogantly turned to Yi Chen, his voice cold. Of course I'm not unreasonable. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and lick my shoes, and let this girl spend a few nights with me. Then, I'll spare your life. How about that? Yi Chen squinted and said indifferently, You think you're worthy? Qingqiu Jiming's voice turned icy. What did you say? Are you not afraid of death? Yi Chen chuckled, his tone dripping with disdain. Death? No one in this world has the right to decide that for me. You're nothing more than a clown in my eyes. Qingqiu Jiming was enraged, his eyes flashing with fury. Damn it. You're asking for it. Brothers, get him. Kill this bastard. With Qingqiu Jiming's roar, the thugs, who had been eager to strike, charged at Yi Chen. Qingqiu was terrified. She screamed, Brother-in-law, be careful. Run. Go call the police. Yi Chen remained calm, standing motionless as he shielded Qingqiu behind him. Qingqiu Jiming laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, scared stiff, aren't you? Think you can run? You're trapped now. The first thug reached Yi Chen, raising his stick high and swinging it toward Yi Chen's head. These thugs were used to street fights, and their strikes were brutal. A hit like this could crack Yi Chen's skull open. But just as the stick was about to land, Yi Chen moved. He shifted slightly, causing the stick to miss him. The thug froze, unable to react in time. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. With a loud crash, he was sent flying backward, knocking over 3 of his companions. What? The sheer force was terrifying. Everyone froze in shock, but Yi Chen gave them no time to react. His figure flickered like a ghost, weaving through the thugs. Each time Yi Chen struck, 1 thug went down. Within a single minute, all the previously arrogant thugs lay groaning in pain on the ground, clutching their injuries. The room fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief. What just happened? Was Yi Chen even human? He single-handedly took down over a dozen thugs in under a minute, and none of them even managed to touch him. Qingqiu Jiming stood frozen, his scalp tingling, his legs trembling uncontrollably as though struck by lightning. This Yi Chen wasn't human. He was a monster. The seductive woman and the sales assistant both shrank back, trembling as Yi Chen's aura radiated an overwhelming sense of fear. Yi Chen's cold gaze swept over to Zhu Jiming. Qingqiu Jiming's heart skipped a beat. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Yi Chen slowly walked toward him. Terrified, Qingqiu Jiming scrambled backward, his voice shaking. Stay back. What are you doing? I'm warning you, I'm a supervisor at Yunhai Group. The entire group is behind me. If you dare touch me, Yunhai Group won't let you off. Yi Chen's voice was icy. Yunhai Group? What's that worth? Even if Zhao Yunhai himself were here, he couldn't save you. Qingqiu Jiming stared at Yi Chen in shock and fury. This guy was insane, a complete lunatic. Suddenly, the sound of screeching tires came from outside. A group of people entered, led by none other than Zhao Yunhai, the chairman of Yunhai Group. Seeing Zhao Yunhai, Yi Jiming felt as though he'd found salvation. He crawled toward Zhao Yunhai, shouting, Chairman. It's me, Qingqiu Jiming, the logistics supervisor for Yunhai Group. Please help me. This guy not only beat me up but also insulted Yunhai Group and humiliated you. You must not let him off. Qingqiu Jiming knew Zhao Yunhai valued the company's reputation highly. If he could anger Zhao Yunhai, Yi Chen would be doomed. Zhao Yunhai frowned but said nothing as he strode directly toward Yi Chen. When Zhao Yunhai walked toward Yi Chen, Qingqiu Jiming's hope reignited. In his mind, someone like Zhao Yunhai could crush Yi Chen as easily as swatting a fly. Qingqiu Jiming shouted frantically, Yi Chen, you're finished. Didn't you say Yunhai Group was nothing? Now that our chairman is here, you're dead meat. Hearing Qingqiu Jiming's words, the seductive woman and the sales assistant both sighed in relief. Yi Chen was terrifyingly strong, unlike anything they had ever seen. But no matter how strong he was, so what? In this world, brute strength meant nothing without power and influence. Someone like Zhao Yunhai didn't need to fight, he had countless people willing to fight for him. Could Yi Chen take on 10? Maybe. But 100? Impossible. Zhao Yunhai, with just a word, could summon hundreds of men to deal with Yi Chen. Now, Under everyone's expectant gaze, Zhao Yunhai stopped in front of Yi Chen. They all believed he was going to deal with this man who dared insult Yunhai Group personally. But then, something unbelievable happened. The almighty Zhao Yunhai, revered like a god in their eyes, suddenly bowed deeply to Yi Chen and said, "Young Master Yi." What? Everyone froze, feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. This couldn't be real. Were they seeing things? Zhao Yunhai, the chairman of Yunhai Group, bowed to Yi Chen and even addressed him as Young Master Yi. That was impossible. Who was Zhao Yunhai? He was the chairman of Yunhai Group, a leading company in Yun City. Even when dealing with the Luo family, one of the 4 major families in Yunhai, Zhao Yunhai could speak as an equal. How could he bow so humbly to Yi Chen? And his expression showed absolute respect, like a servant greeting his master. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Yunhai calmly and said coldly, "Yunhai Group really accepts anyone, huh? Just a mere supervisor, and he's already so lawless." Zhao Yunhai broke into a cold sweat, wishing he could strangle Zhu Jiming on the spot. He wasn't even aware of Zhu Jiming's position in the company. Someone at Zhu Jiming's level wasn't worth Zhao Yunhai's attention. But now, this insignificant employee had offended young Master Yi, and the blame ultimately fell on Zhao Yunhai. Clenching his teeth, Zhao Yunhai growled, "You Zhu Jiming." Yi Zhu Jiming was in complete shock. He had never imagined that Yi Chen not only knew Zhao Yunhai but was seemingly of higher status. Hearing Zhao Yunhai call his name, Yi Zhu Jiming dropped to his knees, crawling toward Yi Chen in terror. He kowtowed repeatedly, begging, "Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I didn't recognize you. Please forgive me. Just treat me as nothing, as a fart, and let me go. I was wrong." As he begged, he even leaned forward, trying to lick Yi Chen's shoes. Yi Chen raised his foot and kicked Xu Jiming, sending him sprawling. But Xu Jiming, seemingly oblivious to pain, scrambled back up and continued kowtowing frantically. The seductive woman collapsed to the floor, paralyzed with fear. She had just witnessed the once powerful Xu Jiming reduced to a groveling dog. Yi Chen spoke indifferently, "Zhao Yunhai, he's your man. Handle him." Zhao Yunhai's tone turned icy. Offending young Master Yi is an unforgivable crime. He waved his hand, and a few bodyguards in suits stepped forward. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yunhai ordered, "Throw this trash and that filthy woman into the Yun River to feed the fish. I don't want to see them again." What? Those words made Zhu Jiming faint from fear. The seductive woman, however, found some strength and crawled to Yi Chen, begging like a dog, "Young Master Yi, it's not my fault. Please, I was wrong. Give me another chance. I can be your woman. I'll do anything you want if you spare me." But no one paid her any attention. The bodyguards quickly dragged her and Xu Jiming away like discarded trash. Their fate was clear. With Zhao Yunhai's power in Yun City, making people disappear was as easy as snapping his fingers. The scene left everyone stunned, even Mu Qingqiu. She stared at Zhao Yunhai, a man she wouldn't even dream of meeting under normal circumstances. In the Yun City business world, Zhao Yunhai was almost godlike, admired and revered by countless people. But now, he stood humbly before Yi Chen. Mu Qingqiu had always suspected that Yi Chen was powerful. She knew the Mu family's rise was largely thanks to his help. But even with all her guesses, she had underestimated him. If someone like Zhao Yunhai was so subservient to Yi Chen, just how terrifying was Yi Chen's true identity? Mu Qingqiu was dazed, thinking about how her sister Mu Wangqing and their family had treated Yi Chen. She couldn't help but think they were all fools. A man of such incredible power, dismissed as a useless freeloader? Mu Qingqiu had long believed Mu Wangqing would regret the divorce. Now, she was certain. If her sister ever learned Yi Chen's true identity, she would be consumed by endless regret. Zhao Yunhai smiled at Yi Chen and said, "Young Master Yi, I've brought the contract. From today onward, this mall is yours." Yi Chen nodded. "I'm not particularly interested in running malls, but she can't stay." He pointed at the sales assistant. The sales assistant froze in fear. She had mocked Yi Chen, thinking he was just a useless nobody. Now, karma had arrived. Desperately, she pleaded, "Chairman Zhao, please don't fire me. I can't lose this job. I beg you." Yi Chen's tone was icy. "This mall is mine now. I want you out immediately. If you delay, face the consequences." The sales assistant regretted her actions deeply but dared not argue under Yi Chen's cold gaze. She fled the mall in humiliation. With everything resolved, Yi Chen turned to Mu Qingqiu and smiled. "Qingqiu, your company hasn't been doing well, has it? Mu Qingqiu smiled bitterly. Yes. Maybe I'm not cut out for business. I just don't have the talent my sister does. Yi Chen chuckled. I wouldn't say that. Starting tomorrow, you'll run this mall. I'm appointing you as its CEO. Mu Qingqiu's eyes widened in shock. This mall was one of Yun City's top luxury shopping centers, worth billions. And he wanted her to manage it? Was he serious? Yi Chen smirked subtly. He had no interest in running businesses. When Mu Wanqing rose to prominence in the business world, it was all thanks to his help. Now, he would help Mu Qingqiu rise, just to prove a point. He wanted Mu Wanqing to see that anyone with his support could succeed. And when she realized her once inferior sister had surpassed her, she would know regret like never before. Mu Qingqiu hadn't yet recovered from the surprise. She and her sister Mu Wanqing were both part of the Mu family, but their family had always favored Mu Wanqing more. To be honest, Mu Qingqiu had always envied her sister. That's why she started her own business. But in comparison, Mu Wanqing had Yi Chen's help in the past, making her career smooth sailing, allowing her to become a celebrated business elite. No matter how hard Mu Qingqiu worked, she could never catch up to her sister. But now, happiness had come too suddenly. Yi Chen had entrusted her with such a large mall to manage. Nervously, Mu Qingqiu asked, "Brother-in-law, are you serious?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "Of course, why wouldn't I be?" Mu Qingqiu asked with a laugh, "Aren't you afraid I'll run the mall into the ground? It's such a big luxury mall and I don't have any experience." Yi Chen said nonchalantly, "Experience is something you gain. If you don't try, you'll never have it. If you do, you'll soon gain enough experience. Just go for it, I trust you." Mu Qingqiu was so touched that she almost cried. Once everything was settled, Yi Chen and Mu Qingqiu went home. The next day, Mu Qingqiu woke up early. It was the day she would officially take over the luxury mall. Yi Chen didn't accompany her. To Yi Chen, the mall wasn't something he cared about. Whether Mu Qingqiu did well or poorly didn't matter. If he wanted to elevate someone to success, it was as easy as lifting a hand. Letting Mu Qingqiu handle the handover alone would serve as a form of training. Yi Chen stayed in bed until the sun was high in the sky before lazily getting up. Thinking back. When he and Mu Wanqing were still married, Mu Wanqing was fully devoted to her career. To ensure she maintained proper nutrition, Yi Chen would often wake up early to prepare breakfast for her. He enjoyed that simple, peaceful life. But his care and support were seen by Mu Wanqing as a lack of ambition. He wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at the irony. Walking out of his room, Yi Chen saw breakfast Mu Qingqiu had bought placed on the table. After eating, Yi Chen decided to buy a car. After all, not having a vehicle was inconvenient. More importantly, Mu Qingqiu, now the president of a major mall, would need a car that reflected her status. With that, Yi Chen left home and headed to the southern part of the city, where numerous car dealerships were clustered, offering a wide range of brands. After surveying the options for a moment, he decided to check out Mercedes-Benz. A Mercedes-Benz vehicle appeared more businesslike and steady, making it a suitable choice. Upon entering the Mercedes-Benz dealership, no one came to greet him. The showroom wasn't busy, but two salespeople were dozing in their chairs. Noticing Yi Chen, they barely lifted their heads before looking away. Yi Chen's casual outfit, a thin t-shirt, cropped pants, and flip-flops made him appear far from a prospective buyer. To the salespeople, someone dressed like that couldn't possibly afford a Mercedes-Benz. Why waste time on him? Frowning, Yi Chen asked, "I'm here to buy a car. Isn't anyone going to assist me?" One of the salespeople, Lu Yu Yanyan, reluctantly stood up, her tone impatient. "Sir, are you sure you're in the right place? This is a Mercedes-Benz dealership. If you're looking for electric scooters, there's a Yachty store around the corner." Yi Chen frowned. "I'm not in the wrong place. I'm here for a Mercedes. Is this how you treat customers?" Lu Yanyan smirked internally. She had seen plenty of people like Yi Chen, those who pretended to shop for cars but only wanted to take photos for social media. After snapping a few pictures, they'd leave. Still, she couldn't outright dismiss a customer, so she said impatiently, Fine. You're here to buy a car. What do you want to see?" Yi Chen replied calmly, "Show me the Maybach." "What?" Lu Yu Yanyan was stunned. She scrutinized Yi Chen more closely, then burst into mocking laughter. "A Maybach? Are you serious? Do you even know how much a base model costs? Can you afford it?" Yi Chen replied coldly, "Why wouldn't I be able to afford it?" Lu Yanyan sneered, "A base model Maybach costs at least 1,000,000 yuan. Look at your outfit, does it even add up to 100 yuan? You want a Maybach? One scratch on the car would cost you everything you own. Who do you think you are? Yi Chen prided himself on his patience, but Liu Yangyan's blatant snobbery pushed his limits. Angrily, Yi Chen said, "What kind of attitude is this? Don't you know the saying, the customer is always right?" Liu Yangyan scoffed. "The customer is always right if they can afford to buy. Someone like you doesn't qualify as a customer." Yi Chen, his face darkening, said, "I don't want to deal with you. Get your manager. I'll see whether I can buy the car or not." Liu Yangyan laughed disdainfully. "You might as well leave now. Even if the manager comes, nothing will change." Yi Chen retorted coldly, "If I leave, you'll regret it. I could crush you with money alone." Liu Yunyan mocked, "Oh, I'm so scared. Everyone, look, a rich guy here wants to crush me with money. What a joke." Her sarcastic comments drew the attention of other employees. At that moment, a middle-aged man descended from the second floor. It was Li Sen, the dealership's manager. "What's going on here?" Li Sen asked with a frown. "Manager, this guy is causing trouble. I told him to leave, but he refused." Liu Yinyanyan accused, playing the victim. "He can't afford a car but acts all high and mighty. Manager, you have to do something." Li Sen glanced at Yi Chen and smirked mockingly. Well, well. Isn't this the infamous freeloader Yi Chen? You're here to buy a car?" Yi Chen frowned. "Who are you?" "I don't know you." Li Sen laughed. "Of course you don't know me, but I've heard all about you. Li Qiang is my cousin, understand? You're the guy who got kicked out of the Mu family, right? Divorced, wife taken away, and still daring to cause trouble here? You think I don't know your background? Buying a car? Can you even afford it?" Yi Chen's expression turned cold, and he said in an icy tone, "Very well. It seems this is how you treat customers. I've seen enough. People like you probably won't last long in this job." Hearing Yi Chen's words, the others burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I'll be doing this job until the end of time. Losing a customer like you won't make or break us. A freeloading loser like you, daring to act arrogant in front of us. Who gave you the confidence? Get out. Just walking into our store tarnishes our brand." Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, a cold smile on his lips. Without saying anything more, he turned and walked away. Arguing with people like this wasn't his style. Seeing Yi Chen leave, Li Sen sneered, "See that? People like him deserve to be ridiculed. Coming here just to show off this is a high-end dealership. Can he even afford it?" Liu Yanyan giggled and said, "Exactly. And to think he said we wouldn't last in our jobs. Who does he think he is?" Li Sen waved his hand and said smugly, "All right, back to work. Next time someone like that comes in, just call security and have them thrown out." Liu Yanyan nodded. "Got it, manager." Feeling satisfied after mocking Yi Chen, Li Sen went upstairs and ran into Wang Yun, the regional director of the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Seeing Wang Yun, Li Sen immediately put on a fawning smile and said, "Hello, Director Wang." Wang Yun nodded and asked, "Li Sen, I heard some commotion in the lobby just now. What happened?" Li Sen replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Just someone causing trouble, but it's been taken care of." Wang Yun frowned slightly and said, "I've always emphasized that anyone who walks into the store is a customer. Whether they're here to browse or buy, they're potential clients. As the manager, you need to ensure your staff is providing good service. Understand?" Li Sen quickly smiled and said, "I understand. Don't worry, I'll strictly follow your instructions." Satisfied, Wang Yun left without saying more. Meanwhile, after leaving the Mercedes-Benz dealership, Yi Chen turned and walked into the neighboring Rolls-Royce dealership. Upon entering, he noticed the sales staff acted similarly to those at the Mercedes dealership. They gave him a cursory glance but didn't bother approaching him. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Was everyone in sales this superficial? He walked up to one of the salespeople and was about to speak when the salesperson waved him off and called out, "Xiao Meng, you've got a customer." A young woman mopping the floor quickly put the mop aside and approached Yi Chen. She enthusiastically wiped her hands on her clothes and said, "Sir, are you here to look at cars?" Yi Chen nodded. "Yes, show me around." The young woman nodded eagerly. "Of course, sir. Please follow me. I'll show you our models." As Yi Chen followed her deeper into the store, laughter erupted behind him from the other salespeople. "You're so bad. Sending her to deal with someone who's obviously just here to waste time. Not my problem. Didn't you see how eager she was? She's new and hasn't been hardened by reality yet. She needs this experience." Ha ha ha, still so naive. Look at his outfit, he couldn't even afford a side mirror, let alone a car. I think I saw him get kicked out of the Mercedes dealership earlier. Hey haha. Yi Chen ignored their laughter, but the young woman seemed embarrassed. She quickly apologized, saying, I'm so sorry, sir. My colleagues weren't targeting you. Every customer who enters is our guest, and it's our duty to provide the best service possible. Take your time looking around. Even if you don't buy anything, it's fine. Cars are expensive, and you should compare options to find the right one. Yi Chen wasn't angry. At his level, few things could truly upset him. You've got a point. The young woman, clearly a recent graduate, was brimming with enthusiasm. She smiled and introduced herself. I'm Lu Meng, a salesperson here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Yi Chen nodded and stopped in front of a car. How much is this one? Lu Meng smiled and explained, this is the new Rolls-Royce Ghost. The base model starts at around 5.3 million yuan. At this price point, the features are already excellent. The base model is the most cost-effective option. Yi Chen nodded and moved to another car. How about this one? Lu Meng replied, this is the Dawn, and it's priced similarly to the Ghost. However, this one is a convertible. A convertible? Yi Chen frowned. He wasn't a fan of convertibles and found this model too sporty. Shaking his head, he said, I'm not interested in convertibles. Lu Meng smiled and said, yes, many people feel the same way. Given its high price, the Dawn isn't a popular choice, Yi Chen said. Got it. The two continued browsing, their interactions drawing the attention of the other salespeople. One salesperson couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Meng showing him 2 cars is enough. Do you really think he's going to buy? Lu Meng frowned but politely replied, Sister Wang, if a customer wants to see more, it's our duty to show them. Whether they buy or not is up to them, but providing a thorough introduction is our job as salespeople. Wang sneered, fine, keep wasting your time. You'll learn after a few hard knocks in life. Yi Chen ignored the chatter and stopped in front of another car. This one looks nice. How much is it? Lu Meng quickly responded, Sir, you have excellent taste. This is the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The base model starts at 8 million yuan, and the fully equipped version can go up to 10 million yuan. Yi Chen seemed satisfied with this car. Looking at Lu Meng, he said, all right, call your manager. Lu Meng was momentarily stunned, unsure of his intentions. Sister Wang, however, was furious and mocked, you've looked at enough cars for free. What do you want with our manager? Stop showing off, it's getting ridiculous. Even Lu Meng gave Yi Chen a slightly skeptical look, wondering if he was just there to waste time. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, you should call your manager. I'm buying the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and you can't make that decision. Lu Meng hesitated. Sir, if you want to buy, I can handle the paperwork myself. There's no need to involve the manager. I can also offer you the best discount. Wang sneered, exactly. You're just showing off. We salespeople can handle transactions, you don't need the manager. Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly and said, young lady, I'm not just buying one. I'm buying 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Are you sure you can handle that? What? The entire room fell into stunned silence. Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone was stunned, their eyes wide open as they stared at him in disbelief. Did they hear that right? 10 cars at once? What kind of joke was this? It was common knowledge that even in a city like Cloud City, selling just one Rolls-Royce Phantom in a few months was already rare. Yet this man was asking for 10 in one go? Lu Meng's eyes widened as she looked at Yi Chen and asked, Mr. Yi, are you serious? Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, of course, I'm serious. Lu Meng quickly responded, Mr. Yi, please have a seat. I'll go and get our manager right away to ensure you get the best price. After saying this, Lu Meng ran toward the manager's office. A few minutes later, a professional-looking woman wearing a small suit and high heels walked down. Led by Lu Meng, she approached Yi Chen. This woman was Liao Fang, the regional manager of the Rolls-Royce dealership. She glanced at Yi Chen carefully and asked cautiously, Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm the regional manager, Liao Fang. Are you the one planning to buy a car? Yi Chen nodded and directly took out his bank card, saying, I want this Rolls-Royce Phantom. Give me 10 of them, full payment by card. What? Even someone as experienced as Liao Fang couldn't help but feel her heart tremble slightly. This man didn't seem to care about money at all. Despite his seemingly ordinary attire, he was undoubtedly a super-rich individual. Liao Fang immediately explained respectfully, Mr. Yi, please don't worry. Here's the situation for this model, our inventory is limited. There's one car in the showroom and one in the warehouse. For the rest, we'll need to transfer stock from other dealerships. How about you pay for 2 cars now, and when the others arrive, we can arrange another meeting. Yi Chen frowned slightly and asked, how long will it take to transfer the cars? Liao Fang replied, it may take up to a month in total. Yi Chen said, no problem. Open the order and charge the full amount now. I'll take one car with me today, and when the others arrive, have them delivered to my designated location. For Yi Chen, there was no concern about the dealership playing any tricks unless they wanted to close down for good. No one in this world could afford to owe Yi Chen anything. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Liao Fang felt even more respectful. His confidence and dominance were unlike anything she'd seen before. Yi Chen was clearly not an ordinary person. Liao Fang nodded. Understood. We'll expedite the transfer process and ensure you're satisfied. Yi Chen nodded. Good. Process the payment. And make sure the commission for this sale goes to that young lady. Don't withhold any of it. Lu Meng, who had been standing there, was still in shock. The happiness had come so suddenly. In a Rolls-Royce dealership, commissions were extremely high because the cars were so expensive. Selling even one vehicle was incredibly challenging. Many salespeople were known to use all kinds of methods, including their charm, to close deals. For most salespeople, selling 2 cars in a year was enough to make them the top salesperson. Now, Lu Meng had just secured a commission for 10 cars by simply assisting Yi Chen. It was as if a pie had fallen from the sky. The other salespeople around couldn't help but slap their thighs in regret, especially Wang Ji, who had ignored Yi Chen earlier and instead handed him off to Lu Meng. At this moment, Wang Ji was almost fainting. 10 car commissions. Her snobbish attitude had cost her a massive paycheck. If she hadn't judged Yi Chen by his appearance and had instead served him sincerely, those 10 car commissions would have been hers. Liao Fang smiled and said, rest assured, Mr. Yi. We'll take good care of our employees. Although Lu Meng is new, she's very dedicated and hardworking. She'll surely be promoted soon. Yi Chen nodded faintly, not commenting further. Liao Fang said with a smile, Lu Meng, please assist Mr. Yi with the procedures. I'll contact our other dealerships to arrange for the additional cars. Lu Meng quickly responded, Mr. Yi, please follow me. As Lu Meng led Yi Chen to complete the paperwork, word spread quickly that a wealthy customer had come in and purchased 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms in one go. Over at the Mercedes-Benz dealership, the salespeople also caught wind of the news and started gossiping. Wow! Did you hear? A big spender bought 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms at once. That's insane. Rich people, huh? I'm so jealous. Why can't I have such luck? The salesperson who closed that deal must be swimming in commissions. Do you know who this big spender is? I heard it's a young man wearing flip-flops. Very low-key. Flip-flops? Could it be that guy who was kicked out of our dealership earlier? Now that you mention it, it does sound like him. At that moment, Li Sen and Lu Youyanyan, who had just finished their discussion upstairs, walked down and noticed the salespeople chatting. Li Sen scolded them with a stern face. What are you all doing, gossiping during work hours? One salesperson hesitated and said, Manager Li, there's huge news. A wealthy customer just bought 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Rolls-Royce is going to make a killing this time. Li Sen frowned. Even though they sold different car brands, there was still competition between dealerships. Hearing this news, Li Sen's face darkened, and he scolded, Look at them, then look at yourselves. When will you let me relax? Lazy and careless. I've told you time and again to show enthusiasm to every customer. The salespeople inwardly rolled their eyes but outwardly showed reluctant agreement. One of them said, Manager Lai, there's something else. And it might not be good news. Li Sen asked, What is it? The salesperson said, That big spender might be the young man who came to our store earlier and got kicked out. What? Hearing this, Li Sen froze and asked in shock, You mean Yi Chen? His throat tightened, and he shook his head repeatedly, muttering, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That Yi Chen is just a useless freeloader who got dumped by his wife. How could he have that much money? The salesperson shrugged awkwardly. I just heard rumors. Maybe it's someone else. Li Sen felt a little relieved but couldn't shake his anxiety. If it really was Yi Chen, and he had visited their Mercedes-Benz dealership first only to be kicked out, it could cost him his job. He felt increasingly uneasy. Lu Youyanyan tried to comfort him, saying, Manager Li, don't listen to their nonsense. That Yi Chen is a good-for-nothing. He probably can't even afford the cheapest car, let alone 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. It's ridiculous. Li Sen tried to reassure himself, You're right. All of you, get back to work. Stop spreading rumors, or there will be consequences. While Li Sen felt slightly calmer, he didn't realize that their general manager, Wang Yun, had coincidentally run into Rolls-Royce's regional manager, Liao Fang, in the parking lot. Two people were naturally at odds with each other and often competed in private. To be honest, Rolls-Royce is generally expensive, and sales can't be great because not many people can afford it. However, Mercedes-Benz is not only a well-known brand but also considered a luxury brand in the eyes of car owners, with prices covering a wide range from low to high. As a result, Wang Yun had always overshadowed Liao Fang. Now that Liao Fang saw Wang Yun, she happily walked over, greeted him enthusiastically, and smiled. "Director Wang, you truly are my lucky star." "Thank you, truly. Are you free sometime soon? I'd like to treat such a selfless person like you to a drink." Wang Yun frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Liao Fang, what's wrong with you? What do you mean?" Liao Fang smiled happily and said, "Thanks to your blessing, we just sold 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms at once. We've already exceeded our sales target for this year. Thank you so much, Director Wang." When Wang Yun heard this, his brows furrowed even deeper. Seeing Liao Fang's expression made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, he was deeply shocked. Selling 10 Phantoms at once? That's simply incredible. Wang Yun thought Liao Fang was deliberately trying to provoke him. With a cold snort, he said, "Congratulations, Director Liao. After being suppressed by US Mercedes for so many years, you've finally had your moment to shine." Liao Fang laughed loudly and said, "That's why I have to thank Director Wang even more. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have had such luck. If I didn't know how upright you always are, I might have thought you were our undercover agent." Upon hearing this, Wang Yun was furious and said, "Director Liao, what do you mean by that?" Feigning surprise, Liao Fang said, "What? Director Wang doesn't know? The wealthy man who bought the cars went to your store first but was driven away by your staff's rude attitude. He had no choice but to come to us. Didn't you know that?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yun felt as if his soul had left his body for a moment. A wealthy client with such spending power went to their store first but was driven away? This reminded Wang Yun of what Li Sen had mentioned earlier. He knew someone had caused trouble and was chased out. Could it be that this wealthy man was the one who was chased away? Wang Yun suddenly felt a surge of anger. You have to understand. A client capable of spending over 100 million yuan on cars is an extraordinary and rare super VIP. Every store dreams of holding on to such a client and wouldn't dare let go. And yet, such an opportunity was ruined by their own staff? Grinding his teeth and suppressing his anger, Wang Yun said, "That's impossible. I've always required my employees to prioritize customer service. How could this happen?" At that moment, Yi Chen, who had just finished the paperwork, walked out. When Liao Fang saw him, she immediately left Wang Yun and approached Yi Chen with utmost respect. "Mr. Yi, have you completed the paperwork?" Yi Chen nodded and said, "Yes, it's done. I'll drive one car away first, and you can deliver the others later." Liao Fang quickly nodded and said, "Rest assured, our service is always customer first." Wang Yun, watching Yi Chen, hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm Wang Yun, the regional director of Mercedes-Benz." Hearing this, Yi Chen's expression turned slightly cold, and he sneered, "Your staff's attitude is really something else." Wang Yun's face changed immediately upon hearing this. He was now certain that what Liao Fang said was absolutely true. He hurriedly apologized, saying, "Mr. Yi, this is my fault for failing to manage my staff properly. I'm deeply sorry for the disrespect you experienced. I will ensure this matter is addressed." Even though Yi Chen didn't buy a car from him, a client of this caliber must never be offended. Meanwhile, Li Sen and Lu Yu Yanyan, standing outside the store, noticed this scene and turned pale. "It's over. It's over." The rumored wealthy client turned out to be Yi Chen, the very person they had just driven away. They were doomed. Sure enough, the next moment, Wang Yun turned around, his expression dark as he stared at Li Sen and Lu Yanyan. He roared, "Li Sen, Lu Yanyan, get over here now." The two trembled as they approached, swallowing hard. "Director." Wang Yun angrily said. "Apologize to Mr. Yi immediately." Li Sen's face froze. But facing Wang Yun's fury, he didn't dare say much. He lowered his head and said, Mr. Yi, I was wrong." Yi Chen said lightly, "Wrong? You were quite arrogant earlier. I actually liked your unyielding attitude. Didn't you call me a loser? What now? Suddenly I'm Mr. Yi? What? They even dared to call Mr. Yi a loser?" Wang Yun was completely enraged. He shouted, "Li Sen, is this how you treat clients? From this moment you and Lu Yanyan are fired. Don't bother coming to work anymore." Li Sen's legs gave out, and he stood there like he'd been struck by lightning. He had worked hard and used connections to secure his manager position. The salary was high, allowing him to live a luxurious lifestyle and even exploit his authority to develop relationships with female sales staff. Losing this job would send him back to square one. Lu Yuyanyan, on the other hand, regretted her actions so much that she wanted to slap herself. She suddenly dropped to her knees, crying and pleading, "No, don't fire me. I was wrong, I can't lose this job. Mr. Yi, I'll do anything for you. Please, help me, plead for mercy. I really can't lose this job." Yi Chen coldly watched them. The saying goes, pitiful people often have their hateful side. The downfall of Li Sen and Lu Yuyanyan was entirely their own doing. At this point, a phantom car was brought up. Yi Chen said coldly, "This is your issue to resolve, not mine. But remember, stay humble, because some people are not to be offended." After saying that, Yi Chen got into the driver's seat and drove away. Li Sen and Lu Yuyanyan continued to plead desperately, "Director, we were wrong. Please don't fire us." Wang Yun, consumed by rage, wanted to strangle the two of them. He furiously roared, "Not fire you? Damn it! You two are just salespeople, and yet you dare offend anyone? Do you realize how much money your stupidity cost us? Get out, leave now." Wang Yun roared in fury. No one sympathized with Li Sen and Lu Yuyanyan, while the other salespeople were filled with fear, silently vowing never to judge customers by their appearances again. As for what happened next, Yi Chen didn't care. He figured Li Sen and Lu Yuyanyan's fates would undoubtedly be tragic. As Yi Chen drove away, intending to check on Mu Qingqiu's progress at the luxury mall, inside the mall, Mu Wanqing and her family were shopping, followed closely by Li Qiang. At this moment, "Congratulations, Miss Mu, on becoming the president of Star Group," a voice rang out. Mu Wanqing thought it was directed at her, and the group turned their heads, only to see Mu Qingqiu shaking hands with a young man. Everyone was stunned. What? Mu Qingqiu became the president of Star Group? How was that possible? Zhao Lan, Mu Fei, and Mu Wanqing were all shocked. They knew very well that Mu Qingqiu, although running a small company, had only invested a few million yuan and was still unprofitable after a year. How did she suddenly become the president of a group? And this upgrade was terrifyingly fast. Star Group was a super mall alliance worth billions. This leap of Mu Qingqiu's brought her closer to catching up with Mu Wanqing by more than half, leaving Mu Wanqing dumbfounded. She had worked hard for several years to develop Qingqiu Company to its current state. Recently she had been in a terrible mood. Ever since her divorce, it seemed her good luck had run out. Apart from the previous contract signed with Yunhai Group, she had approached several former clients, only to be rejected each time. This left her, who had always enjoyed smooth sailing, deeply frustrated. She couldn't understand what was wrong. And now, suddenly seeing Mu Qingqiu become the president of Star Group made her feel even more like she was cursed. Zhao Lan, however, wasn't thinking so much. She pulled Mu Fei over and asked in surprise, "Qingqiu?" Mu Qingqiu turned her head, saw Zhao Lan, and quickly said, "Mom, little brother, sister, what are you doing here?" Zhao Lan said, "We're shopping here." How? How did you suddenly become the president of Star Group?" Mu Qingqiu glanced awkwardly at her sister Mu Wanqing, then smiled and said, "It was brother-in-law who made me the president of Star Group." "Brother-in-law?" Zhao Lan frowned and asked, "You mean Yi Chen?" Mu Qingqiu said, "Yes." Zhao Lan snorted coldly and said, "Qingqiu, when will you start being honest with us? We are your family. Your sister has already divorced Yi Chen, yet you keep tying everything to him. Are you deliberately trying to upset us?" Mu Qingqiu, laughing helplessly, said, "Mom, didn't you ask me? I'm just answering honestly." "Nonsense." Zhao Lan shouted angrily. "Yi Chen is just a freeloading piece of trash. He made you the president of Star Group? Does Star Group belong to him?" Mu Fei chimed in, "Exactly, second sister. I think you've been brainwashed by Yi Chen." Seeing how deeply Zhao Lan and Mu Fei were prejudiced against Yi Chen, Mu Qingqiu could only shake her head helplessly and said, "Forget it, believe what you want. I just took over here and have a lot to do, so I'll leave now." After speaking, Mu Qingqiu turned and left. Zhao Lan and Mu Fei naturally refused to believe her. They both thought Mu Qingqiu was just trying to provoke them. Mu Fei looked at Li Qiang and asked, "Young Master Lai, do you know what's going on with Star Group?" Li Qiang frowned and said, "I remember Star Group is a subsidiary of Yunhai Group. And the person who was talking to Qingqiu earlier seems to be Zhao Yunhai's youngest son." Mu Wanqing nodded and said, Yes, Star Group does belong to Yunhai Group. How did Qingqiu get involved with them? Li Qiang pondered and said, could it be that the young master of the Zhao family is pursuing Qingqiu? As soon as he said this, everyone felt it made sense and nodded in agreement. Indeed. For someone like Mu Qingqiu to suddenly become the president of Star Group, it couldn't have been due to some nobody. And among the people they knew, the only one capable of such a thing was Zhao Yunhai's youngest son. If that were the case, then Qingqiu's future would surely be limitless. Zhao Lan's eyes widened as she said, in the past, Qingqiu was immature, quarreling with your father and leaving the Mu family, always saying she wanted to rely on herself. But now she's really become the president of Star Group. I think you all should persuade your father to let Qingqiu return home sooner rather than later. Mu Fei said. We don't have any issues with second sister, it's that stubborn old man who drove her out of the house. Mu Wangqing said. That's not entirely fair. Qingqiu was indeed a bit too headstrong before. But we're family, and there's no grudge that lasts overnight. I'll talk to Dad about it. As they were chatting suddenly, Li Qiang pointed to the side and said, look, isn't that the Zhao family's young master who was just talking to Qingqiu? Zhao Lan turned to look and immediately smiled. Quick, let's go find out what's going on. If the Zhao family's young master is indeed pursuing Qingqiu, and we help them succeed, won't we have a connection to Yunhai Group? Mu Wangqing frowned slightly. She was a very proud person. Of course she would be happy if Mu Qingqiu found a good match. But Zhao Lan's talk of climbing the Zhao family made her uncomfortable. However, she didn't say much. Zhao Lan and Mu Fei quickly walked over, stopping the Zhao family's youngest son, Zhao Feng. Hello, young Master Zhao. Zhao Lan greeted with a smile. Zhao Feng frowned, glanced at Zhao Lan, and asked indifferently, you are? Zhao Lan smiled and said, I'm Mu Qingqiu's mother. My name is Zhao Lan, and this is her younger brother Mu Fei and her older sister Mu Wangqing. Hearing this, Zhao Feng immediately smiled and greeted them politely. So you're President Mu's family. A pleasure to meet you. Seeing Zhao Feng being so polite, Zhao Lan was even more convinced that he had feelings for Mu Qingqiu. She smiled slightly and asked, young Master Zhao, Qingqiu becoming the president of Star Group must have been thanks to you. It must have been hard work. Zhao Feng humbly said, not at all. It was just a matter of a few words. A matter of a few words? Exactly. Zhao Lan and Mu Fei exchanged glances, both understanding. For Mu Qingqiu to become president, it must have been as simple as Zhao Feng saying a few words. However, to confirm, Zhao Lan cautiously asked, I heard that Qingqiu became the president of Star Group thanks to Yi Chen. Young Master Zhao, you must know Yi Chen very well, right? Zhao Feng was stunned. Yi Chen? Ken? He seemed unfamiliar with that name. Not only had he never met Yi Chen, but he had never even heard of him. Zhao Feng had always been studying abroad and paid little attention to domestic affairs. His recent dealings with Mu Qingqiu were the first thing he did after returning to China. Zhao Feng asked curiously, Yi Chen? Who is Yi Chen? Seeing Zhao Feng's reaction, Zhao Lan and the others immediately concluded that Mu Qingqiu had lied. After all, how could someone like Yi Chen, a useless man, have any say in such a major corporation? Zhao Lan awkwardly smiled and said, never mind, I must have misunderstood. Young Master Zhao will leave Qingqiu in your care. Zhao Feng nodded and said, don't worry, I'll take good care of President Mu. After the conversation, Zhao Feng left. Zhao Lan turned to Mu Wangqing and said, see? There's nothing more to say. You sisters are too naive and always get fooled. You were deceived by Yi Chen, and now it's Qingqiu's turn. Our Mu family must have owed that scoundrel Yi Chen something in a past life. The group fell silent. Indeed. They had almost convinced themselves that Mu Qingqiu deliberately brought up Yi Chen just to annoy them, likely to prove something for Yi Chen after Mu Wangqing divorced him. If this wasn't brainwashing by Yi Chen, then what was it? Mu Wangqing lowered her head and said, actually, aside from being a bit unmotivated, Yi Chen wasn't all that bad. Mom, we're already divorced, can you stop bringing him up? Zhao Lan angrily said, no. Yi Chen is a useless bum who ruined you. I can't let him ruin Qingqiu too. He thinks he's so clever, divorcing the older sister and going after the younger one? Unbelievable. Mu Fei nodded in agreement, exactly. We can't let him succeed. Mu Wangqing sighed and said, all right, young Master Li is still here. Stop embarrassing yourselves. Let's go. The group headed toward the exit. Just as they reached the door, a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up outside the mall. This car was stunning and eye-catching. After all, it was a luxury car. Anyone passing by would stop to take a closer look. Mu Fei, a car enthusiast, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, what an amazing car. A Rolls-Royce Phantom. It's worth over 10 million yuan. Who's this incredible person driving such a luxurious car?" Mu Fei was obviously envious. A car worth over 10 million yuan was no joke. Even though Mu Wangqing's Qingqiu company had a market value of 1 billion yuan, its cash flow rarely exceeded 200 million. And with all the funds invested in development, there was no money for such luxury cars. Zhao Lan also admired the car and said, "Yes, this car is amazing. When will I ever be able to afford something so grand? It's so impressive." Mu Fei said, "I wonder which rich young master owns this car. I'm so jealous. Sister, didn't you say you'd buy me a BMW? When are you going to get it for me?" As they talked, they kept looking at the Rolls-Royce Phantom, guessing which wealthy person it belonged to. Soon, the car parked. The door opened, and someone stepped out. When they saw who it was, Mu Wangqing and the others were completely stunned. Their eyes widened as they stared in disbelief. Yi Chen. It was Yi Chen? They would never have imagined that the person driving a luxury Rolls-Royce Phantom worth over 10 million yuan was the very man they called a useless bum. Could this be real? Zhao Lan and Mu Fei couldn't help rubbing their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. Mu Fei stammered, "Mom. Am I dreaming? Why does that guy look like Yi Chen?" Mu Wangqing, feeling a bit low, said, "That's Yi Chen." She had been married to Yi Chen for 3 years. He had always been a stay-at-home husband, and the most he'd ever driven was a Mazda. But now, not long after their divorce, he was driving a luxury car worth millions. It was unbelievable. Mu Fei's eyes widened as he said, "This. How is this possible? How can he afford such an expensive car? Where did he get the money? Sister, could he have taken money from our Mu family?" Mu Wangqing shook her head and said, "That's impossible. He never managed anything at Qingqiu Group. There's no way he could have taken money." Mu Fei asked, "Then how did he buy the car?" At this moment, Zhao Lan narrowed her eyes and said, "Isn't it obvious? What's Yi Chen best at? Mooching off women. Qingqiu just became the president of Star Group, and now Yi Chen's driving a luxury car worth millions. Isn't that cause and effect?" Mu Fei was shocked and said, "Could it be second sister's money?" Li Qiang nodded and said, "It's possible. For Qingqiu to become Star Group's president, she probably had to give up the company she founded. It might have been acquired by Yunhai Group at a premium. Given the scale of her company, selling it for 10 million yuan wouldn't be difficult." Hearing this, Mu Fei was furious and said, "Damn it! This guy is ruthless. My second sister sells her company, and he uses the money to buy a luxury car? Shameless." Zhao Lan was also angry and said, "Let's go teach Yi Chen a lesson. We have to make him leave your second sister. Otherwise she'll be drained dry." The two angrily marched toward Yi Chen. Zhao Lan glared at Yi Chen and said angrily, "Yi Chen, have you no shame? Who gave you the nerve to drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom?" Yi Chen frowned and said coldly, "I bought this car for myself. What does it have to do with you?" Zhao Lan snapped, "You bought it for yourself? Stop flattering yourself. Don't think we don't know you used Qingqiu's money to buy this car. Can't you survive without mooching? You ruined Wangqing, and now you're after Qingqiu. Does our Mu family owe you something?" Yi Chen's face darkened as he looked at the hysterical Zhao Lan, finding her completely unreasonable. He used Mu Qingqiu's money? Even if he didn't explain, didn't they know Mu Qingqiu didn't even have that much money? Yi Chen's tone turned icy as he said, "You're too full of yourselves. Even Qingqiu's job was arranged by me. Do you think I need her money to buy a car?" Mu Fei burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Do you think we're that gullible? You arranged her job? Do you have that kind of power? Without young Master Zhao pursuing my second sister, how could she have become president? What could a bum like you possibly do?" Yi Chen snorted and said, "I'm not interested in talking to you." But Mu Fei ignored Yi Chen and went straight to the Rolls-Royce Phantom. He opened the door, got in, and touching the luxurious steering wheel and soft leather seats, felt a surge of vanity. He glanced at Yi Chen and said, "I'm borrowing this car for a few days." Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh in anger and said, "You're borrowing my car? Where do you get the nerve? This is my car. Why should I let you drive it?" Mu Fei sneered and said, "Your car? Obviously it was bought with my second sister's money. Why shouldn't I drive it?" Yi Chen frowned and said, "I don't want to argue with you. Get out of the car now." Mu Fei shouted angrily, "No way. What are you going to do, hit me?" Yi Chen squinted, his eyes flashing coldly. He reached into the car, grabbed Mu Fei, and pulled him out through the window, throwing him to the ground. His tone was icy as he said, "If you keep messing around, I'll beat you up." Mu Fei, dazed from the fall, never expected Yi Chen would actually lay hands on him. He looked at Yi Chen, but when his eyes met Yi Chen's cold gaze, he trembled in fear. Scrambling to his feet, he hid behind Mu Wanqing and cried out loudly, "Sister, look, he hit me. He actually dared to hit me." Mu Wanqing saw her brother being hit and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Yi Chen, that's enough. When did you become so rough, resorting to violence over a disagreement?" Yi Chen looked coldly at Mu Wanqing, his tone chilling as he said, "I've never changed. You just don't know me well enough. If it weren't for your sake, he would already be a corpse." Mu Wanqing was startled by Yi Chen's gaze. Did she really not understand Yi Chen? But they had lived together for 3 years. How could she not understand him? In those 3 years, Yi Chen had not only been good-tempered but also completely accommodating to her. To let her work and start her business with peace of mind, he had taken care of everything at home. When had she ever seen Yi Chen lose his temper? For 3 years, she had always thought Yi Chen was a gentle and mild-mannered person. Now, seeing Yi Chen hit someone, she finally realized he had changed. Yi Chen took a deep breath and said, "Mu Wanqing, control your brother. If something doesn't belong to him, he'd better not touch it. No one is obligated to indulge him." After saying that, Yi Chen snorted coldly, locked his car, and turned to walk into Star Mall. Mu Wanqing was left speechless by Yi Chen's sharp words. That's right. They were divorced now. Yi Chen had no obligation to tolerate her family anymore. But even though his words made sense, why did they leave her feeling so lost? Mu Fei glared at Yi Chen's back, angrily cursing, "Damn it, what's the big deal? That car isn't even his. What's he showing off for? This is pissing me off." Mu Wanqing snapped, "Enough. Stop talking. It's just a car. What's so great about it? Let's leave." Not wanting to stay there any longer, Mu Wanqing turned and headed home. She felt a vague sense of crisis. In the past, when Yi Chen was around, everything seemed to go smoothly for her, and her career was flourishing. But after the divorce, she found that nothing seemed to go right anymore. Now even Mu Qingqiu had become the president of Star Group. She thought about it a lot and concluded that she just wasn't working hard enough. If she didn't push herself harder, she feared becoming a laughingstock. The group returned to the Mu family home. Zhao Lan and Mu Fei entered first, while Mu Wanqing also intended to go inside. However, she was stopped by Li Qiang. Mu Wanqing turned to look at Li Qiang and asked, "Young Master Li, is there something you need?" Li Qiang took a deep breath, walked up to Mu Wanqing, and said, "Wanqing, there's something I want to tell you." Mu Wanqing frowned slightly and asked, "What is it?" Li Qiang suddenly took out a ring from his pocket, looked at Mu Wanqing with deep emotion and said, "Wanqing, you know I've liked you for a long time. But you've always kept your distance from me, making me feel anxious. Today I've mustered up the courage to tell you I love you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Mu Wanqing was startled by Li Qiang's sudden confession. To be honest, she had never had feelings for Li Qiang and had always been careful to maintain her distance. Looking at Li Yang, for some reason, a memory from 3 years ago suddenly surfaced in her mind when a man with a handsome smile knelt in front of her with a ring and proposed. Yi Chen. Compared to the panic and unease she felt at Li Qiang's confession now, the happiness she had felt when Yi Chen proposed to her 3 years ago was incomparable. The contrast made Mu Wanqing feel even more uncomfortable. Mu Wanqing took a deep breath and said, "Young Master Li, I'm truly sorry. You're a good man, but as you know, I've just divorced and am not ready to enter a new relationship. I'm sorry, but I can't accept your feelings." Seeing the calm look in Mu Wanqing's eyes, a trace of anger flashed in Li Qiang's lowered gaze. He had pursued Mu Wanqing for so long, but she hadn't given him a chance, likely because she still couldn't let go of Yi Chen. Even so, Li Qiang didn't let his displeasure show. He chuckled and said, "So, I've been given the nice guy card, huh?" Mu Wanqing sighed and said, "I'm truly sorry, young Master Li. Honestly, there are many great women out there. You could." Li Qiang waved his hand and said, "All right, I understand. No need to say more." Mu Wanqing sighed, turned, and walked into the Mu family home. To be honest, Mu Wanqing acknowledged that Li Qiang had helped her in many ways. If they could be friends and mutually benefit each other, she welcomed that. But if Li Qiang had other intentions, it would be hard for her to accept. She didn't know why, but her instincts told her she couldn't easily accept any man other than Yi Chen. Even though she thought Yi Chen lacked ambition, she had never spoken badly about him in any other way. Li Qiang stood there, watching Mu Wanqing leave, stunned. Honestly, he had pursued her because of her beauty. But after all this time with no results, he felt like a fool. Yet he was unwilling to give up. For a moment, he felt stuck. At that moment, Mu Fei walked over and asked, "Brother Li, did you just confess to my sister?" Li Qiang nodded and said, "Yes, but your sister doesn't like me. I think I should just give up. Maybe we're not meant to be." Mu Fei panicked at this. In his eyes, Li Qiang had not only status in Yun City but also a strong background and a wealthy family. If Li Qiang became his brother-in-law, he would have a solid backer in the future. Mu Fei said, "Brother Lai, you know my sister's personality. She just got divorced and cares too much about appearances to accept you right away. But I have an idea." Li Qiang looked at Mu Fei curiously and asked, "What's the idea?" Mu Fei said, "In a few days, it'll be my grandmother's birthday. Our whole family will go to celebrate. Since my sister was raised by my grandmother, she listens to her the most. If you can win my grandmother's favor at the birthday party, my sister will definitely see you in a new light." Li Yong asked skeptically, "Really?" Mu Fei smiled and said, "Of course." Mu Fei wasn't lying. 3 years ago, Yi Chen and Mu Wanqing hadn't been that close. But at the time, Mu Wanqing was of marriageable age, and her family was urging her to settle down. Plus, the family was in heavy debt. They hoped Mu Wanqing could marry soon and bring in some dowry money. But Mu Wanqing kept rejecting suitors until she met Yi Chen. When Yi Chen visited the Mu family for the first time, he made their grandmother incredibly happy. Their grandmother grew very fond of Yi Chen. That's how Yi Chen and Mu Wanqing's marriage came about. So in Mu Fei's opinion, if Li Qiang could win over their grandmother, he'd have a big chance of gaining Mu Wanqing's favor. After that, everything would naturally fall into place. Mu Wanqing, of course, had no idea her brother was giving Li Qiang advice. If she knew, she'd probably be furious with her dim-witted brother. Sure enough, Li Qiang's eyes lit up upon hearing this and said, "All right, I'll definitely prepare a generous gift for the old lady to win her over." Mu Fei and Li Qiang, with their shared scheming nature, plotted together. Yi Chen and Mu Qingqiu walked out of the mall and approached the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yi Chen smiled and said, "President Mu, please get in." Mu Qingqiu was stunned when she saw the car and said, "Yi Chen, whose car is this? Where did you borrow it from?" Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "It's not borrowed. I bought it. Besides, this car is yours." "Mine." Mu Qingqiu looked at Yi Chen in shock and said, "Are you saying this car is for me?" Although Mu Qingqiu didn't know much about cars, she recognized the brand. A Rolls-Royce, no matter the model, cost millions, sometimes tens of millions. Now Yi Chen was saying this car was for her, leaving her utterly shocked. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "You're working for me now, and you're the president of a group. You can't keep driving a second-hand car, can you?" "But this car is too expensive," Mu Qingqiu said hesitantly. "Enough, no rejecting it. I'm your boss now. What I say goes. Got it?" Yi Chen said, throwing the keys to Mu Qingqiu. "Drive home." Mu Qingqiu hesitated. "You want me to drive?" Yi Chen asked. "Don't you have a driver's license?" Mu Qingqiu nodded. "I do, but..." Yi Chen laughed. "No buts. If you have a license, then you drive. Or do you expect your boss to drive?" Unable to argue, Mu Qingqiu had no choice but to act as a chauffeur. Sitting in the luxurious interior of the car, Mu Qingqiu felt as if she were dreaming. A luxury car worth over 10 million was casually gifted to her. Such a perfect man, and yet Mu Wanqing divorced him. What a waste. Since becoming the president of Star Group, Mu Qingqiu had been incredibly busy. She understood that although this job was arranged for her by Yi Chen, it only made her feel more compelled to work hard. Otherwise, she'd be letting down Yi Chen's trust. As for Yi Chen, he remained leisurely. The next morning, after eating the breakfast Mu Qingqiu had prepared, Yi Chen stayed home watching TV. Just then, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Yi Chen frowned. Not many people knew his number, so who could this be? Yi Chen answered, his tone indifferent. "Hello, who is this?" A pleasant voice came from the other end, cautiously asking, "Hello, is this Yi Chen?" Yi Chen said coolly, "It's me. Who's this?" The caller audibly sighed in relief. "Ah, it's really you, Yi Chen. I thought I had the wrong person. Guess who I am?" Hearing the voice, Yi Chen found it somewhat familiar but couldn't immediately place it. He said, "I don't like guessing games. Either tell me who you are, or I'll hang up." The person on the line sounded annoyed. "You're still so serious. All right, it's Zhou Ye?" Don't tell me you've forgotten me? Zhou Ya? Yi Chen finally remembered. Zhou Ya was a high school classmate of his. However, after graduating, Yi Chen had lost touch with all his high school classmates. Moreover, he had changed his phone number, so even if any classmates remembered him, they wouldn't know how to contact him. Yi Chen was curious how Zhou Ya had gotten his number. Yi Chen asked, "So it's you, Zhou Ya. How did you get my number?" Zhou Ya snorted lightly and said, "You have the nerve to ask? After graduation you vanished. Several times, classmates wanted to invite you to reunions but couldn't reach you. If it weren't for yesterday, when you bought 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms at once and I got curious enough to investigate, I probably still wouldn't have found you." Yi Chen understood. It seemed Zhou Ya had obtained his number from the records he left at the dealership. Yi Chen smiled and said, "So that's how it is. What's up, Zhou Ya?" Zhou Ya said, "Well, tonight we're having a high school reunion. You should come. You've missed all of them over the years. Everyone talks about you every time. You're not allowed to refuse." Yi Chen instinctively wanted to decline, but hearing Zhou Ya's insistence and feeling bored himself, he said, "All right, where's the venue?" "I live in Fenja Garden. I'll take a taxi over." Zhou Ya said, "Fenja Garden? That's close to me. I'll come pick you up." Yi Chen said, "All right, give me a call when you arrive." After hanging up, Yi Chen resumed watching TV. To be honest, he didn't particularly like attending reunions. If Zhou Ya hadn't called, he probably would never have gone. The truth was, Yi Chen had long seen through the realities of society. Many reunions were less about nostalgia and more about showing off. Successful classmates would brag, while those who struggled were marginalized. Some even took advantage of drunkenness to turn old-school crushes into one-night stands, which was truly revolting. Around 4:30 in the afternoon, Zhou Ya called to say she had arrived at Fenja Garden. Yi Chen walked out of his apartment complex and soon saw Zhou Ya standing next to a BMW, waving at him. Looking at Zhou Ya, Yi Chen noticed she was quite different from the pure and innocent girl he remembered from high school. Now, she wore a short purple dress that showed off her long legs, paired with high heels. Her hair was slightly curled, and her face was adorned with delicate makeup. She had shed her youthful innocence and gained a mature charm. Seeing Yi Chen, Zhou Ya smiled and said, "Yi Chen, it really is you. I haven't seen you in so many years, and you haven't changed at all. You're still so handsome." Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "You've changed a lot, but you've only gotten prettier." Zhou Ya wrinkled her nose and said, "Chimpish, so you're saying I wasn't pretty in high school?" Yi Chen shrugged and smiled. "You were pretty then, and you're pretty now." Zhou Ya laughed and said, "That's more like it. But seriously, Yi Chen, what do you do now? Are you married?" Yi Chen smiled. "I just got divorced recently. Now I'm doing nothing." Hearing this, Zhou Ya was stunned. Divorced? Didn't Yi Chen just buy 10 Rolls-Royces yesterday? How could someone so wealthy get divorced? Zhou Ya asked curiously, "Yi Chen, are your standards too high, or did you get rich and abandon your wife? Who did you marry? Was it someone we went to school with?" Yi Chen shook his head and said, "No, her name is Mu Wangqing. Anyway, why talk about this? It's bad luck." "What?" Yi Chen said it casually, but Zhou Ya was stunned. Mu Wangqing? Not only had she heard of her, but she had even seen her. Mu Wangqing was the CEO of Qingqiu Company, a strong businesswoman who had been thriving in Yun City's business circles in recent years. She was practically a rising star in Yun City's business world. And Yi Chen had actually been married to Mu Wangqing? Mu Wangqing was somewhat well known in Yun City. After all, while her Qingqiu company hadn't yet gone public, it had secured many contracts over the past 3 years. The company had grown from a small business to one with a market value exceeding $1 billion. This was enough to amaze people. This also explained Zhou Ya's curiosity about how Yi Chen could afford to buy so many Rolls-Royce Phantoms at once. Perhaps it was because of the divorce that he received a large amount of property. Zhou Ya smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry for bringing up something upsetting. I didn't know you were already divorced." Yi Chen smiled casually and said, "It's fine." Zhou Ya changed the subject, saying, "By the way, our high school classmates sometimes organize reunions after graduation, but you've never come. Back then, you were a big deal at school, and even now, many classmates still remember you at every reunion." Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? High school feels like such a long time ago." Zhou Ya laughed and said, "Get in the car, let's go." Yi Chen opened the passenger door and sat down. Zhou Ya glanced at Yi Chen. To be honest, in high school, Yi Chen was indeed a big deal, outstanding in every way. Not only was he the school heartthrob, but he was also top-notch in sports, particularly basketball. At the time, Yi Chen was practically every girl's Prince Charming, and Zhou Ya was no exception. She secretly admired him. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was the rival of every boy in school. Who wouldn't be envious or jealous? Previously, Zhou Ya assumed Yi Chen could buy 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms because he had made it big after graduation. But after seeing him in person, she started to realize Yi Chen had likely gained a fortune through marriage and a hefty divorce settlement. Zhou Ya sighed inwardly, then got into the car. Soon they arrived at the reunion venue, the Yun City Crown Hotel. This was a very upscale hotel. Zhou Ya glanced at Yi Chen and smiled. "What do you think? Not bad, right?" Yi Chen was slightly surprised and said, "I've heard this hotel is quite expensive. Hosting a class reunion here looks like everyone's doing pretty well." Zhou Ya laughed and said, "Not exactly. This reunion isn't split cost. A wealthy classmate is footing the bill." Yi Chen asked, "Who's paying?" Zhou Ya said, "Who else? Our high school class president, Yan Bin." Hearing this, Yi Chen understood. Yan Bin was the class president during high school, also quite good looking, but he was always overshadowed by Yi Chen. More importantly, Yan Bin came from a wealthy family, and their business was reportedly thriving. He was a bona fide rich second generation. Back in the day, Yan Bin, who was often eclipsed by Yi Chen, secretly schemed against him. But all that was in the past, and Yi Chen didn't want to dwell on it. The two walked into the hotel and arrived at the private room. When they opened the door, the room was already packed. As Zhou Ya and Yi Chen walked in, everyone turned to look. Well, Zhou Ya, you're here so early. What's this? Found yourself a boyfriend, and he's pretty handsome. A sharp-faced man teased with a smile. I was just about to try my luck with Zhou Ya, but someone beat me to it. Zhou Ya chuckled and said, "Monkey, shut up. What boyfriend? Take a good look at who this is." Monkey squinted at Yi Chen and said, "Looks familiar." Zhou Ya laughed and said, "Familiar? This is Yi Chen. Last time you were just talking about how long it's been since you last saw him." Monkey's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Yi Chen? Damn! Long time no see. I thought you weren't in Yun City anymore." Hearing it was Yi Chen, many classmates gathered around, warmly chatting with him. Especially the girls, who were beaming with excitement. "Wow, Yi Chen, it's really you. Long time no see. I can't believe you're still so handsome. Look at these muscles, so toned. Our high school heartthrob. Back in high school, I always wanted to be friends with you, but I was too shy to say anything. You've missed every reunion. Tonight you owe us a few extra drinks." As Yi Chen was surrounded by female classmates, a man with slicked back hair walked over. He casually handed Yi Chen a cigarette, his eyes filled with faint disdain. "Yi Chen, still remember me?" Yi Chen glanced at the man and nodded. "I remember. Wang Peng." Back in high school, Wang Peng was a troublemaker who often followed Yan Bin around, cracking jokes and fooling around. He was one of Yan Bin's lackeys. It was said that Wang Peng didn't do well on the college entrance exam, but after spending a few years with Yan Bin, he now drove a Mercedes. At every reunion he liked to show off. Wang Peng chuckled lightly and said, "Wow, I'm honored that our high school star still remembers me. So, Yi Chen, where are you working now?" Yi Chen replied truthfully, "I'm not working at the moment." Wang Peng laughed and said, "No job? What's the plan? Any big projects? Maybe you can take an old classmate under your wing?" Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Not really. After graduation I went abroad, got married, and became a stay-at-home husband for 3 years. I recently got divorced, so there's no project." Hearing this, the surrounding classmates couldn't help but cool their attitudes. After all, they were no longer high schoolers. Now that they were part of society, they understood that power and money mattered most. Yi Chen may have been a big deal in high school, but after so many years, he was unemployed, and even divorced, a far cry from his past. This realization made many classmates lose interest in reconnecting with Yi Chen. After all, most people wanted to associate with those above them, not those below. Wang Peng's lips curled into a faint smile. He casually pulled out a business card and said with a grin, "No job? That's not good. I run a small company, not very big, just a few million in profit each year. How about this? Come to my office tomorrow, and I'll arrange a job for you. With your build, you can work as a security guard at my factory. Right now, there's only a dog guarding it, and I don't feel it's safe." Hearing Wang Peng's words, the classmates burst out laughing. Someone even teased, Wang Peng, you're too mean. How can you ask our high school star to be a watchdog? Wang Peng feigned an apologetic tone and said, Ah, my bad. But jobs aren't easy to find these days. Many high school stars end up as nobodies in society. Don't you agree, Yi Chen? Hey, who would have thought Yi Chen is doing so poorly now? Looks like Wang Peng has found his chance. I still remember back in high school, Wang Peng couldn't even speak in front of Yi Chen and even got beaten up a few times. Yi Chen was so arrogant in school. Who knew he'd end up like this? Exactly, as they say, 30 years east, 30 years west. If I were Yi Chen and ended up like this, I wouldn't show up at a class reunion no matter what. He probably didn't want to come either, but Zhou Ya must have run into him, and he couldn't make an excuse to decline. Yi Chen squinted his eyes, glanced at Wang Peng, and said calmly, No need. I can still support myself for now. Wang Peng chuckled and said, No worries. We're old classmates. If you ever need it, this position will always be waiting for you. As they were talking, the private room door opened again. A man in a suit walked in. He wore sunglasses and exuded confidence with every step, his face full of arrogance. The moment he appeared, the people around Yi Chen scattered and surrounded this man. Only Yi Chen remained seated. This man was Yan Bin. Oh wow. President Yan is here. It's been a few months, and you're still as imposing as ever. President Yan, we heard you recently invested 30 million in a landscaping project. Since we're all old classmates, if there are any opportunities, please look out for us. Yes, President Yan, you're the most successful among all of us. We'll definitely be relying on you in the future. Don't look down on us. Good evening, President Yan. The classmates flattered him incessantly. Everyone knew that back in high school, people joked that Wang Peng was Yan Bin's lapdog. They used to mock him for it. But now, the classmates who had gone to college and started working were still struggling, while Wang Peng, who followed Yan Bin, was making millions a year. At least Wang Peng, through Yan Bin's connections, was earning a solid income. To them, it didn't matter as long as they could benefit from Yan Bin. Swallowing their pride was a small price to pay. Yan Bin smiled faintly and said, Of course we're all classmates. If there's anything you need, I'll prioritize you. Is everyone here? It's on me tonight, let's all have a good time. Hearing this, the crowd erupted in praise. As expected of President Yan, so generous. Honestly, I've never been to the Crown Hotel before. It's a privilege to be here, thanks to you. Wang Peng leaned close to Yan Bin and smirked. Boss, all the classmates showed up tonight. Look over there, guess who that is? Yan Bin's gaze shifted to Yi Chen, and his eyes narrowed with a hint of surprise. Of all people, Yan Bin would never forget Yi Chen's eyes. Back in high school, Yan Bin, with his wealthy and powerful family, should have been the school's star. He campaigned hard to be class president and participated in numerous activities to prove himself outstanding. But then there was Yi Chen, who outshone him in every way, becoming a shadow over Yan Bin's confidence. Yi Chen was like the sun, and no matter how brightly Yan Bin shone, he could never outshine him. Yan Bin squinted slightly and said in a flat tone, So it's you, Yi Chen. I didn't expect you to come to the reunion. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, Long time no see, Class President Yan. Yan Bin chuckled and said, Indeed, it's been a while. Our high school star Yi Chen, please take a seat. Everyone sat down. Yan Bin, having already heard from Wang Peng about Yi Chen's current situation, felt immensely satisfied. Back in school he couldn't surpass Yi Chen, but now, in the real world, Yi Chen was nothing more than an ant he could crush with ease. Once everyone was seated, Yan Bin signaled a waiter, who brought over a bottle of red wine. Yan Bin smiled smugly and said, Look at this Chateau Lafite Rothschild, vintage 1969. I brought it specifically for everyone to taste tonight. He motioned for the waiter to pour a small amount into everyone's glass. Monkey picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp, muttering, Waiter, this is red wine, not liquor. Why pour such a small amount? I didn't even get to taste it properly. Zhou Ye quickly intervened, Monkey, stop it. This is a 1969 Lafite. Monkey asked, puzzled. So what? I can handle my alcohol. Zhou Ye sighed and said, It's not about your tolerance, it's about the price. This bottle costs about 1,000,000 yuan. Do the math, how much do you think that little glass you just drank is worth? The classmates gasped in shock. They knew Yan Bin was wealthy, but hadn't expected him to be this rich, bringing a bottle of wine worth over 1,000,000 yuan. This wasn't drinking, it was burning money. Monkey shrank back in embarrassment. He had no idea the wine was so expensive. If he'd known, he would have sipped it slowly. He'd never be able to afford something like this anywhere else. Yan Bin didn't seem upset. He chuckled, pulled out a bottle of baijiu, and said, "Monkey has a point. Since it's a reunion, we should enjoy ourselves. This is an 80-year-old mutai. While it's not as pricey as the red wine, it still costs about 100,000 yuan per bottle. Tonight, everyone can drink to their heart's content." The classmates were shocked again. Typically, drinking regular mutai was already enough to excite them. But Yan Bin had brought an 80-year-old bottle, leaving everyone salivating. It looked like they were in for a wild night. Yan Bin said nothing more. He opened a bottle of baijiu and poured it into 3 large glasses, completely emptying the bottle. Looking at Yi Chen, Yan Bin said casually, "Yi Chen, I bet you've never had such good liquor. 3 glasses, 1 bottle, worth about 100,000 yuan. Each glass is over 30,000 yuan. You've missed every reunion these past years, so drink these 3 glasses to make up for it." Hearing Yan Bin's words, the classmates didn't dare say anything. However, they couldn't help but pity Yi Chen. After all, drinking baijiu like this, even if it was good liquor, was enough to cause serious harm. Zhou Ye quickly stood up and said, "Yan Bin, that's enough. This is baijiu, and these 3 glasses total a liter. Drinking this much could cause a stomach ulcer." Yan Bin smiled faintly and said, "Oh, come on. We're all classmates. What's a little drinking?" Everyone turned to look at Yi Chen, only to see him sitting motionless, clearly not planning to drink. Seeing this, Wang Peng couldn't hold back. He slammed the table, stood up and shouted, "Yi Chen, President Yan is giving you face by letting you drink. This kind of liquor you couldn't afford it, even if you worked yourself to death. Now that President Yan is offering it, and you still won't drink? Are you trying to disrespect him?" The classmates naturally understood that Yan Bin was deliberately trying to humiliate Yi Chen. At this moment, apart from Zhou Ya, probably no one would stand up for Yi Chen. After all, everyone knew that no matter how glorious Yi Chen had been in high school, in the real world, power and money were everything. Flattering Yan Bin might bring them benefits, but helping Yi Chen would likely yield no return, and might even offend Yan Bin. As for the so-called bond of classmates, so many years had passed since graduation, how much of that bond could possibly remain? Yan Bin noticed Yi Chen remained unmoved. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said, "I heard you've had a tough time since graduation? No job? Well, lucky for you. If there's one thing I have, it's plenty of money." With that, Yan Bin pulled out a stack of cash from his bag, at least 100,000 yuan, and slammed it onto the table. "Here, I've got money to spare. Drink a glass, and I'll give you 10,000 yuan per glass. Drink as many as you want and take the cash. This is the kind of chance to get rich that you won't see in your lifetime." Wang Peng sneered mockingly and said, "Wow, President Yan is so generous. Yi Chen, your big break is here. Why don't you hurry up and kowtow to thank President Yan?" Hearing 10,000 yuan per glass, some classmates were visibly tempted. What a joke. Most of them earned, at best, 10,000 yuan a month after graduating. Drinking 1 glass for 10,000 yuan? Even if it meant drinking until they bled, they'd still gulp it down. The classmates began urging Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, stop caring about your pride. Pride won't pay the bills." "Yeah, I'm jealous of you. If President Yan gave me this chance, I'd down 3 liters right away. Just drink it. The money isn't the issue. If you upset President Yan, the consequences will be much worse. You still think it's high school? Out here in the real world, you need to follow its rules." Seeing Yi Chen being humiliated, Zhou Ya's face turned dark. After all, she was the one who had invited Yi Chen. She had just wanted to reconnect with an old classmate, but she hadn't expected Yan Bin to treat Yi Chen like this. If she had known, she wouldn't have brought Yi Chen here. Feeling guilty and angry, Zhou Ye said, "Yan Bin, it's true you're rich, but that doesn't mean you can insult others like this." Yan Bin chuckled and said, "Insult? How is this an insult? I'm offering real money, 10,000 yuan per glass. Classmates, tell me, does this count as an insult?" The classmates burst into laughter, led by Wang Peng, who shouted along with the crowd, "This isn't an insult, it's generosity. Yeah, 10,000 yuan per glass. Where else can you find such a good deal? Don't get me started. Last time I had to drink until I bled to land a contract, and the bonus was only 5,000 yuan. If someone offered me 10,000 per glass, I'd drink every day." Yan Bin squinted at Yi Chen, feeling certain he had Yi Chen cornered. In this society, power and wealth commanded flattery and obedience. Back in high school, Yan Bin had always been overshadowed by Yi Chen. Now, he was determined to regain his dignity. Humiliating Yi Chen and stepping on him would be the sweetest revenge. Yan Bin sneered and said, "Yi Chen, I'll give you one last chance. Drink or don't. If you refuse, don't blame me for being unkind. I'm generous to my classmates, but to those who disrespect me, the consequences are always dire. Do you understand?" Zhou Ya saw Yi Chen staying silent and thought he might be scared. Originally, Zhou Ya had thought Yi Chen was doing well and brought him to the reunion to relive old memories. But now it seemed Yi Chen's recent wealth was likely just a divorce settlement. Meanwhile, Yan Bin came from a wealthy and powerful family. Zhou Ya could only try to persuade him, "Yi Chen, stop being stubborn. Just drink a glass, and we'll leave. If they don't welcome you, we don't need to stay." Everyone was watching Yi Chen. In their eyes, Yi Chen's defiance was just a facade. Deep down, he was likely scared out of his wits. It wouldn't be long before he gave in, drank the wine, and might even end up licking Yan Bin's boots for money. As everyone waited for Yi Chen to make a fool of himself, Yi Chen touched his nose and spoke calmly. "Actually, as classmates, I didn't want to sour our relationship. But since President Yan insists on hearing from me, fine. Drink the wine on the table, kneel and apologize to me. Then I'll let this go." "What?" Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone was stunned. They stared at Yi Chen with wide eyes. Did they hear that right? Not only did Yi Chen want Yan Bin to drink, but he also wanted him to kneel and apologize? No one could believe it. Yi Chen was just as audacious as he had been in high school. But why? Did he still think it was high school, where no one dared to challenge him? Did he not know Yan Bin's current status? Yan Bin was no longer someone ordinary classmates could mess with. For a moment, the room fell into stunned silence. "Yi Chen, are you crazy? How dare you talk to President Yan like that? Yeah, do you have a death wish? Apologize to President Yan right now, or you'll regret it. We're all classmates. We don't want to see you get hurt, Yi Chen. Stop being stubborn." At this moment, Yan Bin's face had darkened to an extreme. With his current wealth and status, very few people dared to demand he kneel and apologize, let alone someone like Yi Chen. His anger flared, and his face twisted with rage. He took a step toward Yi Chen and growled. "Kneel and apologize? Who gave you the guts to say that? Do you know who I am now? Do you still think you're the star from high school? I'm the eldest son of the Yan family. Our family controls a business empire worth tens of billions, and my uncle is a top official in the Yun City military district. And you? You dare ask me to kneel and apologize? Are you tired of living?" Gasp. The classmates were shocked. They had known Yan Bin was wealthy, but they hadn't realized his family's influence had grown so much, with billions in assets and military connections. No wonder Yan Bin was so arrogant. As Yan Bin's rage boiled over, several classmates stepped in to calm him down. "President Yan, please calm down. Yi Chen doesn't know better. We're all classmates, there's no need to escalate things. Yeah, let it go this time. It wouldn't look good if something serious happened. Yi Chen, why are you still sitting there? Go and apologize to President Yan immediately. Do you really want to lose your life over a little pride?" At this moment, Yi Chen slowly stood up. Everyone thought he was about to apologize. Yan Bin raised his head arrogantly, ready to crush Yi Chen's dignity underfoot. However, Yi Chen walked up to Yan Bin and suddenly kicked him hard in the stomach. Yan Bin flew backward, crashing into the wall. Boom! This scene stunned everyone as if they had been struck by lightning. They stared at Yi Chen in disbelief. Their minds were blank. Wasn't Yi Chen supposed to go over and apologize? How could he dare to make a move? He's crazy. Yi Chen must be insane. If he had merely offended Yan Bin, all he had to do was apologize, beg for forgiveness, and say a few nice words, and the matter would have been resolved. But now Yi Chen had actually resorted to violence. This was equivalent to completely offending Yan Bin beyond redemption. Everyone was trembling in fear. Yi Chen was finished. Completely doomed. At this moment, Yan Bin felt a surge of uncontrollable fury. He never imagined Yi Chen would dare to hit him. For so many years, no one had ever humiliated him like this. Yan Bin struggled to his feet, glaring at Yi Chen with a ferocious expression, and roared in a cold tone, "Yi Chen, you're dead. I'm telling you, the consequences of hitting me are beyond what you can bear." Wang Peng, Yan Bin's lackey, couldn't hold back anymore. He jumped up and roared, throwing a punch directly at Yi Chen. Back in school, Wang Peng had been a troublemaker. After graduation, he even trained in martial arts for a few years to gain Yan Bin's favor. Seeing Yan Bin being hit, Wang Peng naturally couldn't just stand by. He roared, "Damn it, you've got some guts to hit Brother Bin. I'll kill you." This punch, full of force, aimed straight at Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen, however, didn't move an inch. As the fist got closer, a faint smirk appeared on his lips. Suddenly, with one hand, he reached out and caught Wang Peng's wrist with precision. Wang Peng froze. After all, he had trained in martial arts and could handle multiple opponents with ease. Yet Yi Chen's speed was astonishing, and his strength was so overwhelming that Wang Peng couldn't budge an inch. Yi Chen's cold voice rang out, "If you're going to be a dog, stay in your place. Don't go around biting people, or you'll get beaten. Understand?" As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, he flipped Wang Peng with one hand and delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing into the wall. Blood instantly streamed from Wang Peng's head. Yan Bin was both shocked and furious. Watching Yi Chen, he clearly realized Wang Peng's strength. Normally when they went out, Wang Peng handled any trouble, and few could stand up to him. But now, in front of Yi Chen, Wang Peng couldn't even last a single move. This made Yan Bin swallow nervously, fear creeping into his heart. Yi Chen slowly walked toward Yan Bin. Terrified, Yan Bin shouted, "You! Don't come any closer. What are you trying to do?" Yi Chen smirked and said, "I told you, we're all classmates. There's no need for this. But you didn't believe me. Didn't you think you were so impressive? Come, kneel." Yan Bin's face was filled with panic. He was a proud man, especially in front of his classmates. If he knelt to Yi Chen now, how could he show his face in the future? Gritting his teeth, Yan Bin said, "Yi Chen, who do you think you are? Asking me to kneel? Dream on? You think just because you hit me you can walk away from this?" Yi Chen chuckled. With a swift kick, he knocked Yan Bin to the ground and stepped on his head without mercy. In a cold tone he said, "When did I ever say I was going to leave?" At this moment, Yan Bin felt endless humiliation. He had planned to humiliate Yi Chen, but instead Yi Chen had overpowered him and was now stepping on him. The shame was unbearable, and Yan Bin wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Meanwhile, the classmates around them were all dumbfounded by Yi Chen's actions. That was Yan Bin, someone very influential in Yun City. Yet he was being stepped on by Yi Chen just like that. Zhou Yao was equally stunned. She had thought Yi Chen was the weaker party in his confrontation with Yan Bin. But now it seemed Yi Chen was still the same Yi Chen. No matter how many years had passed, his character hadn't changed one bit. For some reason, Zhou Ya's eyes were fixed on Yi Chen. At this moment, it felt like her teenage infatuation had returned, making her heart race uncontrollably. Yan Bin was in utter misery but still stubbornly said, "Yi Chen, I'm telling you, I'm the eldest son of the Yan family. My status is far above yours. You'd better let me go." Yi Chen sneered and said, "Status? Yan Bin, back in high school, I could suppress you. Now, I can still easily crush you. Do you really think you're somebody?" Yan Bin, full of rage, said, "Yi Chen, you can fight, but this isn't school anymore. Plenty of people can fight. In this society, power and money rule, understand? You've hit me now, but once you leave this room you'll face retaliation that will make you wish you were dead." Yi Chen scratched his ear and laughed. "Oh? It seems you're not convinced." Yan Bin said, "Not convinced? Of course I'm not convinced. If you've got the guts, let me go, and I'll show you what real power looks like." None of the classmates doubted Yan Bin's words. After all, Yan Bin indeed had the capability. While Yi Chen's fighting skills were unexpected, what could that achieve? Without power, once he left this room, Yan Bin could easily summon dozens, even hundreds, of bodyguards. But by then, how many people could Yi Chen possibly fight? More importantly, with the Yan family's connections, if Yan Bin wanted to deal with Yi Chen, he could not only make Yi Chen unable to survive in Yun City, but also make him disappear entirely without any consequences. So, while Yi Chen seemed to have the upper hand, in reality he had cut off his own escape route. Yi Chen said, "I'd like to see what you're capable of." A cold smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips. He pressed down harder with his foot, making Yan Bin cry out in pain. However, Yan Bin stubbornly said, "Yi Chen, if you've got the guts, kill me. Otherwise I won't let you go." Yi Chen snorted. He suddenly crouched down and pulled Yan Bin's phone from his pocket. Seeing this, everyone somewhat understood Yi Chen's intent. Hitting Yan Bin was one thing, but not letting Yan Bin call for help was crucial. Otherwise Yi Chen's fate would indeed be grim. Yan Bin's face changed. What he wanted most now was to contact someone to deal with Yi Chen. But Yi Chen had taken his phone, cutting off any communication. While everyone thought Yi Chen was going to destroy Yan Bin's phone, Yi Chen unexpectedly handed it back to Yan Bin. In a calm tone, Yi Chen said, "Yan Bin, I'd really like to see what you mean by real power. Go ahead, make a call. Call anyone you think can save you. Remember, I'll give you 20 minutes. If no one comes, I'll break your legs and make you a cripple for life."
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.